Hi everyone. Hello. I hope all is well. Let me make sure I got the right stream. If I don't, hold on. Let's check. Yeah, I got the right stream. Yay. Okay, getting better at this. Hi everyone. I'm just gonna wait for a few people to show up. Hope everyone's having a great Sunday afternoon. Let me manage this live stream here. I gotta figure out how to pin the comments. Actually, let me do that right as I wait. Let me do that. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a wonderful Sunday. Hey, Ellie. How are you, sis? How are you? You're the first one. Welcome. How's everything going today? Let me see how I can pin the comments. Hey, Didi. How are you, sis? How are you? Whew, Lord, y'all. I'm still watching Love is Blind. Hold on. I hope you guys can see it on my phone. Love is Blind Season 9. USA. Oh my God. Like, what is happening? Oh, you're doing great. I'm glad you're doing awesome today. We got a lot to cover, y'all, so I'm not even going to chit-chat. No. You know what? I'm just going to wait for people to come in. We getting right into it. It's that crazy. Oh, I'm doing great, Ellie. Having a great Sunday. I was supposed to live stream earlier, but I needed a little bit more rest. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. So if you guys see me, like, I know last night I think I said, oh yeah, I'm gonna live stream in the morning. If you don't see me in the morning, that means that I needed extra time to just regroup and recalibrate. But I'm good now. I'm feeling real good. Hey, love, how are you, sis? I hope everything is well with you too. Yeah, and then Dom and I, we just spent time together this morning, and then I rested, and yeah, it was pretty chill. Pretty good Sunday morning so far. I'm trying to verify how to pin the comments on the stream, but if I can't, that's okay. I'll figure it out another time, but I'm going to make sure to always consistently check my comments, because yesterday's stream was hilarious, y'all. Like, yesterday's stream was funny. I didn't check my comments as much, and then, you know what happened. Yeah. So I got to make sure that I'm always on it now, so that's what I'm going to be doing today. Yeah, so, whoo, Lord, y'all. When I tell you, Love is Blind, Season 9. Let me just wait a little bit. Hey, Courtney, how are you? Whoa, I caught it live. I always just watch the playback. You caught it. Yay. Hey. I'm glad you caught the live. I know I'm very sporadic, so you never know. You never know with me. I don't consistently go at the same time all the time, right? Hey, Rose Aesthetic, how are you, sis? How are you doing? Hold on, I'm just gonna wait like maybe 3 more minutes, y'all, but I gotta get started. Today's live stream is gonna be a little faster than usual. Only because at 4 o'clock, what time is it? It's almost 2 o'clock my time. At 4 o'clock, I do have to step away just for like 2 minutes. I'm gonna probably play a video while I step away. Today is Chuseok in Korea. Chuseok is like Korean Thanksgiving, so I have to say happy Chuseok to my in-laws and talk to them for like a few minutes. And then I'm going to hop back on the stream, but I'm hoping to be done within 4 hours. That's my goal today, but we'll see. Y'all know how I am. Edmund is crazy, sis. Not just Edmund. I got a whole bunch of notes, y'all. I have notes. I honestly like... Hey, at the Dev Studio. Hey, sis. Oh, we getting started, y'all. We gonna get started. You said, Rose Aesthetic, you said I'm good. How are you? And how's everyone else? Everyone else is great. I'm doing great. I rested really well. Very well rested today. Feeling good. And then, everything's good. Dom's at the gym now. And then probably like 4 o'clock my time. So in 2 hours, I'm gonna still have the stream. Don't worry. Like, I'll play something. I'm gonna step away for a little bit. Talk to my in-laws a little bit. And then come back, finish the stream. But yeah, everything's good. I feel really positive today. I feel like today was a really good day. I got a lot of work done, which I'm happy about. And just, at first, I'm not gonna lie, I did feel a little down. Not today, just in general, because of the strike and everything going on. It's really been hard for me, I'm not gonna lie, y'all, to kind of balance everything. But I feel rejuvenated today. I feel like, okay, you know what? No more excuses. We're just gonna roll with the punches with what's going on. Tomorrow there's a big rally for the all of the public service, and then other unions are gonna join together. We're gonna have like a big rally downtown Victoria. I'm gonna be there. And then yeah, just continuing to fight the power. That's what we doing, y'all. We doing that. So it's so interesting, like working for government sometimes feels like you're working for a corporation. It's really sad, actually, to be honest with you guys. Like, I'm gonna be transparent. Like, when I joined the public service, I really thought I was gonna make a difference. That was my intention, right? And I still feel that way because that's what I love to do. Y'all already know, I love to help people. I really thought I was gonna make a difference. And I know I am in a certain way, but it's really demoralizing when you have an employer that doesn't even want to give you, your proper due, right? So it's like, think about it this way. If we accept the offer that they're giving us, basically we're going to be right back at the bargaining table in like 2 years or so. It's just really, and I get it because things are happening in the economy, with the whole tariff situation and all of that's going on with the US, but that's still no excuse. I feel like this, like, governments, let me tell y'all something. I'm not going to get too much into it because I'll leave that for the members only live stream next weekend. But governments, because I'm going to talk more into detail next weekend. Oh, I got a lot of topics in the members only stream. But governments run like, I feel like, I'm going to try to watch what I say though, because I'm under a lot of scrutiny right now. I got to be careful what I say. But what I will say, I'll keep it simple. Governments are not much different than corporations. I'll just say that. I'm just going to leave it at that. So if you have a government job, it's not like back in the day where it was actually like, you're making, not saying you're not making a difference. You definitely are. But it's become a corporation. It has. And trust me, I'm working. So I see it. And as much as I would love to tell you guys that it's not, it's a business. That's what it is. People care more about certain things than other things, and you're going to see it. How it shows up is when you see your healthcare system and how it looks. If your healthcare system doesn't look the way that it's supposed to look, then just know that money is being spent elsewhere. So that's it. You got to follow the money because money's going in, but where is it being spent is the issue, right? Or that's what you got to figure out. So it's not that they don't have the money. I mean, they say that they're broke. Yeah, of course. People are broke. Everybody's broke, quote unquote. But you have money for other things. Let's just put it that way. We're just going to put it that way. I'll be quiet. Anyways, catch it next week. So, if you're interested in these type of topics or more sensitive topics, you could definitely join the membership. I also have exclusive case studies in there. Just plugging it in because we're going to get right into it soon. Let me read a few comments and then we getting into Love is Blind. Evanescence, hey sis, you said Love is Blind USA season 9 and Love is Blind France ended today a mess. I need to watch the French one. I didn't have time because it's like since this morning I've been watching the USA one. I'm gonna watch France. I was supposed to live stream it on Discord, but the problem is that Netflix, you can't even screen capture the pictures on Netflix. They blocked everything black. You capture black. They are not playing. They're like, you better pay your subscription. So I was like, oh, they don't want us to share. So, but I'm going to watch Love is Blind France on my own, and then I'm going to cover it. Probably I should do it soon since it just ended. I don't want it to be too long. Hey sis, hey Mocha Island, how are you doing, sis? Hey Shemgam, how are you, sis? You said I don't like the life of a showgirl. It sucks. What is that? Is that a song? Oh, it's a song. Okay. The song is pretty catchy. Happy Sunday, Black Indian. How are you? I just finished the US version, at least the episodes that have aired. It's a mess. Okay, let's get into it now. We're going to talk. I think enough people have joined. Okay, let's bring up the okay, I have notes, y'all. Let me bring up my notes real quick so I don't forget what I'm supposed to say. We're going to spend half an hour going through Love is Blind real quick. Okay, I got my notes here. Sorry, I just have to put it to the side. And then I'm going to open this here. Oh, it's not opening. Okay, hold on a second, y'all. Let me start it over 1 second. I got too many notes. I was watching it and then I was like, okay, right, watching it, whatever. And then all of a sudden I was like, wait, what's going on here? What is happening here? Something ain't right. No. So hold on. Wait. Not Safari. Why is my Google Docs not here? Just give me 1 second, y'all. I think I had to pull it up here. One moment. It'll come up here now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, got it. All right, y'all. Hold on. Let me just fix my screen real quick. Here we go. Okay, first off, let me move this camera. Hold on. Okay. Why is it like this? All right. We're set up now. So, wait. Why it look like this today? 1 second, y'all. I don't know what's going on. Today is a little different than usual. Why my camera's like that? 1 second. Which way am I supposed to put it? Okay, whatever. I don't know why it's this way. Okay. Anyways, you guys can see me now. So, let me tell y'all what's happening. First of all, before I get into it, I need to explain a little bit about Love is Blind for those of you who do not know the show. It is basically a reality show where people get together for a few weeks. They stay in pods. They're not supposed to know anything about each other. It's just falling in love at first sight, literally. Like you're behind a pod, you talk to each other, have conversations all day, and then after a few weeks, you decide whether you want to continue, you get engaged, and then boom, you're in the process to get married all within a few weeks time. I think it's like a month or two. I don't know. I don't even think it's a month or two. It's some type of process, right? So in the beginning, people actually went for love. So you have your Lauren and Cameron, of course, the OG couple. You have Matt and Barnett, Tiffany and Brett. Even though people don't like this couple, I mean, they still made it. Chelsea and Kwame. Then you have couples like Amy and Johnny. Yeah, Amy and Johnny. Jared and Taylor. Yeah, you have a few successful couples who actually left the show and are together. I'm sure I'm missing more, but I don't remember all of them, right? Those are the top ones. And then you have the hot mess couples. And usually the season is balanced with a few good couples and bad couples, right? Now, the issue with this season is all the men are crap. They all suck, y'all. All of them. And when I was about to give them the benefit of the doubt just a little bit, it was all of them are bad. All of them. So let's go through it, y'all. Only 10 days in the pods? I thought it was months. You see? Thanks for telling me. Thank you for telling me. I did not know. So now, let me go through the review. Let's show the picture so you guys can see who we talking about. First up, Patrick. Hold up, where he at? Here we go, this man right here. I don't want to pull him up. I wish I could get the pictures without... Hold on, let's put it here. Okay. Let's put this here. This man is Patrick. This woman is Kelsey. Okay, let's start with Patrick and... No, not Patrick and Kelsey. I want Patrick and Anna. I don't know how I'm going to do this because I need a whole cast picture. I want to show you guys who I'm talking about. So let me put Patrick and Anna. Patrick, because I started with them. Hold on. Patrick and Casey. Yeah, sorry, Patrick and Casey. Okay, so I did it right actually. Patrick and Casey. Sorry, I'm still getting to know who these folks are. These two right here. These two folks. Okay, we're going to start with them. I'm just going to, I don't have time to check the picture. These two folks here. Let's start with them. So Patrick, he is 30 years old, a construction manager. He grew up in an all-white area. He is uncomfortable dating interracially because he is madly insecure, y'all. From the beginning, talking about, I was the only Asian kid and I lived in an all-white neighborhood and, it was really hard. And red flag to the parents who put their kids in this type of situations. I understand you want your kids to have the best in life. Not saying that black neighborhoods don't offer the best, but what I'm saying is I get it, especially when you move to America, you think that by assimilating into white neighborhoods that is going to give your kid a higher chance of becoming successful. I understand that. But I'm going to need your immigrants to understand. And I'm saying this in case this is your first time. I am the daughter of an immigrant, or immigrants, two people. So I can say this, okay? I'm going to need people from other countries to understand the dynamics of the racial division and divide in America. You guys need to read history books. I don't know what goes on in the citizenship classes. I don't know what they tell y'all, but whatever it is, you need to research it. Because then you end up coming to America with a dream and a hope and a dollar. And it's amazing. It's great. Love it for you and your family. But then once you get here, you think that you can just go into an all-white neighborhood and that your child is going to be just like them. And they're not going to be. They are going to be like a sword. They're going to stick out like a sore thumb. They will not assimilate. Because then they're going to have a whole host of insecurities like this man right here. He is extremely insecure. And then everything was like, people don't find Asian attractive. And, white girls would be like, well, every time I talk to a girl, because he's only dated white women, every time he would, talk to a girl, other guys or other white men, I'm assuming, would be like, why would you talk to him? He's an Asian dude. That's what was going on with him. He has a lack of racial identity. So now, this man is highly insecure trying to date. And he pairs up with this woman named Casey, 32. She's a hair and makeup artist. She's a Mormon. Her dad sings in Korean. Wait, is this the right person? Hold on, is this Casey? Hold on a second. She looks a little different. Is that the girl? Hold on. Who is Casey? I'm sorry, y'all. I have to make sure I'm showing the right people. Yeah, that is Casey. Okay, that's her. I was right. Okay, this is Casey. Okay, I was right. I wasn't wrong. Yeah, so her dad, I believe, is the one who this is what I think this is I'm sorry. A lot of the girls look a little similar, but I believe it's her. All right, she's a hair and makeup artist. She's Mormon. That's already a conflict of interest. I'm sorry. I have to let you guys know. If you know someone who grew up in a Mormon household, you know what I'm talking about. If they are actively Mormon, and you're not, you're going to have to think about some things. So now, her dad sings in Korean. Her sister sings in Korean too. And then she's out in Korea singing or whatever she's doing. She has 5 siblings and she loves to travel. And then I noticed that she was more talkative than Patrick. That is the right woman. Okay, just making sure. Thank you, sis. Because I was like, I don't know. Some of them look very similar. I'm sorry to say. Like, it took me a while to be like, okay, because a lot of them have blonde hair. That's what I'm talking about. So I noticed from the beginning she was more talkative than Patrick. Because I think when she mentioned that her dad sings in Korean, he used to go, because you know why he sung in Korean? Because he was Mormon and he probably did the missionary stuff. And so you have to learn a lot of languages. A lot of Mormon missionaries, and Christian missionaries, any missionary, they are extremely talented or bilingual. They learn a lot of different languages. They try to understand the culture so that they can preach the gospel to you. That's literally what it is, right? So now, we're going to segue into Anna. Anna is another Asian woman. She is of Chinese descent. And she had the same experience as Patrick because they both grew up in Colorado. So this is set in Denver, right? The city. So Patrick and Anna, let's pull her up. This woman right here, the tattoo artist. I think she is no, she's not a tattoo artist. Okay, let me try to pull this up. What is... this is what I gotta deal with, y'all. Whole bunch of ads. Okay, here we go. This woman is who he originally connected with, the tattoo girl, Anna. She's a hairstylist, has tats. That's what I wrote, right? She's outspoken, non-traditional, and non-religious. She also grew up in a predominantly white area. Her parents wanted her to marry a Chinese man, but she's only dated white men. So she is similar to him because, again, her parents had the bright idea, just like Patrick's, to bring them across to the new world and put them in an all-white neighborhood, not knowing the racial segregation. They don't understand that. They don't get that all the Asian convenience stores and hair stores and businesses are in black neighborhoods. They don't understand that. So they don't get it. And they just bring their kids here and just drop them there. And I'm sorry, African parents do it too. 100%. I've seen it so many times. And you guys got, like, I know you guys are not there, but I'm saying the parents have to stop doing that. Because now she also has the same issue. She said she's only dated white men. And Patrick said he's only dated white women. And then they started to kind of bond. And then I think she realized that, hey, he might be somebody of my race. So then they realized that they may share the same ethnicity because she asked him some coded questions. And I noticed that he was way more comfortable and talkative with Anna than he was with Casey. And so she asked him, does he have a middle name? And he said, yes, his middle name is his... What happened, sis? Okay, you popped up out of nowhere. Oh, my goodness. I don't know what happened here. Okay. Oh, these pop-ups. Okay. You know what? We just gonna have to... Here. I'll hold on a second. What is happening? Okay, here. We'll show this picture. Oh, Lord. Okay, there we go. Where is their picture together? Okay, we'll read her article after. Here we go. Okay, that's Anna. Whatever. Y'all can see her picture. So then, she asked Patrick if he has a middle name. And he said yes, he uses his father's, I guess his father's last name. He didn't mention any relationship with his father. He has a stepfather, so he took on his stepfather's Japanese last name. And then he put his father's last name as his middle name. And so I'm assuming, and I know it's not an assumption, it's actually reality, that his mother remarried. But I don't know what happened to his daddy. Who knows? All right. So now, a lot of Asian people that are non-American, so like in other countries, they do not have middle names, y'all. They don't. It doesn't exist for them, right? So if you see an Asian person with a middle name, usually they are from like a Western country, and then the parent adds the middle name. But usually like they don't have middle names as far as like some Asian cultures. I can't say all, but some. So now that's how she figured out that, oh, he might be Asian. All right, cool. So then they started like bonding, whatever. Blake, who is this guy? Hold on, Blake. Which one is that one again? Y'all, ooh, happy. Oh, that one. Okay, I remember him now. Blake. I remember that one. This man right here. So Blake and Anna actually hit it off as well. Sorry, I'm just gonna do this instead because I'm tired of clicking. So Blake is an accountant. I noticed right away when he started talking to Anna, because she had a date with Patrick and with Blake, he started to get to business. Like, she was doing the small talk. He's like, okay, all right, that's great, but for real though, let's get to business. And then I was like, oh, he's very serious. That's number one. So I was like, okay, he's very straight to the point. He wants to know what's going on. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to give him a red flag because it is what it is. Maybe he just doesn't like small talk too much, right? And then he said he wanted to touch on hot button topics. So he wanted to get to know her more. And then he said that his grandmama was asking him when is he going to meet somebody. And then he figured it's time because, you know, the family and all this stuff, whatever. All right, cool. Then we get to Megan Sparkle. Megan Sparkle. Here we go. Megan Sparkle. Let's see if that's her name. Here we go. Megan Sparkle. All right, this woman right here. Let's do Megan and Mike. Where's Megan and Mike? Okay, this guy right here. No, that's Jordan. This is Mike. This man. Okay, so, oh, why you look like that? Oh. I hate these pictures. That's not Megan. Where's Megan? Okay, y'all see these folks. Anyways, you guys can see them right here. All right, Megan and Mike. Here we go. So she is 33 years old. She is a tech owner, y'all. She's an entrepreneur. Sis is a boss chick. She has a lot of money. She said, look, I'm very accomplished. I got a lot of dough. And I want somebody who's going to provide for me. She says he's type A at work, believes in traditional gender roles, wants to be feminine at home, but wants to provide a man. Mike is a real estate investor. He used to work in finance and asset management, bought his first house in 2015 and started buying properties after that. And they both seem very equally aligned as far as income goes and what they want. She says that she wants to be more feminine in the household. She thinks that it's good for a woman to kind of like be she didn't say submissive, but she just said she wants to be more feminine and not be as hard in her home life. And she can take on that role of being just like a supportive wife. And he was appreciative of that. And so I thought in the beginning that they may have been a good match just based on that, but I wanted to wait and see because, you know, sometimes just because someone aligns with you financially doesn't mean that they're the right fit for you. You have to check all the other areas, right? But as far as education and income, they're very compatible. Next, Jordan and her. I had the wrong chick. My bad, y'all. This is Megan. My bad, y'all. Megan Sparkle is here. Why they got other people in the pictures? All right, so now we got Jordan and Megan. And I put them as a red flag, y'all. I put them as a red flag, and I'm going to stick to my red flag. Right here, these two right here. I put them as a red flag. I'm going to tell y'all why. Here we go. Okay, so Jordan is a branch service manager. He works in transportation and logistics. He's a single dad. He has had a vasectomy. And then Megan said that she used to date older men and because she wanted providers. And that makes sense because she makes a lot of money. So she wants to make sure that someone could take care of her. And if you want someone to take care of you financially, then he needs to make more than you. And usually it's an older man. That's usually what it is, right? And then she said that didn't work. She tried younger men, but they weren't ready for marriage. And so now she's just trying to find somebody who's more compatible with her. Then he shared that his son has diabetes, and she shared that her father passed away from diabetes. And that she feels like her and Jordan's lifestyle won't fit together. I put a big yes here. I put all red in their section here. Red flag. They should have never been together. I don't know how it's going to end, but they're not supposed to be together, in my opinion. From the beginning, let me tell you guys why. And let me check the comments first because I want to make sure that nothing's going off like yesterday. You said Jordan puts you off, but I can't find out the exact reason. Yup, he does. He does. The link in the cast reveal is on Netflix. Is it? Hold on, let me see. Thank you, sis, because I was like, ooh, I can't keep going on Google here. Let me check. Cast reveal. Love is Blind. Cast reveal. Netflix. Hold on. Love is Blind. Season 9. USA. Let me check on their website. Oh, okay, thank you. Ooh. Okay, perfect. I'm happy. Thank you, y'all, so I don't have to keep skipping. Okay. So now, okay, they just have these pictures. Okay, good. Thank you. All right, who was I on now? Hold on. Jordan. Yeah, let's get to Jordan. This is, I don't know who this man is. Who are these folks? Half of them didn't show up. Who is this? Let's put the couples. I ain't got time for all this. Okay, so no pictures of the couples. Okay, I might just have to do it this way. Okay, here we go. Jordan. All right, this man right here. So I gave him a red flag. Why? One, he's a branch service manager. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but he doesn't align with her. She wants a provider. Automatically, he's out of the question. I don't even know why she spoke to him, to be honest with you. He will never make as much as her unless manager is like, how can I say this? A manager is like a mid-level leader, I think, if I'm not mistaken. He's not an executive or a director. He's not a director, executive, CEO, nothing above that. So his pay grade is not that high. Managers don't get paid as much as y'all think they do. I'm just going to be honest with y'all. Manager is like the step into leadership. But supervisor and director, that's when the money goes up for real, for real. And if she's a tech CEO and she says she wants a provider, just based off of his job, I would have already eliminated him. But that's already a red flag. Then he's a single dad. That's a big red flag. I'm so sorry. It is. He shouldn't be with somebody like her. And I think for me, I'm not saying single parents don't deserve to date and to be with other people. Don't get me wrong. Everyone has a chance to do that. But for what she wants, I don't think that he's the right fit for her. He needs to be with somebody who's more aligned with him. And he had a vasectomy. That's also an issue, because what if she wants kids? And in the later part, she did reveal that she would want children. He's not a match, y'all. He's not. He shouldn't have even been on the show, to be quite honest with you. He needs to meet somebody organically, in my opinion. And I also feel he needs to be with somebody who also has a kid. I believe that would work better for him. Now, he talking about, what did he say? He said, yeah, his son has diabetes, which is very unfortunate. It's very sad that his son has it. And another thing I noticed with him is he's always talking about his son. He didn't even ask her real questions like that. They only talked about trauma. His son, her dad, diabetes. Then they had a trauma bond. That's all that was. I didn't really hear him really talk about anything with her. I don't know if that's the way they edited the footage, but I didn't see any deep conversations going on about her. Everything about him was his son. And of course it is. That his son is his life. I understand that. But when you are a single person, like I will never know what it feels like to be a parent, because I'm not a parent. So for me, if I'm dating, then I don't want to just hear about your son, is what I'm saying. And if you feel like you love your kids so much and that is the whole joy of your life, it's amazing. But then you need to find somebody who also has that same mindset as you. And so y'all could talk about the kids and do play dates together, and it will work very well. But talking to her about his son, it was really weird to me, because when he met her, the first thing he did was like, oh, do you want to see him? Do you want to see Lucas? It's like he wants her to be the stepmommy so badly. And I think it's because he needs a caretaker for his son. Because when you have a child who has a medical issue, you always have to take care of them a lot. And it looks like he's looking for somebody to be a caregiver to his son. That's just my opinion. Okay, guys, that's my opinion. Listen, I have to be honest with my critique. And then, like, they just don't match, y'all. They don't. Big red flag for them, but we'll see what happens. Y'all all know, if you watched it, what happens. I'll get to that soon. Allie's the next one. So let's get to the women. Why don't they have couple pictures? Oh, okay, here we go. Click to reveal. Okay, there we go. Okay, Allie and Anton. Here's my couple here. Allie is a nurse. She's very ambitious, and she wants someone who is as well. So she already has her guidelines here. Anton is 28. He's a transportation logistics. I think he works very hard. That's all I know, because I did listen to what he had to say. And he was asking for her first and middle name too. And I noticed that, like, why are you getting on a show? This is my problem with Love is Blind. First of all, I'm going to let y'all know Love is Blind is dead. Do not think that people going to find love on this show. It's finished. The days of finding love on Love is Blind is done. It's been done since like season 3. They are all trying to find ways to find out the ethnicity and race of the person in little ways. And that's a red flag to me, because if you're going to be part of this experiment, then you need to be very open-minded, or else find somebody organically. You don't need to get on this damn show. But it's become a clout chasing show. That's what this is. So now he asked her what's her first and middle name, and then asking her because he wanted to know where she was from. That's all that is. So then she says she's Brazilian and he's Russian. Okay, so we got 2 people here. Then he goes into his trauma, how he built his business, how he bought his first house. He's very old school and traditional. He works very hard. I think he's a mama's boy, because he said, oh yeah, like, I want you to meet my mama. When they say that, I'm like, yeah, raps, mama's boy. Because he only talked about his mama. He ain't talking about my family. He's like, oh, I would love for you to meet my family, blah, blah, blah. He talking about his mama. And I was like, yeah, mama's boy. I could already see that. Then another thing he said was that he wants to instill values in his kids, and, you know, that's the type of person he is, blah, blah, blah. Allie didn't have a father figure. I believe she grew up in a broken home. I put a question mark, single parent home, because she said she never had that. So I'm assuming that she didn't grow up with her father. And then I noticed that they are both from a collectivist culture. You can already tell, because they started calling each other baby right away. And I was going to give it a red flag, but then I thought to myself, I was like, yeah, they remind me of Haitian people, because Haitian men, they'll walk up to you and be like, oh, I love you. And they just met you like 2 minutes ago. And then I was like, okay, if I was from another culture, then I would probably think that calling somebody babe is very, very normal. You know, mi amor. Just like, what's her name? Amaya did in Love Island when she was calling Ace babe. So he called her babe, right? And she seemed very ecstatic about it. And she seems extremely sensitive and emotional. So, yeah, that's all I noticed about Allie. All right, let's get next to the next couple. Let's get to the next couple. Calabria. This one right here. Beautiful woman, by the way. Beautiful sister. I think her name is Calabria. I hope I said her name right. KB. We just going to call her KB from now on. KB. She's 27. She's a social worker. She says she doesn't mind being the breadwinner. She just wants a man to be with, I guess. She doesn't mind 50-50. Oh, no, actually, she didn't say she doesn't mind. She said she is a 50-50 woman. She does travel social work. Like, so she travels and she does her social work job. She wants to buy Section 8 homes. Already thinking about the future. Wants to be in a nonprofit sector. Now, I would have given her a red flag for the simple fact that she says she doesn't mind being a breadwinner. But again, it's up to the couple. So I'm not going to give her a red flag for that. That's what she wants. So I said, okay, that's not bad. If he wants that too, then that'll work. So she says she doesn't mind if she's the breadwinner, he's the breadwinner. Or if she puts more, he puts less. She just wants teamwork. Okay, cool, sis. You going to do what you going to do. Edmund. We gonna get to Edmund. Edmund is a realtor. So he has an education, which is great. He's a realtor. Or at least he has a certification, a license, something. He does something, which is good. He got a master's degree. Oh, yeah, he does have education. I forgot about that part. He has a master's degree. This is the red flag for him. And it's not because it's his fault, but I knew where this was going. He grew up in foster care. He's never had stability, and he is yearning for it. That's what I wrote right here. They both want a non-traditional marriage. They both play college sports. And I personally believe Edmund needs to be in therapy or should have been in therapy. I wrote that right here, needs therapy right away, because he grew up in a foster home. He said sometimes he would go to his birth parents' house or his parents' house, and then a few months he would get taken away, and his parents were just unfit to be parents. They were not fit to be parents, y'all. I don't know what the situation was. He didn't go into detail. But he had a very chaotic childhood. Imagine going to your parents' house for a few months and then you got to go right back in the system. This is why we had the conversation we had yesterday. People want to have kids but can't even afford a place to stay. This is craziness. And then you're going to have an Edmund in your hands. This is your future, y'all. If you want to have kids, have children, and you can't even get yourself together, and then you have your kids, you can't even take care of them, don't have no money, nothing. This is what's going to happen. Or you're neglecting your kids, whatever it is. I don't know if it's neglect, abuse, whatever happened. But this man is full of trauma. And he said he's seeking what he never had. Absolutely he is. Obviously. It's always like that. And I put he's a very emotional man. Even from before I saw the last episode. That was episode 1, y'all. I put he's a very emotional man. He cried when he was talking about his life being saved by a 5th grade teacher. And then he said he's not a leader, but he can learn how to be. I can't even give him a red flag for that. He's never learned that, y'all. How could he? He was bouncing back from foster care to his house. How would he have time to sit and learn something? So basically, this is a man that you would have to teach everything. And he doesn't have the coping skills. He actually has skills in life. I'm happy he was able to get a job, good education. But when it comes to emotions and relationships, he's stunted. This is a problem. And she's a social worker. Already I saw the dynamic was, no, this is not a good dynamic. Because she's always going to be counseling him, y'all. That's what I wrote here. Calabria has an absent father. She had an absent father, so daddy issues right away. So he was able to forgive his mother because he was like, yeah, I want you to meet my mother. And then she was like, well, you know, I haven't gotten to that point with my father yet. Daddy issues. So that's already a red flag. So she doesn't know how to be in relationships with men. I could already tell. Already. And don't get me wrong. Even if you have a father, if he's not there to guide you, protect you, and really teach you, then you gonna still be like Calabria, KB. Or Calabria, I hope I said her name right. We're just gonna call her KB. So, daddy issues. And then Ed was kissing the floor. Red flag. Now that's a big red flag. Why are you so dirty? That's disgusting. He was all kissing the floor because he wanted to have sex. I was like, this man is weird. I was like, why is he kissing the floor? And he's like, oh, that's the most action I've ever gotten. All he was doing was talking about sex from the beginning. And then he was talking about what he said. He said a comment about like, oh yeah, I want to have a wife just to have, he was like, yeah, I can't wait to meet my wife and have babies. I was like, red flag, red flag. He's been a red flag from the beginning. But again, behind the pause, she was just really attracted to his personality. And they trauma bonded too. And then they called each other best friend from the beginning. Red flag. This is not culturally acceptable. They're both American. I can't give them a pass for this. This is not culturally acceptable to call somebody your bestie after just meeting them. So they already called each other bestie. So it looks like they both just wanted to connect with somebody. All of Love is Blind, honestly, all Love is Blind is just a dopamine experiment. Literally, they're all high off of the dopamine, talking to the person for hours and hours and hours. It's not reality. Next, Joe. Who is that one? I might skip him. I don't know who he is. Who's Joe? Which one is Joe? Joe and Madison. Oh, Joe. Oh, yeah. Oh, I know who he is. Hold up. Where he at? Did I skip them? These two. Oh, my goodness. Madison and Joe. Oh, let's start. I put red flags on it. It's all red, y'all. Red right here. Red, red, red. Joe is a recruiter. He took time off dating after a failed engagement. So that's actually good. Madison is a UX/UI designer. She's 26. And she has a degenerative eye condition that can lead to blindness. Red flag. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's a big red flag, Madison. I understand you deserve to find love 100%, but not on this show. This is not the way for you. Her and the single father, they are better fit to go somewhere organically. They need extra time to get to know people because they have to be extra careful. You can't get on this show. You're not made for this show. You need to go somewhere else to find somebody. This is not the way you do it. And she said, I get where she's coming from because she's like, she just wants to have the experience. And I understand that. But you're just setting yourself up for failure here. Because you're expecting someone to accept you and your condition off of 10 days. It's unrealistic. Very unrealistic. Because all these people are clout chasers. Especially the men. They're just chasing clout. You're just wasting your time. But then maybe she's going on this show to fish for more men. I don't know. I have no idea. But I gave her a red flag, y'all. I had to. And then they had an imaginary date. This was their imaginary date. And this is another reason I gave them a red flag. They were talking about going from karaoke to a 7-Eleven, then going to a speakeasy, then having dinner. You go home and have snuggle time. That's their idea of a perfect date. All they talked about was nothing. It was a bunch of nothing. I even wrote very unserious conversation. Extremely unserious from the beginning. Done. I was like, I don't know how they ended up together, y'all. I packed them right up from the beginning, but somehow they ended up together. Next, Blake. He's not here. He's going to be here because he's not part of the final couples. Let's get to Blake. This man right here. His father passed away in hospice. And he said he's not close to his father. or he wasn't close to his father except to talk about sports. So his father seemed more of like the, manly man. We gonna talk about sports and just, you my son, you gonna talk about sports. And he said that he wanted to talk about more with his father, but he didn't have that bonding time with him. And then when he passed, it was one of the regrets. He has trust issues. Red flag. Why are you on Love is Blind? Why? Again, clout. I don't know. That's all it could come down to. Because there's no way. Why are you here? As soon as he said he had trust issues, I was like, why are you here? You wasting people's time. This is a waste of time here. Megan says she has a conflict avoidant, or she had conflict avoidant parents, and she doesn't want to repeat the same mistake. Good, sis. And then she said she has daddy issues, and she had to forgive her father before he passed. That's another one with daddy issues. So we already know that her selection of men is not going to be good. I put a red flag here. Matter of fact, Megan, you didn't need to be with anybody. You should have left the show. None of these men were going to amount to anything close to what you needed. Mike was, but then I had a red flag for him towards the end. But Blake and Megan, they trauma bonded. Megan Sparkle. Now, Blake and Anna. Remember the Asian girl with the tats? Where's she at? Anna. Blake, so the same guy with this woman right here. They had a very fun conversation. So this one was very lighthearted. You could tell that it was more easygoing. So I didn't have much to say about that. Oh, Lord. Then Patrick and homegirl, Casey, whatever her name is. Who's this one? I don't even remember. Annie, I'm sorry, Annie. I forgot who you are. Ashley, I didn't even see you. Where's Casey? Oh, it goes by alphabetical order. Okay, Kay should be here. Casey, this one right here. This conversation was a whole red flag, y'all. So, again, trying to find out what type of race he is. It looks like she only wants to date white men. And that's fine, sis. But why are you on Love is Blind? Red flag. Get out of here. Wasting people's time. Go outside and find you a white man. You're blonde. You're beautiful. You can find anybody you want. Go to Instagram. Why are you here? This is such a waste of time, y'all. Patrick, she asked him, she said, her father, told her, because her mom and her dad and her stepmom are obsessed with each other. And so she said that, attraction is very important to me. So I need to know, what are you kind of conversation, right? Like, basically she asked him in many ways, and what are you? What kind of race are you? I need to know. And so he paused because he was like very insecure. Of course, he's not confident in his identity as an Asian man. So he paused. And the whole time he was pausing, I was like, I hope you get up out of here. Red flag, get up, pack her right up out of here. You don't need to answer that, Patrick. This is Love is Blind, not Love is Sight. She's on the wrong show. She's very unserious, y'all. She should have never been on this show. So why is she here? Then he said that he's half Chinese, half Cambodian. And that he had issues when he was a kid, being the only one in the school and all that jazz. That the same thing he told Anna. Then she goes and says, she paused. You could tell she did not want that, y'all. She paused. But then she didn't want to be seen as her real face came. Her mask fell. But then she picked it right back up because why? She's on national television. She didn't want to be seen as a racist. Red flag. Why are you here? Why? Go outside and find you a white man in a honky tonk. Go there. They are everywhere. You have the pickings are not slim. Whole country. You have a whole selection, especially in Denver. Why are you here? Wasting people's time. Continuing. Her brothers are all interracial. She was like, it doesn't matter to me. My brothers, they're married to, other ethnicities of women. One is dating someone who's half black. Another one's married to an Asian woman. Another one's with a Mexican woman. Blah, blah, blah. Sis, that doesn't mean that you're attracted. She's like, they would be happy. No, you wouldn't be happy, though. That's not what you want, and that's okay. Go find your man outside. Why are you here? So she was hoping that she would meet. Imagine, you're on Love is Blind. You don't know who you're going to meet. You need to be okay with being open-minded. But she had her mind on a white man. Then if you want to find your white man, go up outside and go on Tinder. Go on OkCupid. You're going to get the same result anyway. But at least you'll be with somebody you prefer. Next, Anna. Anna started spiraling, y'all. Anna said she had a complicated relationship with her mama. So she got mommy issues. But that she loves her parents and she wants to take care of them. Where's she at? Anna, not Annie. Anna. This one right here. Yeah. She said she wants to take care of her parents and, you know, hold on. Why is this like that? I don't know why this is like that. It's not supposed to be. Okay, whatever. You guys see her face. Anyway, she was like, yeah, like, you know, she wants to be able to take care of her parents. And she's, you know, kind of like the filial daughter. That's what they call it. And she started crying. A lot of people on Love is Blind. They need to go to therapy, y'all. I could see it right. She needs a nice therapy session. She needs to go. She has a lot of issues, y'all. And then after that whole conversation with Patrick, she started crying, spiraling, and then she left the show, y'all. She exited stage left. Gone. Ghosted everybody. She was like, this is too much for me. It's a bit too much for me. She was over it. And then Blake was her number. Oh, so she was Blake's. I believe she was Blake's number 1. And Blake ended up leaving the show too. So he said it's too much for me. I guess the girl that he really wanted to be with left, so he left. He exited stage left too. Then remember, she was supposed to match with Patrick. Patrick ended up being with the with the one who prefers white men, Casey. Where's she at? Her. He ended up matching with her, but he actually wanted to be with Anna. But then Anna left, so then Casey was his match. So they ended up together. Then who else? Anton and Al. What's her name? Allie? They ended up together. Y'all saw the final couples. Here we go. Let's skip over to the final couple because the rest I don't remember. Allie and Anton, they ended up together. Madison and Joe. KB and Edmund. Casey and Patrick. Annie and Nick. I don't remember them. Megan and Jordan. Okay. Now, let's get to when they exited the pods. Because this is very important, y'all. When they exited the pods, I noticed red flags from Anton. Or actually, not Anton. My bad. Allie. Is that her name? Allie? I'm so sorry. I forgot her name, y'all. Allie, yeah. He was talking about how much he spent on the ring. That's a red flag too. Red flag. Why are you telling her how much he spent on the ring? He told her $5,000. And then she said, you should have spent $10,000. I thought it was a joke. No, sis was serious, y'all. She was very serious. And she was like, well, you know, it's because your wife is the love of your life. She's the type that's going to expect a push present. But he looked like he cares about money and spending money. Because remember, he had to work so hard to have money. He's not the type that's just going to buy things. This is going to be an issue for them because she wants to live the luxury, high maintenance, pampered life. Remember, she wants a man who's very ambitious. That's what she said. Oh, by the way, they said, I love you. Red flag already. But then it's... Anyways. So, yeah. So she wants a man who's going to really provide for her, give her the luxurious life. And he could provide it for her, but he doesn't want to. He looks like he's going to be a problem. That's what I could observe. We'll see what happens with these two. And they both learn English as a second language. So they have a lot in common, y'all. These two have a lot in common. Next, these two, train wreck. From the beginning. Train wreck. He acted like he was fine about her eye condition. Matter of fact, I don't think he really cared about the eye condition because when he met her, he said she is thicker than what he's usually used to. He reminds me of Nick and what's that girl's name? Oh my God. Nick and that girl. She was a little bigger, thicker girl from season, I think it was the season before last season. So that would have been season 7. Nick and... These two. This is who they remind me of. They remind me of Megan and Jimmy from season, I think it was season 5. And these two, yeah, Nick and I forgot her name. What was her name? Whitney? I don't remember. Anyways, these two right here. They remind me of them. Hannah, that was her name. They remind me of them. He wasn't attracted to her. But then he didn't want to seem like he was the bad guy. So he just kept trugging along. Same thing with Jimmy and the one who said she looked like Megan Fox. Jimmy and Chelsea. Let's go look for them. These two. Yeah, she said she looked like Megan Fox. This one right here. I remember that season. He was not attracted to her. But look at him. Look at him. He's not a looker either, but he had the nerve and the audacity, as they usually do. So now, he's not attracted to her. He doesn't want to let her down. He doesn't want to seem like the bad guy. So he's being what? Passive aggressive and really annoying. Let's just put it that way. And she's extremely clingy, y'all. She does not need to be in a relationship. I already knew that. She wants love so bad. And that's what I noticed with all of them. They want love so bad that they're willing to be the performative type of couple. It was all performative. I miss you, baby. I miss you so much. Where are you? He left the party because she said every time she would try to get his attention would be elsewhere. He done smashed her. And then she's talking about, oh, well, is it because I'm not... She's very insecure, y'all. Is it because I'm not physically your type? I don't know what it is. She's very insecure because she found out that she's not really his type. And now she's trying to compensate it with sex and whatever else she could give him. So now they're on this weird type of relationship trajectory right now. Because he's literally finding every excuse to not be around her. And she just can't see it. The more he wants to try to remove himself from her, the more that she's clingy. What do you mean what's wrong? I was just at the pool party. What do you mean what's wrong? And then they fighting and fussing. Already. What day is it? 11, 12? I don't even know. Red flag. Continuing on. These two, wait, we're going to save them for last. Let's continue to Casey and Patrick from RIP. As soon as they left the pods, he gave her the ring. She kissed him or whatever. Then in the next scene in the next episode, she's like, it's not him, it's me. I don't think I can go through with this experience. It's just not fair to him. And she's starting to cry. He's all kissing her. And then he's like, she's like, oh, she could give him her Instagram. First of all, that's a red flag. But anyways, and then she's making it seem, and this is where I know that she, again, doesn't want to let him down. She's trying to act like, oh, yeah, giving him hope. Like, yeah, meet me on the outside. Like, I just need time. And he's like, oh, yeah, we could find each other on the outside, though, right? And she's like, yeah, it's just I'm just not ready for this. She's going to ghost him, y'all. He doesn't understand it. From the time that she asked him about his ethnicity, he should have gotten up and had enough dignity and self-respect to say, I'm not going to tell you that, because that's not the most important thing in this conversation. This is not what this experiment is about. And if that's what matters to you, then I'm going to leave. I would rather have that. At least keep my pride. But no, he's trying to fit whatever she wants because he is insecure in himself. And he's not an ugly dude. He's just with the wrong, he's in the wrong area, wrong environment. That's all that is. I'm sure he could find an Asian woman that would take him 100%. Even a black one. Anybody. He could find anybody he wants. And he was actually open. He said, I'm open to anyone. He did say that. So I'll give him that. He did say that. So now, continuing on. Annie and Nick, I don't know these two, so we skipping them. Megan and Jordan. Red flags. When she met him after he proposed to her, I could tell, I don't think he really likes her, y'all. She's not his type. Because she kept talking about, something about her being thick. Oh, these are real or something. I don't remember what it was. I skipped over that conversation. But I think he's used to girls who look different from her. She's not his type. He's not attracted to her. I don't see it for them. She's more attracted to him than he is to her. Look at how she's grabbing his face right there. And look at his arms. He's like pulling himself away. He's not into her, y'all. And she should have never picked him. Hell, I would have preferred her to pick Mike. But unfortunately, Mike messed himself up because he was talking about, nutrition is very healthy, very important to me. So I want my wife to be healthy, aka skinny. Red flag. Not that it's a red flag to be healthy, but he said, it's a big priority. oh, we got to be healthy. You know, I feel like people, you know, one of my friends' father died of something, and then it's because he wasn't healthy enough. He's on that wavelength. Red flag. She, like I said, she should have just left the show. She could find somebody, y'all. Get a matchmaker. You have enough money. Go find somebody out in the wild. Not on this show. This is not the show for you. At all. Because if this is the best you could get, pack me up right up out of here. All these men, this is the best you could give us. Love is Blind. At least season 1 had a decent roster. This season, there's not one, y'all. None of them. Now let's get to Edmund and KB. Before I do, let me check some comments. You said Casey. Didi said Casey probably bet that since it's the Denver season, she would most likely find a white man. That's what I'm thinking too. But still, like, does she not realize that white men, Denver is multiracial? I mean, there are some non-white people in Denver that would want to be on the show. Like, it's weird to me. I'm like, girl, just go to a Trump rally. You're going to see the men, all the men that you want. They right there. They are right there for you. You could even go to, like I said, go to the honky tonk. You could go out in your neighborhood. Go to a bar. I don't know. But she shouldn't have a problem. She's their type. So then that lets me know that there's something going on up here. You telling me that you can't find a man of your race when you're the preference? That's a problem. That doesn't make sense at all to me. It just never did. I don't get it. Anyway, let's continue to KB and Edmund. Oh my God. So, first of all, I'm going to let you guys listen to an audio. I can't even play it because Netflix be on some BS, y'all. We're going to play where I left off. I'm going to play it real loud too so y'all could hear it. Let's play this part.
Saying I do at the altar. This is who I am. It's not that I'm not as strong into it as you are. This is me.
No, and I can't be in my... I'm serious. I'm just always the fucking nice guy. That's what fucked me up. I'm too fucking nice.
This man had a tantrum because she didn't want to have sex with him, and she decided that she wanted to wait until marriage. Red flags all over. He been a red flag. Ben. Now, sis is a red flag too. You want to know why she's a red flag? They had a conversation. And she was like, you know, if we were at the club, if we went to the club together, you know, I would expect... No, first she said, I would expect my man to be a protector. Are you a protector? He said, yeah, well, if I have to be, I might have to be. And then she said, yeah, like, you know, if we went to the club, red flag. As soon as she said that, I said, red flag. Pack that right up. Sis, going to the club, you're a married woman. What are you doing at the club? I'm not saying married women can't go to the club. I'm just saying that you are in a different place in life. Leave the club where it's at. Why y'all going to the club? First of all, he does not look like a clubbing dude. This man said that he likes to travel and do whatever. Was it ice skating, roller skating? I don't know what he likes to do in his spare time. He's not a clubber type of dude. That's number one. Number two, I have a feeling she would want him in some type of hood club because she's like, oh, what if a guy pressed up on me? And then what you gonna do? I thought his answer was actually very emotionally good. Like, I thought he had a good answer. For once, he had one green flag, y'all. He said, I'm not gonna do nothing. I'm gonna call security. That's what they're there for. And she's like, well, you wouldn't want to protect me? Why would he want to get into a fight? To possibly risk his life and yours just to prove a point. Red flag, you're not ready to get married. Stop it. It's the aesthetic. That's it. That's it, that's all. Why are you talking about we going to the club and somebody press up on me? This is why I said you shouldn't be at the club when you're married. You're gonna have those situations, yes. Why would you invite that in your marriage? I don't understand. And why would you want him to get into a fight to protect your honor? For what? For what? You're living in America, sis. It's not like you're in Canada, or even if you're in Canada, another country, people have firearms everywhere. People are not mentally well. So you want your man to get into a fight so he can protect your honor and possibly get you and him unalived with other innocent people and bystanders around just because I want him to protect me. Very immature. Why would you put yourself in harm's way? I didn't understand that. And for that, I was like, red flag, sis, pack you right. You're not ready to get married. The conversation made no sense to me. You see, education, A1. She's extremely driven, beautiful woman. But conversation, no, it's just lacking. It doesn't make sense. So then now he was like, well, I'm not going to do that. I'll call security. I'm not a fighter. And I actually was like, thank you. Yes. But she was trying to say, well, you wouldn't fight for me. No. Why would I? Why would I do that? One of the conversations I had with Dom when we came here, I said, look, people are unhinged. And I would rather us come home safely than to be in a situation we don't need to be in. If I have to fight and somebody is very aggressive towards me, then I'm going to have to fight. But until then, if there's a moment where I can leave the situation and walk away, I'm going to do that. It's not worth it to be a hothead. It's stupid, juvenile. Why would I do that? Putting my life at risk, putting my husband's life at risk, him putting my life at risk, vice versa. Why would we do that? We're too grown for that. I'm going to let you have it. Okay, bye. Let the security deal with it. Call the police. I am a civilian. I will call the cops within a quick second. 911. That's what you're there for. And excuse me. Somebody is harassing me right now. I'm going to need you to come here. I'm going to be a Karen. I'm going to need to be. So no. Anyways, continuing on. That conversation was a red flag. Then when they were on the day beds with the other couple, she was trying to shush him and be like, no, babe, don't do that. Don't do that. You're embarrassing me. I was like, sis, you should have never chosen him then. You knew he was eccentric. He had issues from the beginning. He seemed very extremely wanting to be attached to somebody. And again, it comes from childhood trauma. As soon as he said he was in a foster care system, I was like, yeah, trauma, therapy, 100%. You need it. Because you're going to have to learn all that stuff yourself. And then now we get to that part. All the other couples done smashed. She said she wanted to wait till marriage, and this man is crying like a toddler because she didn't want to give him any. He's like, I did everything for you, and you still won't give it to me. I'm tired of being a nice guy. Red flag. You went on the show to have sex. Matter of fact, all of y'all did. Throw the whole cast away. Not one person should be there. Whole do-over. Throw them all away. Let's continue, y'all, because I didn't even get to finish watching it. I was shocked. I'm going to continue watching it a little bit if Netflix allows me. Just a few more minutes, Netflix, please.
It be fucking me up. I'm too fucking nice. I'm too fucking nice. It's fucking weird, yo.
Music.
Me that, but KBS. I'm getting you. I don't know.
Yeah, hold up.
I'm too fucking nice. I think.
So he think he too nice, y'all. Because she don't want to give him any. I really hope she doesn't. I would have walked up out of there. Why are people putting themselves through this? Is this experience really worth it? I don't understand. There are so many other ways you could be famous, y'all. Really, seriously speaking. There's so many other ways. I don't get it. I would rather sell feet pictures on OnlyFans, y'all. I'll do that if I want to be famous. There are other avenues to being famous, y'all. You don't need to do this. This is too much. Why? Why are they putting themselves through this? That's what I need to know. Wrap this cast right up. I'm done. Bye, Love is Blind. We're finished with you. I'm going to read a few comments and we're continuing on. I'm done with Love is Blind. Finish. I'm going to watch it for the mess because this is crazy. That man had a whole meltdown. Entire meltdown because he couldn't have sex. And he hasn't had sex in a long time. These are the men that you guys are dealing with in Denver. Just like I told the UK girlies, the black chat. I said, these are the men's, the representation. I'm going to say that to America. These are the men's. This is what you guys have to deal with. Pack them all right up out of here. Get out of here. Do over. Matter of fact, they just want drama. At this point, it's no longer about love. It's about how high can the ratings go. I can tell. There's no way this man should have made it past the screening. There's no way Huda should have made it past the screening in Love Island season, the last season, season 7. He should have never made it past the screening. He is emotionally unstable. But then again, they saw the outrage, and they saw, like, the producers, I'm saying. They saw the outrage, they saw the views go up, and that's all they care about, y'all. All they care about are the views and the clicks. That's it. I can tell Netflix is trying to make some money now. You know, it's a recession. So they're like, look, we need people to watch this show, so we gonna make it as dramatic as possible. And hell, it's working. I'm talking about it. I ain't gonna lie, it is, but is it worth it? That's my point. I'm gonna read a few comments and then we're gonna move on to the next topic. Love said, Rose Aesthetic said, why is he crying like that? Because she doesn't want to have sex with him. That's it. I'm serious. Because he thought that, you know, he was rubbing her feet, kissing her feet, you know, doing everything for her, that she would sleep with him before marriage. You know, because they're going to get married, like, what, 2 weeks later or something? He couldn't even hold it. This is the thing. This is how I know that mentally he's not there. Because if we're being logical about it, let's be logical, y'all. If you know you about to have sex with somebody, because she said after marriage, so they're about to get married within the next 2 weeks, because I think like maybe 2 to 3 weeks, you couldn't contain yourself and hold yourself for 3 weeks. You were eventually gonna get it. But no patience, no discipline, lack of discipline and patience. This is what happens. You couldn't even wait 3 weeks. Couldn't even wait 3 weeks. That's my point. He's not, y'all, wrap him up. He shouldn't be on this show. He should have never been on there. Ever. Him. He should have never been on there. Anna should have never been on there. Blake, Patrick, all of them. Too much insecurity. Get out of here. You're not ready for marriage. Casey, out of here. Get out of here. You should have never got on the show. The rest of them, tolerable at best. I don't have a favorite couple. This is the first time I've watched Love is Blind, and I don't have a favorite couple. All of them, gone. Get out of here. Goodness gracious. Oh, hey, Akos, how are you, sis? Humiliation, yes. And, another thing I want to mention. I don't like how they're doing black women on this show. This is giving me Love Island Season 7. And also, when Janae, season 6 as well. So far, I think they understand, because notice how all the couples are red flags, but the black couple has to be the worst. I don't like that. I really don't. Why is it that every single time there's a black couple on the show, they have to be the most toxic, crazy? Last season, it was baby mama drama. And then Marissa and Ramses, jobless as hell. It's weird. And then Monica and Steven. Remember, Monica was a black woman with Steven, the guy that I showed you that did the lawsuit. Went on a sleep study, was sending dick pics, all that stuff. And now this season, the only black woman to make it to the engagement part is with this crybaby of a man. Red flag. And trust me, y'all hear me talk about black love all the time, where I say that women who want to be in the whole black love movement, I personally think that it's not beneficial because the men don't align with what you want. But that doesn't mean that I don't want to see healthy black couples. Why? That doesn't make sense. What is the problem? Why can't a black woman meet a black man and be happy? Just like Tiffany and Brett, perfect example. Cordell and Serena, perfect example. Why can't we have good representation in all aspects? What I'm talking about is have a good black couple. You can have a good interracial couple. You can have a good Asian couple, good white couple. Why can't we have that? All the couples are messy, don't get me wrong. But this one right here is the worst. Worst of the worst. It's a problem. Cause look at, anyway. Oh my God, I'm getting hot, y'all. I'm getting so hot. Edmund, done. Continuing on, let me read a few more. 4 weeks. 4 weeks. He couldn't wait for sex for 4 weeks. That's nothing. Nothing. He's probably, think about it this way. This man, I don't think he's had sex in a long time. He could have waited 4 more weeks, but he just couldn't. Because he's sleeping next to a woman, so he can't hold himself. He's a toddler. Only a kid can't hold themselves. But at least I'll give a kid grace because they're a child. They don't know any better. He's an adult. Sorry. Red flag. You should have learned. You can't use not learning as an excuse. You see, on paper, he looks great. But emotionally, no. Same thing with Mike. On paper, he looked amazing. Emotionally, no. Jordan, he was never good on paper, and he's not good emotionally. What is going on? Yeah, right? You said I catch the ick with behavior like that. Yeah, she needed to get up, and I hope she didn't stay with him. And she kept calling him her sensitive baby. Like she's going to be his parent, y'all. This is crazy. This is not a good dynamic to start off with. They're not a match. I say this totally respectfully, but it sounds like Edmund may be on the spectrum. If that's the case, I think it's deeply irresponsible for the show to have him on. I think so too at the Dub Studio. Absolutely. He needs help. He needs help badly. And you know what? There was a show called, I think it's Love on the Spectrum. You can have a great relationship even on the spectrum. But the point is you need to be in a healthy space. He cannot emotionally regulate himself. He has emotional dysregulation issues, and it's okay. But be aware of it and get help for it is my point. You should not be on national TV crying like this. This is very, extremely disturbing. It's not right. And then sis is a social worker. This is not right either, because now she's going to see him as a patient instead of a partner, because her natural tendency is going to be to help him, to try to counsel him. I hope they don't make it to the altar, y'all. They don't need to make it anyway. She needs to leave ASAP, because he's giving me, I mean, he seems like the type that would explode. I'm getting that vibe from him. I would not trust this at all, to be quite honest with you. He needs help. Somebody who can't control their emotions, can't control in that way, is scary to me. To me, I can't be around somebody like that. Because then I don't know what you're capable of. I have to be careful. You should feel safe around your partner. Safe. You shouldn't feel like this. This is stressful. Yes, the way black women are purposely treated the worst is very serious about reality love shows. Yes, I don't like that. I really hate it for us. I don't like it. I want to see a black woman being treated well no matter who she's with. Why is that so difficult? They make it seem like, oh, well, you know, this is what's going on with black women. They just can't get it together. But look at the selection. These are the people you bought on the show. This is awful. Extremely awful. Love is Blind does black women dirty. All of them. Love Island, Love is Blind. That's why I said I'm not watching Love Island anymore. And after this season, I might have to pack up Love is Blind too. I'm not going to watch a black woman be humiliated on public television. That's crazy. I don't want to watch any woman be humiliated, let alone a black one. Because then you can see yourself in that screen and you're like, damn, sis can't even catch a break. I mean, other than her wanting, to be honest with you, they both shouldn't have been on the show. I'm going to be honest with y'all. They both don't need to be on the show, but especially him. He might harm someone. Yes. 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 Y'all, I'm going to announce it right now. This is why this book is important. This is why this book is important. And I'm going to go over it on the Discord? Next Friday. And by the way, you don't need to read the book. I have to make it very clear. I'm going to put it in the Discord too. You don't need to read the book. I'm going to go over some essential, key elements and themes in the book. You don't have to read it. It's very important, y'all. This book will teach you, among other books, it's just one of many. One of many. There's another book I want to read. One of my homegirls had recommended it to me. It was like a book about like just being safe as a woman. I forgot what it was called, but I need to read that book too. She's in an unsafe space. And I really hate the fact that the producers know that and they just let this happen. This is really dangerous and irresponsible, like you said, sis. I was not hopeful for Love is Blind Denver because Marriage at First Sight Denver irked me with the Native American guy that accused a black woman of being racist that went on for episodes. Oh, hold up. I might need to watch it. I have never watched Love. What was it called? Marriage at First Sight. I never watched it. I only watched it once with Paige and that guy, Chris. Long time ago, I watched it. I only watched one season and I packed them right up. I was like, oh no, I'm not watching this one, but I'll watch that one. I'll watch it just for that. Oh, happy Sunday, Sasha. Oh, you said happy Sunday, Irie. Oh, Sasha. Hey, Sasha. I didn't even see you. Akos, you said it's all a part of the programming agenda. It feels as though the systems at play want us to stay in dysfunction by any means necessary. It's really gross. 100%. 100%. 100%. Because in the beginning, it was great. Like I said, you had different types of couples, right? So you had Lauren and Cameron. She found her prince. Then you have Brett and Tiffany. She found her prince. Healthy. And then all of a sudden, I would say it started to get really toxic season 6. Because that, again, they had the highest ratings. And then people were like, oh, the producers are like, oh, we just gonna just make it messy now. And you know, people sign up for it just to get on the show for whatever reason, maybe promote their businesses. I don't know. And now you have this. This is the outcome, y'all. Anyways, I want better for her. I really hope next episode she packs him right up out of here. She says, look, my life is in danger. I need to get up out of here. Good luck to him. Peace be with you. Assalamu alaikum. And carry on. That's it. That's all, y'all. Let's continue. So, it was a mess. All of them love. So I need to. Y'all got me reviewing shows after shows. So I got Love is Blind France, and then Married at First Sight Denver. They're doing it on purpose, y'all. Not only is it for the programming, but they also they want the ratings, y'all. They're trying to make You gotta remember, they're trying to make people subscribe to things. Sorry, I'm supposed to be like this. They're trying to make people subscribe to things now. So. Sorry, I gotta move this because I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna do the screen. Anyways, we'll figure this out. Yeah, they're trying to make people subscribe and to watch and to get the views up because that's how they make their money. It's all about money. All about money. Yeah, they're not signing up. You're right, sis. What they're doing is they're reaching out to them. They're reaching out to them on Instagram. That's what they did on Love Island. They would reach out to them. And then they would have to fill out applications and psychological assessments, but they still let people go through. So I don't think it's really that serious, to be quite honest with you. I think it's just a formality so they don't get sued. That's all that is. Carrying on. Let's move on, y'all. Next topic of conversation, Ayesha Curry, y'all. Somebody brought her up in the chat yesterday. And it was that girl from Yonder. I don't know if she's in the chat today. And I've been wanting to do something about Ayesha Curry because I'm going to do a case study on her sometime in the future. Right now, I wrapped up Jeannie, Mai, and Jeezy. I'm about to wrap them up. I'm wrapping them right up. Got the court records, everything, y'all. So then stay tuned for that video. I'm about to edit it right after this live stream. And then next is going to be Adrian and Israel Houghton because that was the next couple on the roster. Then I'm going to do another poll. And I will see if you guys want Ayesha and Stefan. I'll do all of them. Don't get me wrong, but I'll just see the timeline of when I'll do them. Ayesha and Steph Curry. This is an issue, y'all. I keep seeing her name in the media. And recently, I kept seeing videos about her. And I'm like, what is going on here? And I'm going to be honest with you guys. Ayesha and Steph Curry, they were too young to get married. You can clearly see it. And Steph Curry reminds me of like this one ex I had. So I did have an ex who was very responsible when I was younger. I was super young. He was the guy I went to church with, right? So I met him in 10th grade. He was super young. We were both super young. And he was in a certain place in life where he was super serious from a young age. He knew what he wanted. He had goals, dreams, ambitions. He was very extremely stable. He had a whole life plan and he was going to follow it to a T. And me, I wasn't on the same wavelength. Because after high school, I wanted to travel. I wanted to do different things in my life. I wanted to go to university in another country. It would have never worked. But even at the time that I met him, I knew it instantly because our personalities just were different. He was extremely grounded, right? And I wasn't. I'm more like, energetic. I'm all over the place. And he was just extremely calm, just very like, I don't know. He's just I don't want to say it's not boring. It's not boring. I don't want to call him boring. I would just say that he wasn't my style. Let's just put it that way when I was younger, right? And I just knew our personalities weren't going to align long term. And also the fact that, again, I wanted to do different things. So it was a wrap. I broke up with him within like 6 months. But it was like a high school relationship. So do we even count those? I don't know. But this is what Steph and Aisha remind me of because they met each other at church as well. And I believe she was 15 and he was 16, if I'm not mistaken. Let's look at it. When did they meet? So, yeah, he was 15 years old. And Aisha was 14 when they met each other, y'all. They were extremely young. And even at the time when I met my ex, who's now we don't talk anymore, obviously, but like I'm still cool with his family, whatever. The time that we met, even at that time, I knew it. Imagine if I went through and got serious with him because he was the type, if you stayed with him, he was going to wife you. You already knew that. Everybody knew that. Was a good church boy, a very good husband. Till now, he's married to somebody else, still the same way, y'all. Still the same exact way as when I met him in high school. But my personality was different. We would have never matched. And I think Aisha was not the type of girl, I'm sorry, I have to say it. Her and Steph Curry, they don't match each other. They don't. She wanted to explore life, and he's good where he's at. He's happy where he's at. He's Mr. Stability, which is great for somebody who wants that and craves that. But sis wants to be outside. She does. I can see it. She never got to explore anything, y'all. She got married super young. So she's looking at life from a different lens. She's thinking everyone else is having fun and I'm stuck here. And I'm not taking away from the fact that she's a wonderful mother. She seems like an amazing mother. And she seems like she takes care of her husband to a certain capacity. But I get the sense that she's not really fulfilled just by what she says and how she says it. And people are not understanding that. They are acting like, oh, what she's saying is such a, like, oh, she's so ungrateful and he's such a great guy. And I'm like, yeah, but you got to also remember that she's only known him. For some women, that is okay for them. They love that. They will stay with the same man forever and it doesn't bother them. But for other women who are a little bit, they like to explore, want to see different things, want to make an assessment, want to have different life experiences alone, then that would bother them. 100%. So now let's get into it. Aisha and Steph Curry, what was causing such controversy? Well, let's watch a few videos first, and then we're going to get to the nitty gritty. Let me rewind this a little bit.
Aisha Curry is what happens when a generation of 21-year-olds tell themselves that they're ready to be wives and they're ready to find the love of their lives and settle down instead of being hoes. every single time we have a conversation about her or about what she said in your interview, the tone that people take is very judgmental. Everyone's very disgusted in her. She's the bottom of the barrel. Like, can't believe that she would be so ungrateful and so miserable. And she's like, oh, Steph Curry deserves so much better than her. At the core of what she is expressing is a girl who got with a guy very, very young in life before she had any like real life experiences, and then married him. Now they've been married X amount of years, I don't know, 10, 12 years, I'm not sure, right? And they have 4 kids together, and he is extremely famous, and she is his wife. That is what her entire life is. And now she is reaching 40, and it's starting to click in her head that, oh my God, I only have one life to live. And now it seems like because of the choices that I've made, my entire life will only be defined by this person. I will only ever be his wife and the mother of his children. And it's very interesting for Ayesha Curry to speak out about it, because for the past, like, I don't know, it was like 8 years or so, she's been building a career and a brand for herself, right? Like, she had cookbooks, she had her own talk show, she had like a food show, right? Like, she's been building a brand all for herself and a name for herself, making a career for herself. And her still expressing the sentiment of feeling unsatisfied is because it seems like no matter what she does, all she ever will be is his wife and the mother of his children. And the sentiment that she is trying to describe is being like, oh my God, when I die, I will have wasted my entire life belonging to other people. I would have never been my own person. Because I got with him so young, I robbed myself the chance of becoming my own person, of being my own person. She is actually mourning is her individuality and her sense of self. A very uncomfortable conversation a lot of you are not willing to have. You're also not willing to even try and attempt to have a conversation from a place of grace, because every video I've seen talking about it has been people like looking down on her and talking to her crazy and being like, your husband doesn't cheat on you, your husband doesn't beat on you, I can't believe that you're being so ungrateful. Like, I'm sorry if some people are just a little bit more ambitious and they don't think that the top of the mountain, the top of the hill is being somebody's wife, is being somebody's mother. And it's possible with Ayesha, especially because she met him so young, that she thought that it'd be enough, that she thought that she'd get there and she would feel fulfilled and she would love her life, and instead she feels miserable. She feels like she's not a person anymore. And again, as we push towards conservatism, as we push towards purity culture, as we have this attitude where everyone looks down on partying, everyone looks down on clubbing, everyone looks down on having casual sex, on hooking up, on women being able to define their relationships on their terms, right? On this idea that a 22-year-old should be out getting drunk, should be out partying, should be out having life experiences and making poor choices and then trying to clean up her mess afterward, right? Instead, people are expected to be perfect, right? To wake up at 21 years old, a full-grown adult, and be ready for marriage, be ready to settle down, be with the boyfriend that you've been with since high school. And you are robbing yourself of real life experiences. You are robbing yourself of the opportunity to get to know yourself, to figure out who you are, to figure out your likes and your dislikes, and then make a long-term plan about how you want to spend the rest of your life. I make the argument all the time, a fucking 23-year-old should not be getting married. You're much too young. At 23, you making a permanent choice about what you are going to do for the minimum the next 30 years of your life is insane. The marriage is one thing because you could always get divorced, but when you add the children to the mix, like, do you know how hard it is to leave a marriage when you have children, especially when there is really nothing wrong with your marriage, right? Like, again, your husband doesn't cheat on you, your husband doesn't beat on you, so like you just want to leave simply because you're unhappy, because you're like, you know what, this is not what I thought it would be, this is not how I want to spend the next 30 years of my life. I'd like to be able to do other things, and then you have to wonder if your own personal happiness is more important than your children's. You change so much as a person between the ages of 21 and 31, and you should not be allowed to like make permanent life decisions in that moment, because the things that would make you happy at 21, the things that would be so fulfilling for you at 21, at 31 are things that you don't even give a fuck about anymore.
Okay, I'm gonna have to give her a red flag a few times. Sorry, I didn't stop it because I thought it was going to end, but it's a long one. It's a 7-minute video. All right, we're gonna stop it right here. So there were some things that she said that I will point out that were red flags, and then the rest is pretty accurate. Now, red flag is getting married at 23. No, I know some responsible 23-year-olds that should be married and that want to be married. That the age is not the problem, it's the mindset. Age is not a problem, because I know some 45-year-olds who still acting like they're in the streets. So I need us to stop doing that. That's number one, because somebody who's 23 can be way more mature than somebody who's 35. So it's not about the age, mindset. However, I will say that collectively speaking, yes, in our country, so North America, I'll include Canada in there, that we are taught to be adults later on. And this is the mindset. That's another red flag, that you're supposed to just experience everything and just do whatever and then make poor choices. No. Make responsible choices. Don't be stupid. Because I did all that. Oh, yeah, I did all that. No. Honestly, it wasn't worth it, y'all. Now, am I saying that people who did it have a problem? No, absolutely not. But what I'm trying to say is that I would not guide someone to just make poor decisions and you can fix it later. No, because some poor decisions can cost you your life. So that's why I had a red flag right there. Do not just make poor decisions. Make rationalized, risk-assessed decisions. Be responsible. You can have fun and be responsible at the same time. Two things can be true at once, guys. Yes, you can go clubbing and have fun and do whatever you want to do responsibly. Responsibly. Weigh out your options. Start thinking. Don't just impulsively do stuff. And our culture promotes that. You know how many young men have DUIs? It's crazy. I remember when I used to work at immigration, when I was a student, a long time ago, there were a lot of Americans who would try to cross the border get denied because DUI is very serious in Canada. But these men, young men, college students, they would act like it was not, like some of them, they were like, getting into their professional careers. And then they had this DUI when they were younger. And in America, it just seemed like, oh, it's just a rite of passage. You just get a DUI. No. Why would you do that? Because guess what? That one time that you had a DUI, you may not have hurt someone, but some people do. How many people with DUIs you hear? They done crash into a family, all gone. Sometimes you and the people, all gone. Red flag, everybody gone. So no, don't just have fun. It's your time. You're young. Just do responsibly. Responsibly. Please. And thank you. And again, it's country specific because a 21-year-old in Canada and the United States is going to be different from a 21-year-old in Jamaica or a 21-year-old in Nigeria, a 21-year-old in Estonia, in Korea, in China. It's going to be different. So that's why I said age, don't look at the age. Look at where the person is mentally and what the cultural norms are. So yes, I would not advise a young American to get married at 23 if that is the life, if they're not serious about marriage. They're not serious about that. They don't know how to do, they haven't been guided to do it. They just go to church and say, oh yeah, we just gonna match y'all up so y'all don't have sex outside of marriage and have babies. Here, you're welcome. This is what happened to them. No guidance, nothing. No one told them, hey, you guys are getting married young. You're going to have to consider a few things. I can guarantee you they didn't think about that. But I can also guarantee you that Steph was ready. She wasn't. And so for that reason, I would say Steph should get married at 23. He's fine. He has proven to be a really stable father and husband. He already had it in him from a young age. You don't need to wait until you're 30 to figure that out. You know if you're stable or not. It's not that hard to figure it out. It's not rocket science. You know when you're unstable, when you're stable, when you're ready. You know it. Steph was a candidate for marriage. Aisha wasn't. Being honest. Let's continue.
This idea of crucifying a woman for being honest about that, for being honest about being like, you know what, in hindsight, now that I know more, I maybe wish I would have done things a little bit differently, and making her out to be this monster, when the reason why someone like her would have went into marriage so young and so blind is because she had always been told by other women that's what was expected of her, that that's what the life goal was. And had more married women had taken the time to be more honest about their experience.
This is what I'm talking about. Green flag. Exactly. If a young woman came to me today, a young 20-year-old, said, hey, I found a really nice guy. I think that I'm ready to get married. I'm going to ask her some questions. Why do you feel that you're ready to get married? What is it about him that makes you think that he's going to be stable? A Rolodex could be a mentor. But no, nobody's going to do that. Oh, you feel like you're ready? Okay, we just go and just marry these two, Lord. Oh, God wants you guys to be married so badly. We're so happy. And then pack them up out of here. She didn't have the resources, y'all. And also, she didn't know that Steph was going to be drafted into the NBA. However, I find that very unlikely because his father's an NBA player. Red flag. How did you not figure that out, Aisha? He was playing basketball in high school. You didn't think that he was going to be like Bronny James? Or like the Zaire Wade? So many basketball players have fathers who have also played in the NBA. He wanted to play basketball. She said, I didn't know he was going to be a famous basketball player. Again, she was not prepared, y'all. She wasn't prepared at all. She wasn't ready. But I'm sure that there are other young girls that you guys know. I knew a girl when I was, how old was I? When I was in high school, there was one girl, she was ready to be a wife, y'all. She was ready. Prepped and ready. Loved it. Loved taking care of her. You know, she couldn't wait to take care of her man and her siblings. She fit that role. Still a mother today. Great one at that. Some people are just naturally assigned to that role. It is okay. But know thyself. Be honest with yourself. Be self-aware. I said that about Jeannie in the case study. And I'm going to say that right here with Aisha. She should have listened to that inner voice. Trust and believe me. Her intuition, I can almost guarantee you, she had a lot of signs not to get married to Steph, and she still went ahead with it. We're going to get into it, y'all.
And more mothers taking the time to have honest conversations about their experiences. To be like, you know what, I love my kids to death, but do I wish I would have done more in my life? Do I wish I would have traveled more? Do I wish I would have went further in my career, that I would have pursued my passions a little bit more aggressively before I made my life about other people? Then maybe more young girls like her wouldn't jump into marriage. Ugly truth of long-term relationships and long-term marriages that no one likes to discuss is that, especially when you get married young, is that the excitement of being somebody's wife and of being a bit of a bling bling ring on my finger, after that 5-year mark, it wears off, and instead what it gets, it's extremely ordinary. It gets extremely redundant. It gets extremely repetitive. And I can understand, I can speak for myself, I can understand how fearful it must be to wake up 8 years into your marriage and be like, I can't believe that for the rest of my life, every day is going to be exactly the same.
It's very routine, y'all. Marriage is not some like adventure. It is in a certain way, but day to day, unless you're a travel vlogger or you have like a career where you can travel all the time and just pick up and leave. If you're like, for example, I think Aisha also might feel lonely because her husband is playing ball a lot. Being an NBA wife or an athlete's wife is not for everyone. If you're not used to being independent, being alone, if you're not used to just spending that time by yourself, it can get very lonely. Again, personality. So you have to remember that he's outside of the home majority of the time. Who's taking care of the kids? Who's running the household? Who's doing all of the chores? Maybe they have a housekeeper. I don't know. But who's there with the kids who's helping the kids with their homework? Who's helping them get dressed, fed on the day-to-day basis? It's not Steph. It's her. He just comes home and brings the bacon. But she wasn't ready for that. She wasn't. She's not the person I would think who would want to be that type of wife. There are other women who love being that type of wife. But she doesn't spark me as one who would be. I don't get that from her. So it's really hard, y'all. That's why I wish people would give her a little bit more grace, because I can only imagine how hard it is to raise 3 kids. And then your husband's away majority of the time. And then every time you think it's going to get better, it doesn't. He just keeps going and signing the contracts, just like Tom Brady and Giselle. Same thing. They said they had their second child. I believe they have 2 kids together. He was supposed to retire. This man retired and went right back right after. Red flag Tom Brady. He went right back, and then she said, you know what? I'm done. You promised me you were going to retire. You retired and didn't even do it. And then he went right back. She divorced him, and then he retired. Red flag. You wasted her time. Now she's pregnant by somebody else, y'all. I need to do a case study on them. Matter of fact, let me write Tom Brady on my list. Hold on a second. How could I forget about Tom Brady and Giselle? Lord, my list keeps getting longer and longer the more I talk about people. Tom Brady. And Brady had a baby mama, too. Tom Brady and Giselle. And wasn't Giselle with Leonardo DiCaprio? Lord, that's going to be a red flag case study. Red flags everywhere. Everywhere with these folks. But anyways, it's the same situation. She thought he was going to retire and he didn't. And she was tired of being at home with the kids all day. She's not only taking care of her children, she was taking care of his son from another relationship. in the house all day, or running errands, going out, taking the kids here, there, everywhere. This is what happens. This is the real life. But let's put it in perspective, y'all. We have another example here. Savannah and LeBron. Same thing. They got married very young. Same as Steph Curry and Ayesha. But Savannah, she embraces her role. She loves being a housewife. She loves being a stay-at-home mom. She loves it. You can tell that this is what fulfills her. But for Ayesha, she's a different type of person. And that's okay. We need to embrace everybody. Not everyone is meant to be married. That's another conversation we always have. Some of y'all, damn well, you can't be with nobody. You can't even be with yourself half of the time. Red flag. You already know that. So why are you trying to look for a relationship when you know you would rather be by yourself? Why? Because society tells you need to? And then you're going to end up like this. Miserable and unfulfilled. But then for others, maybe they know they want to be a wife. Deep down, they really embrace the role. They understand that. They're ready for the assignment. I'm ready. I want it. Then yes, you're ready to be a mom. But then, just like, what's her name? KB, talking about if we go to the club and, somebody presses up on me, you're not ready for marriage. At all. Why are we having this conversation? Oh, but because society tells you and your friends are, just showing the ring off. And so you feel like, oh, is this just something I have to do because everybody's doing it? Like our parents used to say, if somebody told you to jump off a cliff, would you do it? It's the same thing applies. Let's continue.
I have one time to live on this earth. I have one chance, one life. And I'm going to spend the next 30 years of my life feeling nothing. Doing the exact same thing over and over and over again. That if I die tomorrow, my defining characteristics and attitudes to describe me will only be wife and mother. And this idea that, why doesn't he feel the same even though they've been together so long? It's like, because men don't have to give up their personhood to become fathers and become husbands. Men become fathers and husbands, and it's an asterisk, right? It's a little thing, a little star, right?
She ain't lying. She's not lying. He didn't have to give up his career. He didn't have to give up anything. She did. She gave up everything for him. But she wasn't willing to do it, meaning that she didn't expect to have to give up that much. But again, she was very immature and she wasn't ready. She wasn't mentally where she needed to be to actually think about what comes with being a wife. Conversations we need to have, y'all. We need to have these conversations. Same thing as being a mother. I know right now in this place in my life, I had to have an honest conversation with myself. I was like, am I ready to have kids? No, absolutely not. Nowhere near. Listen, I'm doing live streams here. Imagine I have a kid. I have to give up so much. And I know some people are going to be like, well, you can still do live streams. Please try to do that when you have a little toddler here you got to take care of. You see me? I would actually tend to my child. I wouldn't just leave them on the side crying, it's okay, mommy's on the live chat right now. No. I wouldn't do that. I know that once I become a mother, I have to recalibrate everything. That's how serious I know it is. I wouldn't walk into it blindly. That's why I know I'm not ready at this point in my life. This point, I'm not. Will I be ready? Who knows? Financially, we're not where we want to be financially. At all. We have big dreams. We have big things we want to do. We have so much we want to accomplish. My dreams, Dom's dreams, put them together. We don't have time to tend to our child. And that's okay. We know that. We're very aware of that. But then people around us, oh, when y'all going to have kids? Where you going to watch them? Exactly. I'm very aware to know that, no, I'm not going to do it. And I'm not letting anybody try to convince me and tell me not, because my intuition knows. It knows. Understand who you are, what you want, and where you are in life, and can you handle it? Unfortunately, Ayesha didn't get that pep talk. I don't know where her parents were, to be quite honest with you. Very sad.
Right? They still get to be politicians or say professional athletes or actors or whatever it is that they are, right? Like they still get their defining characteristics and things that come first are their achievements, right? Like Steph Curry is very much his own person. You forget that he has a wife and kids until later on, right? Like it's not the first thing that you would think about. He's made his own legacy. He's made a name for himself. He's gotten to be an entire person and has not had to give up any of his personhood to have to be a father and a mother. And women are not granted that same privilege. And then you guys demonizing her and making her out to be a villain for being open about the fact that, you know what, maybe I should have chose differently, especially when I feel like it's a very important conversation to be had.
She was too young, and I hate when people do that. Oh, she's just being ungrateful. Oh, yeah, you see, this is what you have. She want to be a city girl wife. No, she just wants to have her own identity. And unfortunately, her husband can't provide that for her because he would have to give up his job, and he's not willing to do it. So then where are they going to go now? Now she's just going to resent him. That's what she's doing right now. But I'm glad she's being open about it and honest. And she's probably saving more young women from making the same decision. Because besides having a ring, there's more to it than just the ring and the ceremony. It's a lifelong commitment, y'all. It's very serious. People just be thinking, oh, you just going to marry. I'll just marry anybody. No. No. And like she said, sis even understands. I don't know if she's married. But yes, it's very routine. Your day-to-day is going to look very similar all the time. You have to be really extremely comfortable with that. If you're the type of person who likes to be around everywhere, extroverted everywhere all the time, you need to think twice or find somebody who matches that. But if your spouse is extremely stable and grounded, best believe he's going to want you to be that way too. And actually, it is better for the kids that you are that way, to be quite honest with you. If you're raising children, you need to be more stable. Absolutely. Unless you want to have an Edmund going from foster care to home care, foster care, grandma house, mama house. Do you know how chaotic that is for a kid? But people don't think about that. And I'm not going to fault Aisha. She was young. Very young. But people are not giving her enough grace because, again, it's always from the male perspective. That's the problem. Our world is that way. It's always going to view things from the man's perspective. Not hers. Not everything she gave up. She gave up a lot for that man.
Because young girls are listening and more young girls need to hear this, right? More young girls who have been with their boyfriend since high school and think that they're going to marry him need to hear, no, you should probably move away from home and date around first. Like, it's insane for you to date the same guy and marry the same guy that you've been dating since you were 16. That is craziness. It is insane craziness for you to have been with one man your entire life.
It's not craziness. It's red flag. It's not. It's not. I know successful couples who've been together since they were teenagers. I'm being honest with you. Like I said, it's where you are in life. Matter of fact, I have one of my colleagues. She was with her husband. They met at 17 years old. They are still married today. But you know what happened is that I think it depends on the couple and what they do. So they got married young, but she still got to experience things. So I would say that was a different thing. She went and she worked in different places, and then she moved to she moved to the States for a little bit. They were still together long distance, so they grew together. It really depends on where you are in life and what type of relationship you have. They didn't just get married and have kids right away. And I think this is what people need to have a conversation about. They took time to have kids, y'all. Because it was like, well, why are we rushing? We're young. We have time. We're going to do this, this, this. And then they did the progression. The problem is they met at church. Always rushing at church. Oh, you need to get married. You're going to burn. And I'm not saying that it's not, you can't take that serious. No, I am saying that. Listen, at the end of the day, to be honest with you, would you rather stay in this type of situation or take time apart? You have to choose what's best for you. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to get into anyone's religious practices. I believe everyone has the autonomy to choose what they believe in. So I'm not even going to get into any type of doctrine because I don't have time to argue with people back and forth. I'm not a religious scholar. But what I can say is that in the human experience, you're going to have to make a decision. And you're going to have to make the best decision for yourself first. Then you can think about other things. Because now, We don't know what's going on in their household. We don't know what type of marriage they have. But if she's feeling like she's unfulfilled, and we're going to listen to her words, don't worry, y'all, we get into it, then this is what your kids will see. They can sense energy, y'all. Kids are not stupid. So you're going to do whatever works best for you. I'll say that 100%. But my point is that there are a lot of couples that have gotten married young that are still together. I know 2 colleagues got married super young. They're still with their husbands. Family, stability, everything. Very happy, by the way. Happily married. So it's all about perspective and where you are in life and how your relationship looks. And also, they probably had a little bit of guidance in a way. I'm not sure. I never asked them. Maybe I should. I probably should ask them just to like do a follow-up. When I do this case study, I'll add that in. But for the most part, I do know that they did wait a few years to have kids. They did. Because they, I believe one couple, they both went to university. He went to university in another province. She stayed here in this province. And then after university, that's when they decided to live together, get married, live together, have kids, all that. And then the other one, she decided to work in different states. And then she came back and then they got married, had kids. So that's the key, to be quite honest with you. So again, don't look at the age. Where are you? Where's your mindset? And what was the progression? Did you just get married, have kids right away? What is it? It makes a difference.
You are setting yourself up for failure by staying with what's comfortable and being afraid of the unknown. Like, unfortunately, so many of you are so arrogant and are so quick to make these choices and decisions because you feel like, because life has told you and like society has told you that these are things that you have to do, that you have to live your life this way, that you have to go to college and you have to get married and you have to have a baby. It's something that you have to do, right? And there are things that you just need to check off as a way to prove that you have a fulfilled life. But so many of you are going to wake up in your late 40s and your early 50s and look around at your life and be like, I can't believe it. This is it. Like, this is it. This is it. This is my entire life. That's it.
Because they weren't ready. Continuing.
Especially in heterosexual relationships, when as a woman, then all of your accomplishments, everything that you've ever achieved in life will be just this man. I say all the time, it's like not enough of you guys watch Fences with Denzel Washington and Viola Davis, where Denzel Washington is miserable because he hates his life and he feels like he could have been more and he could have done more. And Viola Davis turns around to him, he's like, you hate your life? You think you could have done more? You were my entire life. You're my entire legacy. Like, and you think you're disappointed in how your life turned out? That film is the most accurate portrayal of long-term marriage I've ever seen. And unfortunately, so many of you are going to end up like Viola Davis because you are too judgmental and not open to having these conversations, not open to thinking about things another way. You just think that you know better. It's like, well, if I had a good man like Steph and he made money and he was faithful and he didn't beat me, I would never leave him no matter what. And it's like, there has to be more than life than that. Like, you have to want more for your life than just that.
Yeah, and we don't know what kind of conversations they have. Like, we don't know if he gets home if he's super tired, he can't even really talk. We don't know if he's not romantic. He basically, her needs, again, I'm going to hear her words, but if this is the case, her needs might not be, there's a possibility, here's what I meant to say. There's a possibility that her needs are not being met, is what I meant to say. So, you can't judge someone, because he make good money, then that's it. Like, I done showed y'all on Love is Blind just now. Somebody could be really good on paper, but personality, well, look at Edmund. Let's talk about Edmund again. Master's degree, y'all. Realtor, y'all. Master's degree. And then here's how he's coming to the table when he's in private with this this beautiful black woman. Hold up. Let's go back. Yeah, I'm going to play it right back. Hold up. Where we at? Why is it going to episode 1 again? Hold on. Uh-oh. I don't want Netflix to come and get me. Let's get back. Oh, wait. Wrong one. My bad, y'all. Anyways, y'all heard him crying. I don't have the right season here. Why is it not? Okay, here we go. Wait. Why is it not playing the right one? Give me 1 second. I want to play him crying because y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna learn this right here. Here we go. Is it this one? This is not the right one. Anyways, we'll get into that. I don't know. I'm not searching anymore. Y'all heard him crying like a baby. Crying like a whole baby. Master's degree, y'all. Just because someone has money, they look good, they look stable, we don't know what goes on in their household. We don't know what their relationship dynamic is. What if he's not affectionate? What if she wants affection? That's what I'm saying. There's just so many variables here. But people just look at the aesthetic, as usual. Red flag to society.
Aisha Curry is what happens when...
Okay, she's done. All right, that was it. Let me read a few comments before I move on to the next video. Hey, Rosa, how are you, sis? Oh, I already said, yeah. Let me read. Mommy's on the live stream. Okay, let me read a few comments. As Sasha said, see, key is getting to know yourself. I could have been married at 22, and I'm sure glad I didn't. Needed to work on my identity. Facts. If I was married young, I would have gotten a divorce. Straight up, y'all. Straight up. Or I would have been miserable. I didn't know. But that's the thing. I didn't have that guidance. Thank God I learned it eventually. But I didn't have that. I didn't. People made it seem like, oh, marriage is easy. Just like kids. We're going to get into that another time. Yeah. Hidden gem, what happened? Oh, okay. You and Devonda had a situation. Okay, I'm glad. I think she followed the dollar's money instead of following her intuition when it came to marrying Steph. I think so too. I think so too. Devonda, you said like those TikTok people got the kids crying in the back. Yeah, I don't like that. I feel like when kids start crying in the background, you gotta stop your stream or something, like, or for me, I would have someone watching my child if I'm live streaming. Like if I had a baby, that's just me, my personality. If I had a child and I know that this time is blocked for live streaming, somebody's watching my baby. It's either my husband or I'm gonna have a babysitter or something, right, while I'm doing this live stream. Sometimes, like, kids will be kids. You gotta tend to your child. You can't just be like hearing your kids screaming in the background and they just talking like it's normal. I'm like, bruh, like take it, go get up and get your kid. Yeah. A lot of people are dealing with religious trauma and psychosis. Facts. 100%. That I can agree. Yeah. And again, religion is cultural. Not the Bible, because I want some of y'all to be like, wait. Even the Bible is cultural too. But religion is cultural. It's an institution. But practicing religion is different. That's what I'm trying to say. So a lot of religion is cultural expectations mixed with theology. That's what that is. And so one Christian, look at Christianity. So many different sects. How do you have a book and then it derives so many sects? Because they're not just following the fundamental theology. If that was the case, then we would just have one sect. But no, it's belief, how it's being practiced. The application of it. There's the difference. One Christian can believe one thing and then another one believes another thing. And they're reading from the same Bible. Same exact book, y'all. And then some people reading from a book that was remixed from the origin. It's a lot, y'all. And so one person's going to tell you, oh, don't worry about it. Another person, oh, no, you should worry about it. You're going to burn. This is why I said you got to do what's best for you. That's why I said I'm not going to teach. This is why I had to get out of that mindset. I had to do a lot of deconstruction, y'all. It took me a long time to deconstruct. I'm not going to lie to you. And that's because I truly, in my heart, and this is what I believe that everyone's on their own path. And you're going to find your right way. And whatever way works for you is going to work for you. That is it. That is all. I'm not going to tell you what to believe in, what you should do. If you ask me what I believe in, I will tell you. But I'm not going to force you to believe what I believe. That's your journey to go on, not mine. We all believe in different things, and we need to accept that. Please. And thank you. Because I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I don't have time to bicker and argue with people about my beliefs and their beliefs. I believe that. You believe that? Peace be with you. Good luck on your journey in life. Bye. I got other things that I need to think about and I need to tend to. I'm not going to sit here arguing with you for 3 hours. And then after that, we both still arguing about the same thing and have another conversation about 3 hours later. Why? It's a waste of time for me. Seriously speaking. I have better things to do with my time. The book is available. Here, you got a phone, you can get an app. Read it, learn it, figure it out yourself. Bye. It's an instruction. It's a guidebook. Good luck. Bye. I'm not here arguing with people. Believe what you want to believe in. Whatever works for you in your household, perfect. Awesome. But it might not work for me in my household, so you got to respect that. That is it. That is all. Good night. Continuing on. Aisha Curry back in spotlight for comments about marriage to Steph Curry. This is what we're going to read here. And this was October 5th. So when was this? October 5th is today. Wow. That was quick. This is why I like to read articles, y'all, because sometimes they just be coming out fast. Like hotcakes. Okay, so let's read it. Ayesha Curry is once again the subject of controversy after some candid moments in an interview recently went viral. The interview, a sit-down with Call Her Daddy host Alex Cooper. Lord, the worst person to... I don't know why she went on that show. But anyways, it isn't new. The episode dropped in late August, but a selection of clips recently began circulating on social media. Yeah, people got bored. That's all that is. And they were looking for something to go viral with. This is why I said TikTok is dangerous yesterday. This is the reason. Continuing on. In the clips, Curry, who is married to Warriors star Steph Curry, talks about not wanting kids and her husband struggles to understand her perspective. You see? There we go. This is why she's having a problem. Early in the episode, Cooper asked Ayesha if she imagined life as a wife and mother growing up. She said no. So I didn't want kids. I didn't want to get married, Curry answered. I thought I was going to be a career girl. That's it. That was her. She knew it. She knew it. Listen, that's why I said age doesn't matter. Fundamentally, you are who you are. That is your personality, your spirit, your soul, your essence, your core. You know who you are. Even at a young age, you may not have figured it out and you're still dealing with trying to figure it out, especially if you have parents who haven't taught you how to figure it out. But she even knew it. She should have never been married. She's not a candidate for marriage, at least at that time. Maybe now she would have been. But now, you know what happened? She made that decision and she regrets it. Because what she's thinking about is a version of herself that should have been. The fantasy. So when she sees those beautiful 3 children, she's like, damn. If only I had waited a little bit longer, this moment would have been the best for me. Because then I would have done what I wanted to do and then I would have been ready for y'all. It was flipped. She's not satisfied, y'all. Deep down, she knew that that's not what she wanted. But she went along with it. Lack of guidance. Lack of guidance. And you have people to hype it. Oh, like I told you guys, people keep trying to tell us to have kids as if having kids, like as if when you get married, you must have kids. When did that become a rule? When did it become? So basically people in my life, y'all, they believe, and that's my opinion based on what I've heard. They won't say it outright, but this is what I think. Sometimes this is what I'm hearing from people. And I'm not talking about friends, y'all. So y'all already know what it is. Family members, whoever. They believe that unless you have a problem, like an infertility problem, that you should be trying to have kids. Why? I'm like, okay, but what about a financial problem? What about an emotional problem? What if you have a spiritual problem? You're just not balanced in that way yet. You're not there yet. You're trying to get there. You're still working on it. You're still getting yourself together. Why can't we talk about those problems? Why does it have to be that you have to be incapable of having a child? You have to be barren for people to accept that you can't have a child. Red flag. Why do I need to have one? There's multiple people popping out 6, 7 babies at a time. They got it. Why do I need to do it? They doing it. They are more than able to populate this earth and replenish it. Elon Musk has 14 children. 14. There are people in Utah right now got 20 kids. That's more than enough for me. They've already done made my count. They've done it for me. Thank you for your efforts. But that's what people believe. Unfortunately, in a lot of religions, this is a problem. There's no reason why they couldn't have waited to have kids, y'all. They were young. How old were they when they got married? Let's go through it. We saw when they met. They got married at 22, y'all. Met at 14, 15. Very young. But again, he was ready. She wasn't. So if he was 22, she was 20. Wait, she was 22. Okay, she was 22. He was 23. There you go. Now let's hear what she had to say.
I didn't want kids. I didn't want to get married.
Oh, wait, hold on a second, y'all. My bad. Okay, here we go.
I didn't want kids. I didn't want to get married. I thought I was going to be career girl and that's it. And I had my eyes set on my goals. And I was never the little girl that like dreamt about the wedding dress and all of that. And then it happened so early in my life. Did you talk to Steph about it? He tries to resonate with me, but he just can't. And he also comes from a place of like, it's effing stupid. Like, it's not true, so why? And I'm like, but wait, like, listen to how it makes me feel. And he's like, but why does it make you feel like that? It's not real. After we got married, we found out we were pregnant with our daughter so quickly. I didn't even have time to think about what I wanted anymore. It's so interesting. I spent my entire life like trying to work towards something, and then it kind of just disappeared, and I didn't think twice about it. But after my daughter turned 1, I remember there being a shift and being like, I have goals for myself. Like, this doesn't feel right. I love being a mom, but I love doing other things too. And I need to get my shit together and figure out what that looks like for myself now.
If I have a career and I'm not home, like, did you experience that?
I still experience that. I still experience that. I'm always in therapy talking about this. If you lose all of those things that were interesting about you, even for yourself, like even the things that made me feel confident and cool, then what are you doing?
There you go. She's still unfulfilled, y'all. Y'all heard her. She knew she wanted to be a career girl. And red flag to Steph. You couldn't even understand your wife's emotions. That's a red flag. Why is he so dismissive? Is this man a Taurus? Hold up, y'all. I gotta look for the signs. Y'all know I love it. Sometimes I gotta read the signs here. Steph Curry. When's his birthday? I need to find out Aisha's birthday too, y'all. I like to look for patterns. March 14th, he's a Pisces. Oh, that makes total sense. Y'all know Dom's a Pisces. Oh, they're very stable, y'all. Very boring and routine. You have to be extremely, and I'm not a good, some people be like, it's not, signs, whatever. Listen, I could line up a whole bunch of Pisces together and they will have some traits that are similar. They are very extremely routine. Routine to the T. Routine as hell. And if Steph is anything like my husband, you can expect him to be extremely routine. Same thing every single day. Aisha, what you is, sis? Aisha's March 23rd. Is that an Aries? I believe that's an Aries. Is that still a Pisces? Aries. Oh, makes sense. All right. We got it. Is that I think that's an air sign. Hold on. Is Aries an air sign or a water sign? Okay. Elements. Aries is where's Aries? Fire. Oh, fire sign. My bad. So you got a fire with a water. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. Those elements don't match, by the way. But anyways, that's besides the point. The point is that she wanted to be a career girly. She wanted to be a boss lady. She wanted to have her own career, own brands, everything. And then she would have been ready to be a mama. She's missing out on that. And then her husband's being very dismissive about it. It's sad. It's sad. He wants her to be happy being Mrs. Steph Curry. But that's not her personality, y'all. It's not. At all. It's sad. And even after she had her daughter, you see, this is how I know that she regrets it. It's because after she had her daughter, she didn't switch to mommy mode. She went to career mode. She's like, I only have one shot. I got to really get it together. I got to really get it. I still want to do my career thing. This is not enough. She knew it. She knew it. And I relate to her on that because I'm not going to lie to you. I never had dreams about having babies, y'all. It's never... When I see little babies, they're so cute to me. I love holding them. I love being around them. But when I give them back to their mommy, I'm out. I'm like, oh my God, it's so hot. I'm so happy to see my nephew. I call all of them nephews, by the way. Oh, Auntie Roby's here. Play with them a little bit. And then after that, I'm gone. I'm like, I'm already on my phone doing my other stuff. Ooh, I got things to do when I get home. I don't think like, dang, I want a baby. That's not me. But then my sister, on the other hand, she loves babies. She wants to have a baby. It's different. She would be ready to be that type of wife. Have kids and all that. Soccer van, taking them to activities. That fulfills her. That's her need. But for somebody like me, nah, I need to get to where I need to be first. And then I'll decide. Same thing with Dom. We are aligned in that way. But her and Steph, they were never aligned. And why? Because they never had those conversations. And he's going by what's expected. He's like, look, I grew up in the church, so I expect you to have my babies. That's what that is. They both grew up in the church, but I think he was way more serious than she is. That's the vibe I'm getting. So now, this is why people were upset with her, y'all, because of those comments. Now, let's get into more videos real quick. Let me read some comments before I do. Oh, somebody wrote fire. Yeah, thank you, fire son. I didn't know. I'm wedded to a... Shemgem. LMAO, I'm wedded to a stubborn Taurus. My brother-in-law is a Taurus. Child. Good luck. That's all I'm going to say. Let me see. Let's go. You sound like... SM said you sound like me, Romy, especially family. Make you or me feel so abnormal about waiting to have children after getting married, but no one has a plan for how they are going to financially contribute. Exactly. Ready to tell you what to do. Oh, the next step, why don't you have a kid? You know why? It's because Dom and I have been together 4 years. Married 4 years, been together 5 years, right? So, in everyone's perfect timeline, then we should have been wanting to have kids, especially since I'm 39. I'm about to be 40. They're like, girl, your eggs, you got to get going. And I'm like, well, they going to just let it rot. Let it go. Let it go. It's as if because you have these reproductive organs that you're supposed to, it's, first of all, having eggs come out, yes, it's to have a baby, 100%. But also when you have your menstrual cycle, from what I heard, listen, I'm not scientific, but I heard that it cleans out your system, right? It naturally cleanses your body. It detoxes your body. Or not detoxes, but it sheds your lining, right? So when it sheds your lining, you should have to go through that procedure. It like goes, sheds your lining, whatever, if it's not used, right? So my point is this. Just because you have something doesn't mean that you have to have a baby, is my point. That's my point. My personal belief. Now, can I have a baby? Absolutely. If I wanted to, I could even get IVF, maybe try this, try that. I don't know. But at the same time, it's like, is it a necessity is what I'm saying. Is it a necessity? Or is it a luxury at this point in time? Maybe if I was in a different place, in a different environment, and maybe if we had a system in place, an economic system, of the times before where we were bartering and we owned our own houses and everyone had their own land, then it would make sense. Like, why wouldn't I have a kid? Why wouldn't I? I got all damn day anyways. But not in this new world. It doesn't make sense. Especially because the government, again, we don't have the social system to support that. I don't have a village, y'all. My village is me and Dom and I. And even if we move closer to my parents, they're not going to be able to watch our kids all the time. It's just physically impossible. They are aging. It's not the same as yesteryears, where people had the community around and you could raise all these kids and have abundant kids. We don't have that anymore. Majority of us don't. We got to pay bills. Kids don't pay the bills. At least not when they're young anyways. It costs money. And not only money, you need to have time and you need to be emotionally available to be a parent. Or else you're going to have a child like Edmund, unfortunately. So this is where we have to have honest conversations. And then you have someone like Aisha. She's letting you know that even with the money and the resources, she has nothing to worry about. And she's still unfulfilled. Imagine. She has the resources and the money to have multiple children if she wanted to. They could have a whole football team of children. She can take care of them. They can take care of their kids. They have money, y'all. And she's telling you that even with that, she's still not satisfied. And she's going to therapy for that. So that means this is a struggle for her, y'all. A struggle. Because she went against her own intuition. This is what happens. And her husband couldn't understand that. Red flag. Someone said Aiko said probably a cusp, so she might have Pisces characteristics. That makes sense. She sounds very familiar. I'm not gonna lie. Pisces women, they're very different from Pisces men. I'll say that. Yep. Then she got fit and started posting bikini pics. Oh, because she was. Wait, hold on. Aiko, you said I still remember when Aisha was sad she didn't make attention because Steph was constantly getting attention from women. So she was jealous. Yeah. She listen. I think what it is that she's looking at the other girlies who look like her, and you guys have to see it from her perspective. When she was young, she has the aesthetic, she has the makeup and phenotype to be an Instagram baddie. She's seeing all the attention the other girlies have. Maybe she's seeing the careers they have. She could have made it far, to be honest with you. She would have been very well supported. So she's basically like, I'm using all my talents just to be a mama. I got way more to offer this world. I'm beautiful. I'm this, I'm that. She's in competition with her husband. Why? Because she wanted to also have a career. She wants to also have a bag. She wants to be the Jay-Z and Beyonce couple. But he wants her to be like a LeBron and a Savannah. Jay-Z and Beyonce, she should have chosen a man like Jay-Z. Jay-Z and Beyonce, unfortunately, like, I wouldn't choose him, to be honest with you, but they together now. They got children. But if we're talking financially, they fit. They match each other. Financially. Now, I'm not talking about other stuff. She's able to do her thing. He's able to do hers. She's able to do hers, sorry. And then they're a power couple. But Steph wants her to be like Savannah. And no, she's not like a Savannah. And I still don't understand how come she can't have her own career and have her own thing. So I think her husband is blocking her, to be honest with you. Because how is it that Beyonce can still have a full-fledged career, can still be out on tour, while having 3 children, by the way? She has a teenager and two elementary age children. I don't think Rumi and Sir are that old. And she's able to do so much in her career. Her career is still going on. She has longevity, y'all. She's still touring because she wants to. It's not because she has to. She actually can retire anytime she wants to, but she loves it. She has her brands. She's still able to have a career. But why is it that Aisha can't? It's really weird to me. She had her cooking career. What happened to that? There's something internally here. I don't know. Something is off here. I think she's just not happy. It's possible that she's just unhappy. Some people are like that. She's extremely unhappy. Because I don't get it. She does have her own. She had her own cooking show. She had some. Is it because did it flop? Hold on. Let me find out a little bit more. Because I'm confused. Let me see. Let me put Aisha Curry's career. Let me check that out. Because maybe I'll have, like, something here. Oh, someone else wrote an article here. Did Ayesha Curry feel forced into family life? The truth behind her viral claim about not wanting kids with Steph Curry. Okay, that's just a repeat of the article we had. I'm trying to find out what her career is, like what she's been on. Okay, no thanks. Thank you. So she was born in Canada, raised in Charlotte. She's a wife and a mom, okay? She currently lives in San Francisco. Okay, she's on the go, blah, blah, blah. She has a lifestyle blog. She has a YouTube channel. Let me check her YouTube channel. She's appeared as a judge. She's been on Good Morning America, Rachel Ray. What is it that she's unfulfilled with? This is a deeper problem, y'all. This is a deeper issue. Something's not right. Something's not right here. Something's not right. Yeah, here. So in 2016, not them putting a paywall. Okay. In 2016, she turned her passion project into a career. She's a full-time chef and entrepreneur. Yeah. She's written multiple... Okay, let's read this. These are her parents, y'all. She's a successful actress, author, and entrepreneur, and her parents, John and Carol Alexander, have cheered her on through it all. Okay. Let me see. So this is what, let's read this, because this is going to give us the answers we need. People, stop putting ads in my stuff. All right, let's read it. The multi-hyphenate was born and raised in Canada before moving to Charlotte, North Carolina with her family as a teenager. There she met her future husband, NBA star Steph Curry. Her parents must have had a pretty good job because his father was in the NBA. So he was higher than middle class, right? He was pretty wealthy as a kid, right? So for her parents to put her in an environment where she could meet Steph Curry, they were pretty well off as well. However, they didn't start dating until years later when they reconnected in LA. That chance encounter sparked an enduring romance, and it was all possible because of Ayesha's parents. So her parents were the matchmakers? Interesting. What is going on here? Kia, leave me alone. Okay, it's not going to go. Let's just read it. During an interview on the Skimmed from the Couch podcast, the Irish Wish star explained that she moved to LA to pursue modeling and acting. So that's really what she wanted to do. I think this is where this is coming from at the age of 17. Very young. Although her parents were strict, while she was growing up, they were surprisingly okay with the decision. I think they just believed in me, Ayesha shared. So she's traditional. She comes from a very strict household. Where are her parents from? That's what I need to know. Ayesha and Stephen married in 2011 and welcomed their first child together the following year. Shortly after, she decided on a new career path in the culinary arts. While she always had a passion for food, she found the strength to step outside of her comfort zone from her family. So, okay, let me get this straight. She met him at 14. They got married at 22. She said she reconnected with him in Los Angeles, but what year? That's what I need to know. But she got married to him young. Having their support and understanding and backing, I think really gave me the confidence to spread my wings and give it a try, she explained. Okay. Here's everything you need to know about Ayesha Curry's parents, John and Carol Alexander, and their relationship with their lifestyle mogul. Okay. They share 5 kids. Okay, so she has 4 siblings, I guess. She has wait, she's pregnant again? Wait a minute. How many kids these Steph and Ayesha have 4 kids? I did not know that. Okay. Okay. She was born in Toronto. Okay. All right. We already know that. They moved to the US in 2003. Wow, she looks like her dad. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Ayesha's parents were protective of her. Okay, they weren't wealthy. Her mother's a hairdresser. Okay, that's how they met. He was in the entertainment industry. That makes sense. Her mother worked as a hairdresser and her father was a musician and talent manager. Okay, this makes sense. While they encouraged her creativity, they were also strict parents. In an interview with the Business Insider, Aisha explained that aside from going to school and church activities, she sounds just like me. Her parents didn't let her do a whole lot as a teenager. Red flag. That's exactly what happened to me. Exactly to the T. Where her parents from? I need to know. Hold up. Did they say? I know they're Canadian, but are they Canadian born or immigrants? It's giving immigrant vibes. It's giving immigrant. Or maybe they are Canadian, but I don't know. It's giving something else. Hold on. John and Carol Alexander. Where are they from? Okay, yeah, they got Caribbean. I had a feeling. Her mother is Jamaican Chinese. Okay, that makes sense. So her mother probably grew up in a Caribbean household, and her father is African American and it looks like Polish. Okay, that makes sense. All right, the strictness is and the religious. Canadians are not really religious, y'all, just letting y'all know. Like, a lot of Canadians aren't. So that's why I was trying to see. Wait, where did it go? Uh-oh, where did that article go? Oh, no, did I get rid of it? Hold on a second, y'all. Did I make a mistake? Give me a second. Oh, here it is. Okay, it was right here. Okay, now let's go down to where they said they were strict, because that's what I need to see here. Yeah, if I couldn't ride the bus home, it wasn't happening, she said. Yep, sounds like my parents. As an adult, her mother apologized for keeping her so sheltered. So she came from a sheltered household. This is why she wants to break free, y'all. Imagine coming from a sheltered household, having to abide by your parents' rules, and then you break free at 17 years old, get married at 22, but she had 5 years. What was she doing within the 5 years? Just modeling and acting, which is great, but she had a 5-year break, y'all. She was 17. So she moved to LA alone for 5 years. I need to know what she was doing in those 5 years, y'all. She had time to think about things. I'll just say that. Continuing, as an adult, her mother apologized for keeping her so sheltered. She was like, I was scared. Fear. I thought something was going to happen to you, she explained. Anxiety. She needed to get checked. This is, again, it's okay to have fear of your kid. You know, sometimes parents are parents, right? Like, you're going to naturally be worried about your children. But this sounds like anxiety to me. And that makes sense because my mother has high anxiety. And guess what? I inherited that. It's fear. That's why they keep you sheltered. They're scared to let you out in the world. They're scared. And yes, being sheltered to a certain extent works when you're a baby. When you're like a little kid, you don't know, you can't speak for yourself. That's different. But as your kid grows older, you're supposed to teach them so that they can stand up for themselves. They can do different things. Like, they're able to have the autonomy. And then you can slowly start letting them go because they're an adult. They're turning into an adult. So they need to make their own decisions. But no, you want to keep them cocoon wrapped up. This reminds me of Tia Mowry. Same situation. Religious household. Didn't let her kids go out. Nothing. And then what happened? She got into Hollywood. Same situation. Went into Hollywood. Married a Corey. Red flag. He was homeless at the time too, y'all. Didn't have anything. I don't want to say homeless. He wasn't homeless. But he was broke. That's what happened. Let's continue. It took me a while to realize that some of her apprehensions were straight out of fear. Yes, exactly. Not out of wanting me to do anything. Yes, but instead of seeing somebody about it, she kept you inside. Like a prisoner. That's practically what it was. Now, with 3 kids of her own, Aisha understands that fear. She spoke about wanting to simultaneously protect her children and give them more freedom than she had growing up. She said, where's the middle ground? We're strict, but we're also allowing our kids to experience life, she said. We're trying to figure out what the balance is. Okay. All right. So, yeah, she's written cookbooks. She opened her own restaurant, created a lifestyle brand called Sweet July. She's an entrepreneur. So, I don't understand. Where is this? Maybe somebody's going to let me know in the comments. I'm going to read the comments because I don't understand what this is. This is usually when I have to go to research articles and see what could be going on mentally. There's something wrong. There's something wrong. So now her mom gave her the best relationship advice. Okay. Carol also inspired the way Aisha approaches her marriage to Steph. We're going to read about it. The couple first met as teenagers at a church youth group in North Carolina. I'm not surprised. Years later, they reunited and started dating before ultimately tying the knot at 22 and 23 years old. During an appearance on The View, Aisha shared that the best piece of relationship advice she ever got was from her mom, who told her simply, never lose yourself. Okay, that's good advice. Always make sure that whatever it is you're doing, if you're a stay-at-home mom, if you're not, whatever it is in your marriage, make sure that you have the passion that you're fulfilling. Aisha recalled her mama gave her great advice, but she didn't follow it. Red flag. Your mama actually gave you excellent advice. I took that to heart and it's kept me who I am, she continued. I want my husband to always see the same woman, if not better, that he first laid his eyes on when he was married. So this was in what year? 2024, just last year. Could she be going through some postpartum issues? When did she have her last baby? Because postpartum can last for many years. It's not just like it takes a long time. When did they have, where are the children? Aisha Curry's children. How many children does she have? When was the last baby born? Okay. She had a son in 2024. Okay. When did she do this interview? That was in August. Yeah, August of this year. She sounds like she's going through it, y'all. I don't know, because she's done a lot. For me, I'm looking at her career, and she was actually able to fulfill her endeavors. It's not like she was at home barefoot and pregnant. He actually was supportive of her having the cookbook and... Ooh, get these people off my screen. He was supportive of her having a cookbook and, having her own restaurant, having a show. She has all of these things, or had. Did they fail? Hold up. Something ain't right, y'all. I'm sorry. This is why I'm going through. Aisha Curry's restaurant. What happened to her restaurant? Why are they showing me this? Aisha Curry's restaurant. Why are they showing me this? Oh, okay. Yo, why is Google using my location? Okay. International Smoke San Francisco. Here we go. It's still open. It's not closed, according to Google. Yeah, here. Let's see here. Yeah, by Aisha Curry and Michael Mina. Sis has a whole restaurant, y'all. They have a whole restaurant. What else they got going on? Aisha Curry's books. She has 3 books out, y'all. She had a whole YouTube channel. Where's her YouTube channel? Sis is all over the place. Here, she has her own YouTube channel. 19 videos. Okay, she's not committed, y'all. Yeah, 8 months ago. Okay. I think she's inconsistent. That's what it's giving. It's giving me scattered and inconsistent. It's giving me scattered and inconsistent. It's giving me she's too all over the place. That's what it's giving. I don't know. Y'all tell me in the comments. It's giving she's too all over the place. And also she may feel like she's missing out on something that... And I believe they did say, like she said, he says it doesn't exist or something. Her husband said that. I think I'm going to have to say it's right, because it seems like something's going on mentally. Either her husband's not fulfilling her needs are not being met, or it's something internal inside of her. And no matter who she's with, what she does, she has to fix something inside. And it could be chemical imbalance too, y'all. I'm telling y'all, meds change everything. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know her history or whatever. I don't know if she's going to counseling or therapy. I don't know. But this sounds like an internal issue for sure. Either that or she's not satisfied in her marriage, and so she's just saying it like that. But I don't know, something's wrong, y'all. Let me read some comments. Irie. Oh, hey, Irie, how are you? You said exactly. They don't teach you how to handle different situations. Instead, they want to scare you into staying inside. Exactly. They don't teach you anything. Parents just want you to stay sheltered. And the thing is, they're protecting you from the world, but what they don't understand is they're just delaying your progress. Because then when you do enter the world, you're not going to know how to handle situations. You're not. Especially if you're sheltered. This is the thing. They shelter you and they don't teach you. They just keep you there. And they're like, oh, you look like you can fight now. Get out and fight. Didn't even teach you how to fight. How are you supposed to learn? Oh, the church told you. I'm sorry. The church told you. Yeah, you're supposed to learn from the church. That's it. My goodness. At the Deb Studio, you said, I think it's really interesting how Ayesha Curry's whole brand is about homemaking, cooking, and culinary type work, which is all centered around motherhood identity. I'm curious if that is really her. I'm curious too. Because maybe, and I'm so happy you said that, sis, that's possible. Okay, I think I figured it out. Thank you for saying that. Because now it's making it clear to me that maybe the career she has now is not what she really wants. Because it said that she wanted to be a model and an actress. That's what she really wanted. That was really her goal. But now she's a culinary chef. Like you said, motherhood brand. She's not happy. That's not her goal. She branded perfect. You said it perfectly. Everything she's doing is related to her being a mom, a wife. But she is missing her identity, her personhood, as our good sis said. She really wanted to be a model and an actress. She can't do that now. Well, I mean, she could if she wanted to, but it's pretty late. I think she really wanted to be like, I don't know, like one of those, maybe, I'm trying to think of an actress and a model. A popular one at that. I'm not sure what her role, what her vision was for her life, but I don't think it is where she is right now. Because let me tell you something, you guys all know this. If you're really fulfilled in your life, you're going to be happy with where you are. Of course, not all the time. You know, sometimes you'll complain, stuff like that. But for the most part, when you love doing something, you'll feel a sense of fulfillment. I don't get tired talking a lot on these streams. Why? Because I love it. I love having these conversations. It's something I love to do naturally. This is a part and core of my essence. I love being in my marriage. I'm still able to be myself in my marriage. There's space in my marriage for me to be an individual and to be a couple. I am fulfilled. That's why you never hear me dragging my husband. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Or you're never going to hear me say, I'm unhappy. I'm not happy. If I'm unhappy about something, I'll let y'all know. And usually it's something to do with my job. Red flag. But guess what? I'm not fulfilled there. See? When you're unfulfilled, this is what happens. You get the instant feeling that something needs to change somewhere. But unfortunately, she's approaching it in the wrong way. Why is she having these kids? She's having more children, packing out more kids, and then she's depressed. I'm confused now. There's something that's not clicking. Every time she says she's unfulfilled, another kid pops out. She had her first daughter. She said, okay, I want to focus on my career now. I feel unfulfilled, had the second one. Then after that, oh, I'm not fulfilled right now. Had the son. Then I'm not fulfilled. Had another son. Red flag. What is going on? This is, like I said, something's chemically, it's not working. It's a bit schizophrenic. I'll be honest with you. It's like one way you're one way. One day you're this, you having more babies, and then you're depressed. How is that possible? Stop having babies. Y'all don't know about condoms? Oh, but they're married. I'm sorry. Birth control is better than IUD. I don't know. Hell, you don't even have to do that. If you're religious, you don't believe in birth control, you could do the family planning method. There's a book written, a whole book has so much information. I should tell you guys about it. I forgot what it's called. But it's like, it teaches you how to family plan, meaning how to count your cycle, how to count your luteal phase. They have apps for it. That'll let you know when your next period coming. Oh, ovulation, you might not want to have sex around this time. Easy. It's not that difficult. You can only get pregnant during a short window. You know that. It's not that hard, y'all. The problem is that it's not making sense. That's all I'm saying. Sis is out one side of her mouth. I'm unfulfilled. I'm this. And then on the other side, I'll keep popping out babies. You already know what the result is. You done had 2. Then you had 2 more, packed on 2 more. Something's wrong here. I'm going to keep reading comments. Her kids fill the void that her dream should. Amen, Akos. It has to be that because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. So that's why I'm glad she's going to therapy, and I hope she figures it out. Because now you done got, this is the thing. Is it a fear or anxiety? Maybe she picked up on the anxiety too. I don't know. Because it doesn't make sense. Let's look at the kids' ages. I'm going to tell y'all what I'm trying to say here. And then we're going to listen to Sis's video. What time is it? Oh, 2 hours. Okay, I wasn't here that long. Ayesha Curry's children. Oh, oops, wrong one. Ayesha Curry's children. Let's look at their age, y'all. So, they welcomed their daughter Riley in 2012, a year after they got married. Then they had their daughter Ryan in 2015. She had 3 years, y'all. 3 years break. That's a long time. But then she had Riley, so I get it. They had the second baby. Then she had a child in 2018. So 3 years later. So she has kids 3 years. Wait. 2012, 13, 14, 15. 3 years. 15, 16, 17, 18. 3 years. 2018, 19, 21, 2, 3. Okay, they waited a little bit longer for the last one. Red flag. Every 3 years you have a kid? Except the last one's every 5 years or something. They had the last baby before you turn 40. Is that what it is? One last go around. Sis, you're not going to achieve your dream having so many children. Now you have more responsibility. It's like, I don't want to say this, but I'm trying to give her so much grace, but she's an adult now. Red flag. What are you doing? You already know how you feel. Is this for views? Attention? I don't get it. I really don't get it, y'all. I'm not understanding what's happening here. Why does she feel like she needs to have children all the time? Because it's like, if you know that your career is the utmost priority and you're trying to find yourself, why do you keep having children? That's just going to delay your time. You got a fresh newborn 2025. Good luck. And then you have another one you just had in 2018. He's still young. All of them are still young pretty much. I don't think any of them are 18 yet. How old is 2012? Hold on. Let me do my math here. You already know. The oldest one is how old? 2025 minus 2012. 13 years old. Lord. The youngest one is a fresh baby. Probably a year old. And then you're going to complain and say, oh yeah, I want to be a career girl. But you keep popping out babies. How are you supposed to do both? Now you got 4 of them. 4. Not 1, not 2. You done packed on more. This is why it's not making sense to the public. I see that. I see it now. Because I don't get it. I really thought that he wasn't letting her do what she wants to do, but she's more than able to do it. He's even with her. My goodness. At the Dub Studio, you said it's almost like Cardi B syndrome. Every time an album comes out and she pops out with a kid as a way to sabotage her own dreams, potentially because there's a sense of low self-esteem or fear of success. Oh, you hit it right on the nail, sis. You're right. I didn't even think about that. It's sabotage. Because it's the same. I didn't even correlate her with Cardi B. You're so right. Cardi B had a Culture when she got pregnant with Culture, right when Bodak Yellow, that album came out. And I think it's called Invasion of Privacy. I don't remember her first album. Got with Offset. Literally, she could have left Offset, y'all. They broke up. He showed up at a concert, cried his little tears, and then they had a baby. She didn't have another album until now. And then what? She's pregnant again. Had a baby in between that. 2 babies in between that too. Every time. It is a fear of success and self-sabotage. It's sad. And I don't know if Cardi grew up in a sheltered household too. I'm assuming she grew up with Dominican parents. So that's another element to it. This is a problem we need to talk about, y'all. The patterns don't lie. If you're a young woman and you happen to watch this live stream, take heed. Take heed. Because Aisha, unfortunately, I don't want to say this. Okay, I'm gonna be a little. I'll be gentle with my words. She seems a bit foolish. It's very foolish. But then again, I don't want to say it so meanly to her because I believe that it's a mental issue, y'all. It's something, again, that if it's a fear of success and self-sabotage, that's a mental issue that needs to be fixed. And she's in therapy, so I'm happy. And there's probably elements of postpartum going on. She just had the last baby. She needs to stop having babies. I think 4 is enough. Stop it. This is enough. You got too much on your plate. Second, her husband needs to retire, and they need to have a timeline of when he will retire. That'll maybe help her feel a little better. I don't know. Third, I don't know. She's gonna need to really reevaluate a lot of things. But she has a lot on her plate, y'all. She just had a 4th baby. She has a restaurant she's running. Has a YouTube channel. Has a cooking business. I don't know what else she's doing. She's doing too much. She's doing way too much, in my opinion. Mocha Island, you said, OMG, I hope she doesn't try to compete with her daughter as she is coming of age. Oh my goodness. I hope not. I hope not. And you know what the crazy thing is? I believe her daughter will be everything that she wanted to. One of her daughters. Either Riley or the second one. Ryan, I think is her name. One of them will probably be where she would have wanted. She's probably going to live vicariously through her children. That's a sad part. That's a sad part. My mom, she did that. But she wasn't in competition. It was more like she was just... It's like everything she wanted us to do in life is because she never got to do it. And that put so much pressure on us. I'm not going to lie to you. It did. Put a lot of pressure on me first, actually, because I was the first one to go to college. And then my sister ended up going after. But it's like it was this added pressure of fulfilling a dream that she never got to achieve. And now, looking back in hindsight, it's because she was like Aisha. Same thing, y'all. Every time my mom wanted to do something, even the other day, she told me, actually, to be honest with you, I really wish I just kept it with 2 kids. She had 6, by the way. Spoiler alert. But she's like, you know what? If I could do things differently, I would have kept it at 2. I'm not going to lie to you. She did say that to me. But she's like, I'm just happy that I have all of you. But every time my mom was trying to get up out that rut, pregnant. And then you wonder why you're depressed. 1 or 2's not enough for you, sis. Even 1. You realize it after Riley. You could have stopped. Riley should have been the only one, to be quite honest with you. If you were really serious about your career. So now, again, it just seems, and I get where people are coming from. I'm just being honest, y'all. I have to be honest and transparent. It seems like she's complaining and whining, but she's not doing anything about it. Lack of accountability. You're blaming everybody for your career failures but yourself. Your husband can't force you to have a baby. I hope not. If that's the case, you should never be married to him. You should leave. So it's like, at a certain point, we have to stop making excuses, y'all. We have to be accountable. I'm being honest. Like, it's really sad because she has the resources to do so much better and to be greater. But she's so fixated on this old idea of herself that she can't even transform to the new version of herself of where she really is right now in reality. In 2025, where she's at right now, she's still stuck in when she was 17 years old in 2000, whatever year that was. She's stuck there mentally. She's thinking about all the things she could have been. And I'm like, no, sis, you got to think about where you are right now and take accountability for what decisions you made in the past and decisions you're making now. And you could still have a successful career. You're only 40. Life is not over for you yet. You're just beginning the second chapter. Do something with it. But no, you want to keep popping out babies and then complaining on the internet. Red flag. Continuing on. I'm going to read a few more comments. We're moving on to the next videos. Cardi B said she was scared to tell her parents about her pregnancy. Yes, sis. Devonda, sis, you're right. I'm going to do a case study on her in the, soon. I'm just waiting for a few more months. I want to wait till her and Offset get the divorce. That's what I really need to wait for that to give you guys a complete conclusion of her and Offset. Trifling behind. But yes, she was scared to tell her parents. Why? Because she knew they would have been disappointed. You just got out of a fresh marriage with this narky, lazy, bummy man. And I'm saying lazy as a husband, not as an artist. He's very talented as an artist, very dedicated. But somehow he just can't keep his PP to himself. And then you'd have hopped on to a new relationship with a serial baby daddy. This is embarrassing. Embarrassing. Goodness. Hardly know if I can live with a man. And JJ, if you can't, be self-aware about it. And it's okay. What is the problem? I remember there was one time I was at church, right? When I used to go to this group a while ago. It was like this, it was called Converge. It was like for adults, like young professionals, right? And there was this older black woman. I forgot what nationality she was, but she was from the Caribbean. I forgot. Was she? Grenada. No, not Grenada. St. Lucia. No, the other one. St. Kitts. My bad. I kept naming a lot of them. St. Kitts. And we had a conversation. And she told me, I remember I was like, yeah, da-da-da. And we just started talking about kids. And then she said, no, we started talking about marriage because I think the conversation was about marriage and we were all in a group together. And she said, I don't want to get married. And then people were looking at her like, are you sure? Like, oh my God, what happened? And she's like, I know who I am. She's like, I don't like to live with people. I don't like to be around people. Being with a man doesn't make me feel good. I don't think, and she's not just a man. She said being with anyone, but she's like, I just don't see myself in a relationship with anybody. And I prefer to be by myself. And I was like, I respect your honesty. That's what's up. I'm happy you feel that way. Know thyself. Know thyself. See, I can tolerate marriage. I can tolerate a relationship. I love being in a relationship when I'm with a healthy person. I love being able to have that kind of bond with someone. But babies are different for me. I can get to marriage. I don't mind it. But at the same time, I have to be with the right person. I could wait forever. If Dom never showed up, then you would have been seeing a single Romy here right now. I don't know if I'd be on YouTube, though, to be quite honest with you. I'd probably be doing other things, traveling the world. I probably would have been. I had already had other countries lined up once my graduation in Korea was done. My plan was to go back to Canada, work for a few years, and then go head out to another country. That was my plan. If I didn't find a husband, or if my husband didn't find me, then this was going to be my plan. Just travel, have fun, go to different places, explore, work in different countries. That was my goal, y'all. I'm not lying to y'all. I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be in some other country doing something else. And that's why it's so funny. I still watch those videos because I subscribe to Stephanie. That's how I know Stephanie Perry. I was looking at those videos. I was like, ooh, that's my next plan, y'all. Because I was like, no, Korea's not it. So I was about to head back home. I was happy. I was telling family members, oh yeah, I'm headed back home. We're so happy. I was like, yeah, I'm going to come back home, chill for a few years, get my money up, stack it up, and then go to another country. I was heading to Latin America was my next destination, to be honest with you guys. And I was looking a little bit. Y'all, I almost considered going to Saudi Arabia to be a teacher. That's another topic for another day. I even watched teachers, like, because I got my TESOL, right? And so I was like, oh, I could teach at international schools. I could probably do another degree because I was thinking about going back to school, too, because even though I got my master's, I was like, well, I got time. I could do other stuff, right? And so I was about to go to Saudi Arabia, y'all. I was even thinking about it. But then I was like, no, because there was this one girl. Oh, my God, I forgot her YouTube channel. I followed her, and she was like, yo, you can make good money here. But then the reason I stopped is because you got to wear the hijab all the time. And then they're very, like, the culture is too, like, rigid. And I was like, nah, I'm not going to put myself in that situation. So I was like, no. Crossed out Saudi Arabia. But I was looking at Latin America. And then I was looking at Europe as well. I was about to go to some, there were some European countries hiring people and just, you know, just teach or do other things. And then I was going to consider other career paths, right? But I would have been just single. So I didn't have to worry about no kids. I could have been a nomad. All good. But the point is that I know who I am. I know the limit that I can go. Marriage, no problem. I'm willing to share my space. I'm willing to share my heart. I love it. But kids is a stop. It's a stop. For my lifestyle and where I am right now, having a kid is not wise. It's not a wise decision. That's like me having a kid right now, pregnant, having a baby right now. And then I'm going to complain to you guys later. If I'm pregnant right now and I have a baby, then I have to accept it for what it is. Take accountability. Okay. You know, Dom and I, we just was getting too wild and we didn't take our responsibility. So now I have to be a mom to my baby. And I have to figure out another way to get the fulfillment that I need. It's not going to look the same as what I expected it to be. It might look a little different. But now I have this baby in this world and it's not fair to them. Next. But sis is still here, is trying to live a pipe dream. It's a mental illness. I'm telling y'all, something's wrong. At the girl from yonder, I respect the hell out of that lady because that's honestly how more people should be and stop letting society play in their face. Exactly. You're talking about Stephanie Perry, though, right? Exactly, though. I agree. The rebound of Cardi B is insane. She should have fun with him, not have a full baby. It's like every man she's with, she got to have a baby with. That's a problem, y'all. What's going on with women popping out babies without thinking? Because, excuse me, I get it from Cardi's perspective, though, because if I'm thinking like her, I'm putting myself in her mindset, right? She's already been taking care of those babies by herself. Offset is a dusty, y'all. He wasn't even paying bills, nothing. She was the one holding that house down. She was holding everything down, y'all. Just recently, they put a foreclosure on the house. He was living in a house with his new girlfriend. She was the one paying the mortgage on that house he was in with his new girlfriend. Thank God she stopped paying the bills and now it's under foreclosure. This man was a user, even though he's a millionaire rapper. He was using her. She was raising them kids by herself. So that's why, to her, she feels like she can have a baby and take care of her baby. She's not thinking about the partner because she's been doing it alone the whole time. So the partner isn't necessary. She just needs somebody to provide her with the sperm. So if her and Stefan do not work out, and also Cardi gives me male identified and needy. She likes male attention. She always jumps from one relationship to another relationship. She's never taken time to heal. And that lets me know that there's some type of trauma. That's my allegation, my opinion. I think something's going on here. Like y'all said, sis, you said it perfectly at the Dev Studio. There's low self-esteem, but I think something else is at play here. It's not explaining it. She's giving me that she's gone through a lot. That's all I'm gonna say. She may not have publicly said it, but something's going on here. Something's at play. Because the fact that she needs male attention that much is very alarming. That's a red flag to me right away. When I see a woman who's willing to do whatever it takes to keep a man and jumping from relationship to relationship, low self-esteem, that's one. And I'm speaking from experience, y'all. Number 2, sheltered upbringing. Number 3, it could be trauma. Something happened in your life that caused you to cling on to these relationships, to have a sense of identity. And she doesn't know who she is. She doesn't know what she wants. She doesn't want to be an artist, y'all. I think she wanted to be an artist. It was a phase for her. I don't think it was supposed to ever get this big. I think Cardi loves to be on social media, but she doesn't really want the responsibility of being an artist. But she signed to a deal. So I think that's what the issue is. She's not fulfilled either. And her actions are showing it. Allegations. Y'all gonna have to tell me whose allegations. Can we also talk about parents having kids in order to have someone to take care of them when they're older? Irie, oh Lord, red flag is the truth. Yup. Just like they say a man's not a retirement plan, a child is not a retirement plan either. A lot of parents are doing this, y'all. They have a whole bunch of kids because, I need somebody to take care of me. You got all them kids and still see parents in the nursing home without any type of care. Won't even visit their parent. It's not a guarantee. Not a guarantee at all. It's very selfish, y'all. People, you wouldn't believe how many people have kids for selfish reasons. Very extremely selfish. But it's accepted in our society as if, like I said, like kids are accessories. It's very sad, y'all. As if it's not a whole human being that's going to be an adult. And how you're raising them and the environment you're raising them in, how your behavior is going to affect them in one way or another. For example, people are saying, well, Cardi has money. She can have all these kids. Do you want to know who's going to be babysitting the kid when mommy has to go to work? Culture. As soon, I can promise you guys, as soon as she is of age, she will watch over her siblings. I can almost guarantee it. Why? Because she would feel safer with her daughter watching her sons or her other daughter than with a stranger. Or she'll be around family members. She's going to have to, go around the village. I don't think Cardi is the type to leave her kid with anybody. She doesn't strike me as that type of mother. I hope not anyways. Responsibility will be on the older ones. I'm going to do a case study this week coming up. If you're part of the membership, Maze Lee. That's exactly what's going on. Every baby that gets popped out, the older ones have to carry the load. Ballerina Farms got them kids jugging water like they're in the prairies or something. Millionaire family, y'all. Jugging water like they're Amish. Who do you think's taking care of the younger ones? The older ones. Look at the whole Mormon sister wives situation on TLC. Y'all want to know who's taking care of the youngins? The older kids. That's why when they are of age, they can't wait to get up out that damn house. Tired of being a damn caregiver. We parentify children. Two things people do to children. They either parentify them or they make them like I think that's the term. When you have a child that's like a parent. Or they make them grow up too quickly. That's crazy. And it's all generational, y'all. It's sad. I promise you, Culture is going to be the one taking care of her siblings. I can almost guarantee it. She probably already doing it, but she's too young. So that's why other people watching the kids or whatever. But as soon as she turns of age, like at least 13, 14, she's going to be watching them kids. I can almost guarantee it. Having a child is selfish no matter the reasons. Rosa said that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Not everyone has children, everyone that has children for selfish reasons, LOL. Some people, this is the thing. Some people have children and they're prepared to have children. Other people have children because they want to have children who look like them. Some people have children because they feel like it's, they need to repopulate and replenish the earth, have their legacy there. There are multiple reasons. But for one person, it might be selfish. For another person, it might not be selfish. But what I'm saying is, from my observation, it's very rare to hear someone have kids for the right reasons. It's very rare. Very extremely rare. And when I say that, I mean like having a setup for the kid to strive is what I'm trying to say. I've seen it though. Like, I have a few people in my life, they waited to have kids because they wanted to get to a certain point in life. They're able to provide for their child emotionally, financially. That's a person that I think is not doing it for selfish reasons, in my opinion. When I'm talking about selfish reasons, I'm talking about, oh, because I want my legacy to be here. You can't even afford your child. Red flag. Can't even afford your baby. And then you want to, I feel like I need to leave something on this earth. Can't even afford it. Not only that, or I want somebody to take care of me when I'm older, so I'm going to have as many kids as possible. That's a problem. That's very selfish. You're not thinking about the needs of the child, is my point. You're thinking about your needs being met, not your child's needs. That's the selfishness. So if you have a child, you're thinking about their needs being met, then yes, you're having your child for the right reasons. Because they're going to be an adult eventually. But if you're thinking of having a baby because I need somebody to take care of me, I need my little mini me, my little junior, can't even take care of your baby. That's a problem. She takes care of Offset's children. She is a real stepmom as well. Cardi is real family oriented. She is. And I'm telling you, I don't think she leaves her kids with everybody. She doesn't seem like the type that would do that. One thing I will say about her is she seems like she takes care of her children. I will say that about her. She doesn't spark me as the type that's just gonna leave her kids everywhere. At that girl from yonder, some people have children for a consistent income. Yup. That's what I'm saying. Selfish. It's all about them, not about the child. That's where the selfishness comes from. If you're going to have a kid and it's about your child being like, okay, I want to leave I want to have a legacy on this earth. That's not a problem. You have your baby. But then every decision that you make regarding your child is for what the needs of your child, not yourself. Being a parent is selfless, not selfish. I can already tell when people start talking. I had to ask somebody. I was like, "Why do you want me to have a kid?" Oh, so you can have you can feel this way. You can no, but I'm not going to feel that way. What needs would my child? Okay, if I have a child, how can I meet their needs? Am I able to financially provide for them? Up until college, because for me, I'm not thinking about just when they're children. I'm thinking about beyond college. I'm thinking about setting it up for them where they didn't have to struggle like I did and had to pay student loans. There ain't no student loan. That generational curse is broken with me. If I have a child, they are not going to get student loans. That will be over my body. They're not going to. That's the type of legacy I'm leaving for them. I want it to be easier for them than it was for me. Isn't that the goal? Not to make it harder for them? Red flag. Why would I do that? I'm struggling in this world and I'm trying to bring a kid to make them struggle harder than me? Why would I do that? This is what I'm talking about. Selfish. Unfortunately, even though Cardi's a great mother, I will not take that away from her. It was very selfish and irresponsible to have an extra child while you're still going through a divorce. Your children are not even processing the divorce with their father. You're not tending to the 3 you have right now and making sure they're emotionally stable in order to accept you with a new man. Nope, you already got a new man up in there. Whose needs are being met? Cardi's or her kids? That's what I'm talking about. But she doesn't realize it because we don't have these kind of conversations. Everybody just I just want to have this many kids. Whose needs are being met? That's it. Always ask that question. Whose needs are being met? The child's or the parents? And you'll get the answer. And if you hear more of the parents' needs being met than the child's, selfish. Continuing. Let me read a few more and then we gotta move on. This is why I have more smoke for adults than kids and teens. Akos, amen. Yeah, I don't have no smoke for them, y'all. For kids, they didn't know any better. They were supposed to get better guidance. That's all. I recommend Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parent from Lindsay Gibson. Okay, from Lindsay Gibson. We're going to put that. Let me pin this here. I pinned it. And I'm going to write that down because that's going to be a future book club recommendation. We need to read books like that, y'all. Let me go. Hold on. What was it called? Adult Children. Hold on. Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents. Yup. Whoo boy. We gonna break generational curses, y'all, one at a time. One at a time. Because we can't keep continuing like this. It's not working. It never did, but now we're more aware. We have more resources. So there's no excuse, to be honest with you. None at all. You said none of Cardi's children are over the age of 10, right? Like what the effing... Yeah, Culture is young. I don't even think she's 7. How old is Culture? Culture is like 8? How old is Culture? Let's find out. And then we're going to move on to the next Aisha Curry video. Oh, I've been on here 3 hours. Okay, I got to hurry up. Culture Cephas. Beautiful baby, by the way. 2018. So, y'all know my math is B. I need to use a calculator. Dom always makes fun of me for that because, you know, in Korea, they do mental math. I use my calculator. I don't know. It's here for a reason, y'all. God gave us calculators. 7 years old. 7, y'all. 7. The youngest one was just born last year, and now she's pregnant with another one. This is a problem. This is a problem. Oh, okay, yeah, bet. We're gonna read that. So, Power of Nunchi is first. Then I'm going to have you guys vote if you want to read the parable, the parable of the sower, or this one. I'll buy that book because I really want us to read it. At ACOS, a lot of people that have children and are not satisfied with life are the main one rushing women to get married and have kids because happy, successful couples with or without kids never give the same advice. Exactly. Be careful of the advice you get, y'all. You have to be very... Let me tell you how... I'm going to say one more thing and then we're going to move on to the next video. You have to be very rooted and grounded in yourself to let people know, with all due respect, that's not going to work for me. I've had to have a lot of difficult conversations with people. And that's because they place their expectations on you. And because they think that it worked for them, so they're going to try to make you go through it too. And I'm like, no, just what works for you, man. It was great for you. I'm happy. But for me, it's not going to work. It's not a one size fits all, y'all. It's not. Life was never meant to be that way. It wasn't designed for that. We're all different. We all have different gifts. For example, you guys probably watch many YouTubers. I'm not the only YouTuber you watch. I shouldn't be. I hope not. I would love it, but I hope not. We have choices. Everyone has a different... Let me tell y'all. I could talk about the same subject as other people. The case study I did recently, Jeannie Mai, I'm sure there have been many YouTubers who covered that story. But everyone has their different personality and element. So it's different. It's going to sound like you're hearing it for the first time every time you hear it, even if you've heard the story a million times. Because everyone adds their own sauce to it. You are the sauce. You're an individual. You don't have to follow what everybody else is doing. Not everyone is meant for a certain type of life. And I hate that they made us believe that. But again, for capitalism to thrive, you need to have this type of fundamental system. It makes sense. But then there are people within the system that can operate in that way. If you feel like you don't want to follow and conform to that system, then you're going to find your own way. But not all of us are meant to do certain things, y'all. I always say that. Everybody has a different skill and gift that they're meant to give to this world, and we have to figure it out. But they rather us be busy having babies and doing other things and trying to figure out what we're really here doing, right? And if you have a baby and you're very fulfilled, then that was your role. That's your calling. Your calling was to be a mother. That's it. But for other people, their calling could have been something different. It's okay. We have to learn to accept the diversity and the differences in people. But no, everybody wants everybody to follow the same path. That's the problem. All right, let's continue. Oh, Dev Studio, you said something good. But oftentimes those conservative women are the ones who get divorced. The most divorce is highest in conservative states. Yup. And then you also encourage people to not get educated too. It's dangerous. If you watched the members only live stream yesterday, I talked about that, sis. Yup. All red states. Hold on. How many did I count? I still got my tally, y'all. I still have my tally. 9 red states. Highest divorce rate. Only 2 blue states. Red flag. Lack of education. Lack of education. That's the problem. People don't know when to stop. It's okay. Life happens. You had a baby out of wedlock. No problem. I'm not going to condemn you for that. But have you learned? No, you just gonna pop out another one and pop out another one. And then expect society, aka me and my tax dollars, to pay and support you. Because your baby daddy or your ex-husband or whoever can't be bothered to be a father. Red flag, that's a problem. Stop collecting kids like an infinity stone. They're humans, not props. Continuing. Let's go to the next one. We're going to watch this one. Not this one. This one. Okay. I hope it's up. Okay, good. I didn't block it.
One of those people who, when she talks, I immediately block out anything, anyone. Aisha Curry is one of those people who, when she talks,
let me stop that one. I hate when that happens. Okay,
immediately block out anything anyone has to say. I don't even let their opinion of what she's saying enter my ear before I run and go watch it and listen to it for myself, because she is one of those people that we as a society, or not we, a lot of people have this irrational irritation towards, that anything she says or does will irritate them. Tyla is one of those people. Gabrielle Union is one of those people. I'm sure we can all think of someone. People collectively as a society, they have just decided they dislike and will rule out anything and everything that comes out of their mouth, and will just look for an opportunity to kick them down. And as it pertains to Aisha Curry, I think it is really unfortunate, because even though I am child-free, she is saying something that I have heard many women say, many women who are wives, many women who are especially mothers, who have devoted their lives to their children, or their lives may not have panned out the way they thought they were going to.
My mother, y'all, my own mother. My own mother, y'all. 6 kids. 6 children. 6 children, y'all. And she told my sister and I, don't follow my path. Get your education first. She pushed us so hard to get our education. And then once we got it, she's like, good, now you're ready. That was her plan. Because she couldn't do it. Live vicariously through my sister and I. That's the truth, y'all. And she loves us. That's why she told us the truth. Imagine if she wasn't truthful and honest and she's like, oh, just have kids. She loves us a lot. So she's going to tell us the real work. I love y'all. I don't even know y'all, and I love y'all a lot. I love y'all more than letting you guys know the utopian version or the fantasy version of marriage. I'm going to give y'all the real. Why would I lie to you? I wouldn't want that. Because people lie to me. I know how that feels. And then when I was in there, I was like, oh, nobody told me this. Oh, no one told us about. You want to know why we decided to go to therapy and get diagnosed? We figured it out ourselves. Research, reading, listening to other couples. It didn't come from my inner circle. Best believe it didn't come from nobody else. No one else. All effort. Our effort, I should say. I would say only one person. My sister did tell me she got diagnosed. And then I was like, okay. But I didn't even think anything of it. But it was us just continuously trying to grow together. Because we had challenges, y'all. It was never... I'm telling y'all, whatever they tell you, we just so happy. No. Not all the time anyways. And sometimes it's deeper than what you think it is. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I don't mind, sharing the truth. I don't mind if people get upset. It is what it is. I want you to be well prepared before you get into something. That's the best way that you're going to succeed. The best way you're going to succeed is if you know what's really happening. So that way you can make an informed decision and you can see if it fits with what you're doing, if it aligns with you. If it doesn't align with you, then don't do it. You don't need to. Hold on, y'all. Let me play this real quick. I got to go say happy Chuseok to my in-laws, okay? And then I'm going to use the restroom. So let me let this run back. I'm going to run it back. It's 2 minutes. This is 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes, y'all. I'm going to see if I can come back. Just got to talk to them real quick. Say happy Chuseok. Use the restroom. And then I'll be back. Just 1 second. 1 second, y'all.
Ayesha Curry is one of those people who, when she talks, I immediately block out anything anyone has to say. I don't even let their opinion of what she's saying enter my ear before I run and go watch it and listen to it for myself. Because she is one of those people that we as a society, or not we, a lot of people have this irrational irritation towards, that anything she says or does will irritate them. Tyla is one of those people. Gabrielle Union is one of those people. I'm sure we can all think of someone. People collectively as a society, they have just decided they dislike and will rule out anything and everything that comes out of their mouth and will just look for an opportunity to kick them down. And as it pertains to Ayesha Curry, I think it is really unfortunate because even though I am child-free, she is saying something that I have heard many women say, many women who are wives, many women who are especially mothers who have devoted their lives to their children, or their lives may not have panned out the way they thought they were going to. And that's something that you start to realize and think about the older you get, but especially as you start to near your 40s. And it's very natural for Ayesha Curry to be experiencing what she is experiencing and speaking out about it. However, for some bizarre reason, well, we know the reason, patriarchy. And again, Ayesha Curry is just one of those people have this irrational disdain towards. And it's really unfortunate because it's not even a right message, wrong messenger, because money does not make it so people cannot speak to certain situations. We see people with money who are absolutely miserable. Look no further than Nicki Minaj, okay? People with money can absolutely be miserable. People with money can absolutely regret some of the choices they made in their lives or wish that they would have taken a different route or done some things differently. And I don't understand why. I'm less interested in the men who are kicking down Ayesha Curry because, again, I understand where that's coming from. It's unfortunately women, particularly. I'm not interested again in the women who are in their 20s or even early 30s speaking negatively about Ayesha Curry.
Sorry, my bad.
I must say I am pretty disappointed to see the takes from women in their 30s, their mid 30s, 40s, 50s, speaking about so negatively.
You know why? Wait, first of all, sis, you gotta identify, are they single? That's number one. And not saying that, I'm not trying to say single women are the only ones doing it. But sometimes I do find that some single women live vicariously through some married women. And also some married women live vicariously through other married women. That's a fact, y'all. So then they will project everything onto you and say, well, he's a good man. He's handsome. He's this, he's that. He's taking care of you. What are you complaining about? Because my man ain't shit. That's all that is. Projection. They wish they had a Steph Curry, not even knowing what you got going on behind closed doors. Red flag. He's still a man. at the end of the day. We don't know what goes on in the background for sis to feel like this. I don't know. It could be internal. It could be, I don't know. But stop coveting things and stop thinking that you know everything just because you see a glimpse of someone, right? Look at Jeezy and Jeannie riding bicycles throughout the whole city. Well, we already knew he was a menace. But for some people, they might think that that's their best dark meat on the side. I don't know. And then all of a sudden, divorce. Look how he's treating her after. We thought they were a happy couple. And then look. How many couples do we see this time and time again, y'all? Look, Nicole Kidman and Keith Urban. Probably thought he was the sweetest guy in the world. We don't know. Stop coveting people. That's all I know. Either they're coveting or they want her to join the club and they don't want her exposing what's really going on in marriages. No, don't let people see what's really happening. We gotta keep it wrapped under so more people get married and do what? Lie. Tell you they're happy when they're not. It's interesting. Very interesting to see. I'm telling you.
About what Ayesha Curry said, especially if they are moms. Ayesha Curry is one of those people.
She said especially if they are moms, y'all. Especially if they are moms. Yeah, because they think that if you're attacking motherhood, then you're attacking them. That's the problem. You're a mother, so you shouldn't think that way. That's like people thinking that if I say, like, for example, if I say, oh, yeah, Dom and I are struggling right now, don't talk about that. You know, marriage is... No, I'm just telling you what the real is. What is the real? And I'm going to tell you guys right now. Sorry, did I get unfocused? What happened here? All those arguments we had in the beginning of our marriage, you want to know why it was? We were both trying to get our needs met. And then we realized that it was just really difficult. That's why we were going through those difficult times that nobody talks about. But guess what? Years later, with a lot of reflection, therapy, medication, finally understanding, dang, this whole time it was unmedicated illness. Bet. Even before we got to the medication, we already had a communication schedule set up. And then now you're not going to see us complaining. Maybe a little bit, be like, oh, you left something on the floor. That's it. But for now, we finally got to the place where we're like, okay, we can finally move on and feel what everyone else has been telling us that they're feeling. But they be lying. That's the problem. Red flag. All of them be lying. You trying to sell me motherhood and you struggling, working 3 jobs. Your husband sitting on the couch. Or he's working a job, can't even provide for you. And then you telling me to have kids. Assess the situation. If somebody's telling you to get married, look at who they're married to. That'll tell you all you need to know. You telling me to get married and look who you married to. He can't even put a roof over your head. Can't even pay the light bill. Job to job. Everywhere. Just very unstable. Spending every last dollar he has on sports betting. And then you're telling me marriage is the best thing in the world. Get out of here. Red flag. I'm not going to believe what you're selling me. Get out. Next, we watch this one. Okay, let's get to Kayla Nicole, y'all. And Taylor Swift. Oh, wait. Steph Curry. We got one more Steph Curry video. My bad. I put it out of order. Let's watch one Steph Curry video and then we're going to move on to Taylor Swift. Let's do it.
Public relate. We had D Wade and we spoke to D Wade, about a public relationship. And your wife is obviously blazing her own path. But tell me what that's like. You know, obviously a childhood love that's transitioned into a beautiful marriage with a family, and kind of the prototypical this is like the new family. The Currys are a power movement. Tell me what that's
setting
like.
The standard.
Which is wild to say because I'm just living my life, man.
Man, you saw that.
I know.
You saw it over Instagram. Better get you Ayesha Curry. I know you saw that all over Instagram. I know that had to feel good.
I got me one, but
you got D1.
Yeah.
But it's weird. It's wild because I was talking about as my dad, my mom, how they raised us. Her parents are saying like, there's always perspective, right? And I grew up in the NBA, but I was just a kid, man, and I had a really cool childhood experience. Like 15, I meet Aisha. We aren't dating in high school, but we talk a little bit. And fast forward 4 years, I'm out in LA at the ESPYs because we just made our tournament run, and this is me and my dad flying from Charlotte. I'd never been to LA before. Out here for the ESPYs. And I was like, I remember Aisha. I remember she moved out here because she was out here pursuing acting. So she had graduated from high school and came right out here to pursue acting, but we weren't talking at all. So I hit her up and I was like, hey, I'm out in LA, like chilling, whatever. Like, you gotta show me around because I ain't never been out here before. So we reconnected then, and like a couple months later, she had moved back to Charlotte. And
Rewind, y'all. Now I see what's going on here.
Out here for the ESPYs, and I was like, I remember Aisha. I remember she moved out here because she was out here pursuing acting. So she had graduated from high school and came right out here to pursue acting, but we weren't talking at all. So I hit her up and I was like, hey, I'm out in LA, like chilling, whatever. Like, you gotta show me around because I ain't never been out here before. So we reconnected then, and like a couple months later, she had moved back to Charlotte, and I'm still at Davidson, which is like 30 minutes away. So we got to kind of keep it going.
So she had to move back home, y'all. I don't know what happened, but she was forced to move back home for some reason.
And from there, like, we were just two kids just enjoying life together and not really knowing what was about to happen.
Unprepared. Red flag. Where were your parents? You see, this is the thing. They prepare you, but not enough, in my opinion, because you grew up in a sheltered house. No, I don't know if he grew up in a sheltered household, but Aisha did. And obviously, whatever happened in LA, she didn't succeed because she went right back home to North Carolina. That's where they rekindled. Now, I don't know if she went back to North Carolina to follow him or she just naturally went back because things didn't pan out in LA. But then again, I'm trying to be nice with what I'm saying. I'm trying to be gentle. But you didn't succeed. That's okay. But then you said it the best, sis. Self-sabotage. She went back to, we don't know the reason. I wish I knew the reason of why she moved back to North Carolina. There was a reason. Maybe I'll find it for the case study that I'm going to do on them. Was it self-sabotage, deciding to go and move back to North Carolina to go be with him so they don't have to be long distance? Or did she go back because she couldn't afford LA anymore and then she realized that, okay, my dreams are not panning out. But whatever the reason is, you made the decision to move back. This is where we need to be accountable, Aisha. Because as soon as you move back to NC, this is the life that you decided to have. Why didn't you stay in LA? That's a problem, y'all.
And when I got to the league, like, again, I'm just living my life, and as the spotlight starts to grow and all that, you're dealt with judgments and expectations, and everybody just wants to know every step you take and all that stuff. And it's kind of uncomfortable at times because as humans, you react to stuff, like stuff that's said about you.
Especially your family.
Yeah, your family and all that type of stuff. And the person to me is like want to take it in stride, and like you don't want to react to everything because you'll lose your mind.
Right.
But you want to protect the integrity of y'all's relationship. We started, way back when. And so it's an ever-changing kind of thing for us because even as you bring kids in this world, like how are you going to raise them with this spotlight as well and keep their mind in the right direction and give them perspective and give them a chance to have a quote-unquote normal childhood and stuff. So a lot of responsibilities, but God don't make no mistakes, man. And for me and her, like I think we appreciate the ability to inspire and impact people because of our relationship. Like that's, if we can do it, like we're not perfect. We got up.
This was 5 years ago, y'all. Just remember that 5 years ago. They only had 3 kids.
Challenges in like every other relationship in this world. But if we can kind of persevere through all that stuff, man, we can be
And so,
an
yeah.
inspiration and expectation
Really
for like what
dope.
it means to find somebody you want to share life with. And I don't want to get too sappy, but like that's real.
That's
That's
real,
real,
absolutely.
right?
And it's
So,
rare too,
Yeah.
especially in our profession, you know. So I think it's dope. The example you guys said is amazing.
So I'm trying to figure it out.
You're,
It took me forever to find him.
But you did.
I
I
mean,
finally found him.
8 kids
Hey,
later.
Tammy.
Hey,
Seven.
Tammy. 7 kids later.
Red flag, 7 kids, y'all. He finally figured it out. Lord. What's his name? Steven something. I forgot his name. George Floyd's twin. Steven Jackson. That was his name.
Yeah.
You're still a good dude, though.
Thanks.
We don't
Yeah.
judge you.
Love you.
You're a very proud father. You know, your daughters are your world. When you finally got that little boy.
I did, man.
Cannon,
Wow.
Tell me what that's like, man.
He is something
He's
else.
what-
Another
old is
little
he?
beige
He's seven.
motherfucker.
He is. He's a lighter skin. Is that what you say?
Another beige. Gonna come out shooting from half. He gonna come out shooting from half
Name
court.
is Cannon.
I
What you
gave him the
expect?
I gave him that
Nah, you already know. He got it locked and loaded in the diaper right now. Cannon.
In the diaper.
In the diaper, you got it locked and loaded.
He's 17 months, man. He's unbelievable. Named him after my granddad. So it's Cannon Wardell Jack. That was my granddad's
That's
name.
dope.
And so he's the first real boy on either side. First boy grandbaby. So he's spoiled rotten. But he's unbelievable. And it's kind of cool to see our two older girls like it not just be about them anymore. And
They all over him too, though, huh?
What? Yeah. Low key, I feel like I just met him. my wife is holding him hostage the whole first year. Now the girls got a hold of him.
Yeah.
Like, Cannon, I'm over here, man.
I'm your
Like,
dad.
what's up, man?
We kind of look alike.
When he get 5 and get the dribbling that ball, that's when Daddy gonna take over.
Just be patient. Man. Be patient. Told him, you know, he's unbelievable. So yeah, we're really blessed. 7, 4, and 1. Like I said, the amazing ages right now. Really coming into that little personality.
It's
So
dope.
I'm enjoying it, man. And it's like crazy thing just to, like, you know, like you said, taking your kids to the game. Like the first time I got to take my son and see him on the bench, and my dad was there next to him, and like just thinking
dope.
about like that used to be me, man.
Hell yeah.
That part of it
Awesome.
still is crazy.
All right, so y'all heard stuff. He's a proud family man, y'all. It's way different from Aisha's perspective. He's 7 kids, girl. 7. Red flag. At the start of that, you said people are so annoying about boys versus girl children. We need to talk about that. Why are they like that? Very, very strange. But again, societal expectations. Once you have your boy, you finally got your legacy. That's what it is. As if your daughter they don't carry your DNA. It's very, very traditional, archaic way of thinking. We're gonna skip this video. I was gonna play this, but we skipping this. We getting straight to the T with Taylor Swift and her shenanigans. If you are a Swiftie, listen, I do red flags on everybody. Everybody, no one is exempt, including myself. I gave myself a red flag the last case study. This means that I'm probably going to say something about your fave that you might not like. This is not a parasocial channel. So you might want to exit stage left if you're very sensitive about what people say about your faves, because I'm not going to be a person to mince my words. Just letting you know. In case you're new here, in case you want to watch this video or live stream for Taylor. We gonna get into her because sis thinks that she's what did they say? She's all that in a bag of chips. This is just like Bring It On, y'all. This reminds me of Bring It On when Gabrielle Union was doing the cheer, her and the Clovers versus the other team. I forgot what their name was. The Wildcats, was that their name? Anyway, Taylor thinks she's better than Kayla. I already had a feeling, but I was giving her the benefit of the doubt because she was quiet, doing her little thing, whatever, her little thingy thing. But sis is trying to be like, she's giving me Hailey Bieber vibes. Heavy. Because remember when Selena and Justin were together and he was really in love with Selena? Whenever I see a woman try to get at the ex, sorry, I got a little thirsty. Whenever I see a woman try to get at the ex-girlfriend, that means the ex-girlfriend is living rent-free in her mind. That's number 1. Number 2, this tells me that he still has some unresolved feelings for Kayla. That's number 2. Number 3, she feels insecure And she knows that Kayla, it looks better. Let's be honest. If you putting these two in a lineup, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm being honest. Because sis came out with the song, so now I gotta do what I gotta do here. Sorry, Kayla Nicole and Taylor. She feels intimidated, y'all. I believe she does. Because there's no reason why she would be on your mind to make a song. Why? Even if you're talking about Travis, let it be about Travis. Why do you need to bring her up? Makes no sense, right? You found the love of your life. You won, quote unquote. So why do you need to bring her up? Oh, because you want to make it clear that you're the better option. Red flag. He's a Libra man. Sorry if you're with a Libra man. Jeezy, Libra. Travis, Libra. DDG, Libra. What do they have in common? Wait, I didn't finish. Lil Wayne, Libra. T.I., Libra. Snoop Dogg, Libra. Ray Charles, Libra. Jermaine Dupri, Libra. Eminem, Libra. Simon Cowell, Libra. Ryan Reynolds, Libra. What do they have in common? They like to triangulate women. Red flag. This is a problem. He's triangulating in real time. Because why does Taylor feel the need to put jabs out or to jab Kayla? What is the problem? What's the reason, sis? She ain't said nothing about you at all. Whenever she talks about Travis, she talks about Travis. That is it. She even recently went and grinded on Chris Brown. She is not thinking about Travis. I mean, maybe she is. I don't know. But at least she's not showing it. What threat is she to you, Taylor? Oh, because you know your man deep down, he still has some feelings for her. And you don't like it. So you rather put her down in a song and make it known that he chose you. Even though he for the streets, y'all. He for everybody. I don't think Travis Kelce is a catch. He doesn't give me catch vibes, y'all. None at all. And when I say Libra man, I'm sure there are some wonderful ones out there. I'm just saying I notice a pattern with the ones who like to triangulate women. That's what I'm noticing here. Now let's get to her song. What is it called? Oppenheimer? What is it called? Opalite. And I'm saying this as somebody who actually enjoyed Taylor Swift's music. But when I saw this, I was like, man, this is disappointing. Why is this ad here? Okay. Okay, I can't get this ad out. Let me find another link for lyrics because I don't have time to Opalite lyrics. Okay. Here we go. Yo, how many ads do we have here? This is craziness. All right. So, wait. Speaking of ads, I hope there's no commercials on my live stream. Ophelia, y'all funny as hell. Hold up. Let me make sure ain't no ads on this stream. Y'all let me know. Hold up. Sorry, y'all. Give me 1 second. I gotta make sure. What is happening here? Okay, here we go. Is this the right one? No. Hold on, let me do it on my Google. Give me 1 second, y'all. I really hope there's no ads on this. There's not supposed to be. Not right now, anyways. Let me make sure y'all could hear it without any ads. Give me 1 quick second. Content. Where's my live stream? Give me 1 second. Live. Okay. Wait, what? Am I on live? Wait, how come I can't see my live stream here? This is strange. Give me 1 second, yo. I know you guys are here. Okay, here it is. It's just on my it's not on my YouTube thing yet. Okay, give me 1 second, y'all. Let me make sure that it's not playing ads because I don't want ads playing. My bad, y'all, if ads were playing while you were watching me live. I hope they weren't. That's not my intention. Why can't I get into my dang on channel? This is craziness. Okay, I'm getting in right now. Give me 1 second.
Let me make sure.
Okay, here we go. All right, let's not make ads. Give me 1 second. Let me edit. Oh, it's not letting me edit. Okay, sorry. I don't know why I can't edit this video. It's not showing up on my thing. Hold on. View channel. Okay, here we go. I can do it now. Edit. Okay, here we go. Okay. Wow, why is it so complicated? YouTube. It's not letting me. Okay, anyways, if there's ads, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm very sorry. I hope not. Okay, we're just gonna leave it as is. You had 2 ads? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? You're not supposed to. Let me, I think I put it on by mistake. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna try to take it off. You're not supposed to. I try not to have ads while I'm going live. Just for the viewer experience. I usually turn it on afterwards. Okay, I think I got it. No. It's not showing up, y'all. I don't know why. I'm so sorry if you had ads. I'm sorry. It wasn't supposed to be on for this one. I'm very sorry. I don't know how to turn it off. It's not letting me turn it off. Hold on. Edit advanced. Okay, wait. Maybe it's here. Oh, yeah. I got it. Okay, I turned it off. Here we go. Whew, I figured it out. All right, no ads. All right, let's do this. Because I don't want no ads. My bad, y'all. Okay, I can't recommend YouTube Premium highly enough. Yes, very clean. No ads at all. I actually have YouTube Premium too. That's why I'm able to do these videos without any interruption. All right, I turned it off, y'all. My bad. I clicked on it before I started. I wasn't supposed to. I think it turned on. That's why I realized it. I was like, why is it green? And then I realized that I turned it on. So my bad if you had ads. You're not supposed to. So let's go through the lyrics. Here, it says, at first, so Cosmopolitan wrote an article. At first glance, Opalite seems to be a love song about Taylor's fiance, Travis Kelce. No problem with that. You love your man, good luck. The lyrics kick off with Taylor admitting that she used to think about her exes a lot, and that now the sky is opalite. What is opalite? Is that a color? What is an opalite? Is it an opal? Sorry, y'all. Opalite meaning. Oh, it's a crystal. It's a synthetic glass. It means transition and personal growth. I knew it had to be something, like a crystal or something. Okay. Now. Okay, and while she doesn't mention Trav by name, now seems like a good time to mention that opal is his birthstone. Just saying. Oh, because he's a Libra. Let's see. Libra birthstone. Yep. Opal. So she put Opalite. Wow. She made a song about him. Very on brand for Taylor Swift, might I add. So the birthstone for Libra is also the national gemstone of Australia. This gem is treasured worldwide for its stunning play of color and unique beauty. Australia produces over 90% of the world's opals, making it a significant symbol of the country. Interesting. Y'all know your birthstones? Mine is amethyst. Where is it? Hold on. This is my birthstone. Right here. Amethyst. Right here. There we go. Okay, so she named the song after Travis. My bad, y'all. Where's my tissue paper? There's something. It's not a booger. You don't see that. It's I had a tissue paper here. Oh, here it is. Okay, sorry. It's on my desk here. I don't know. My nose is a little itchy, so just give me a second. Okay, much better. All right. So she named it after Travis. Interesting. Let's continue. The song then pivots to the other person's perspective. And if we're assuming this is about Travis, seemingly references his ex being on her phone all the time. As Taylor puts it, well, actually, I want the whole lyric. So no, we're not going to read that. I want the entire lyric. Let's go to the actual lyrics. Because I'm tired of this. Wait. Oh my gosh. Why so... Just... Okay, here. So many pop-ups. I'm tired of this. All right, let's do this. Why can't anybody give me... Okay, you know what? We're going to go to the lyric video. Let me just turn off the sound because I'm not trying to get copyright here. So I'm going to play the lyric. I'm tired of these people with they ads and stuff. Okay, here we go. So we're going to get to the verse where she talks about Travis. Oh, I think this is the one. All right, let's read it. You were in it for... Okay, here we go. There it is. You had to make your own sunshine, okay? But now the sky is opalite. All right. Oh. You couldn't understand it. Why you felt alone. Red flag. So he told her he felt alone in the relationship. Is that what he's telling her? Again, triangulation. Classic case. She's the bad woman, you see. She made me feel alone. And, you know, that's why we broke up. He doesn't, I can already tell, oh, Lord. He doesn't have any type of accountability. So it's always her fault, not his. I can already tell by how she's talking. Oh, you felt so alone. I had to heal you and nurse you. This is what we talking about here. We gonna get on the Young Jeezy case, y'all, because, I want to say something so bad, but I'm going to save it for the case study. He did the same thing. You know, my sisters, we got to stick together. This woman right here, she's just too much for me. No, she's not good. But said the same thing about his baby mamas. Red flag, talking about, oh, they bitter. They just bitter. All of his baby mamas, both of them, and his ex-wife, they're all bitter. Same pattern. DDG, same pattern. Travis Kelce, same pattern. Eminem, same pattern. Red flag. Where Eminem wrote his whole album about Kim. His ex, by the way. How awful she was. The worst person in the world. No accountability about what he did. It was all about her. And he had a mother wound too, by the way. Now, I don't know if Kelce Travis has a mother wound. Because he looks very close to his mother. But... you never know. He felt so alone and she feels sorry for him. She believed him. Taylor girl. Continuing. You were in it for real. How would you know? Red flag. You don't know that. How would you know? How would you know? You don't know who was in it for real. Oh, you're just going by what he's telling you. See, he has to make... whenever a man, and this is real talk, y'all. I've seen this many a time in my life, y'all. Whenever a man has to reduce his ex and bash her in order to make either himself or you look good, run! Red flag. Because whatever he's doing and saying about her, just best believe your turn is going to come up very soon. It may not be today. It may not be tomorrow, but it will come. Trust and believe me as the world turns. And Taylor, you should know this. You've been in this world long enough to know that. You're in your 30s, but you're stunted mentally. Still acting like this is some fantasy love story. And you're entering into death row. I hope you know that. Because if he's talking like this about his ex who he was with for 5 years... you think you're better because you have more income and you have more resources. You're a pop star. He's never going to do you dirty. Good luck, sis. You better make sure that prenup is ironclad. Please, make sure you get a prenup. Get that up. Get it signed, sealed, and delivered. Because you got a long road ahead of you with this man. He has not proven himself to be a worthy person of a relationship, to be quite honest with you. He has a pattern, y'all. But she's thinking she's going to be the one to change his pattern. She's another genie. She thinks she's better. She thinks she's better, y'all. She's another Jeannie Mai. Ask Jeannie how this turned out for her. Thinking that, oh, I'm just going to be submissive. It's going to help me keep him for the long run. What good did that do to her? She has a beautiful baby. Great. That's amazing. Monaco's very smart, very beautiful. But that's it. He's gone. Off to the next victim. Good luck. This is why I don't find it. I think it's just such a waste of time to focus on the ex. Why don't you just focus on what you and him got going on? Oh, because y'all ain't got nothing going on. That's why. What y'all got going on is looking at Kayla. That's it. Stalking her Instagram. I can tell you right now, she's stalking that girl. She's Hailey Bieber, y'all. This is Hailey Bieber 2.0. 2.0. Watching everything this girl is doing. So she can record it. And so she's Kayla, be careful, girl. She's watching you. She's monitoring you. Because no person who has a lot going on and who's just focused on their relationship is going to focus on you at all. She's not going to talk about you at all. She wouldn't even be thinking about, oh, you were so alone in your last relationship. She would be talking about how you make her feel. Like, she'd be talking about, oh, you make me feel so good, da-da-da-da, da-da-da. Nothing about you. What you got to do with the relationship? Oh, because you're the invisible third party. Red flag. And this is very telling, y'all. This is not good. All I'm saying is, okay, let's continue reading the lyrics. She was in her phone. And you were just a prop? They didn't even have the right lyrics. Red flag. Where can I find these dang on lyrics? I'm tired of it. Where's Genius? Where are the lyrics? Where are the dang on lyrics? Here, look at this. Paywall after paywall. Leave me alone. Continuing. L. Goodness, why is it so hard? Here we go. All right. Let's read it, because I'm tired. I had a bad habit of missing lovers past. That's what she said. My brother used to call it eating out of the trash. Excuse me. It's never gonna last. But when her mom assured her that she would find true love. Okay. But my mama told me it's all right. You were dancing through the lightning strike, sleepless in the onyx night, but now the sky is opal light. Red flag. So your mama didn't tell you, girl, you need to slow down. Stop being hot bongy over these British men. Stop it. You keep attracting the wrong person and you think you changed just because you got an American football player? He's just like them. They're all the same because you're living in your patterns and your delusion. Every single time you get with a man, how many songs have you written about men? You've written tons of songs about men. Still crying the same story. Nothing's changed, y'all. She has a pattern just like Travis does. And then her mama said, it's okay, baby. You're going to find somebody. You finally found your prince. This man. Prior to dating Kelsey, Swift had a few. I love how they try to make it seem it's just a few. And then meanwhile, a black woman's with two people. Oh, she's a hoe. She's for the streets. Goodness. A few on and off romantic relationships. Just months before she met him, she briefly rekindled her fling with Matt Healy, the racist. Yeah, I added that. She had recently ended her 6-year relationship with Joe Alwyn. One that was also bumpy in private. Yeah. In April, a source told people that Swift and Alwyn had rough patches before and always worked things out. So friends thought they would take some time apart. They was toxic. But eventually come back together. Ultimately, they weren't the right fit for each other. Both her and Travis have the same pattern. Makeup to breakup. And then thinking the other person's the problem. You are the problem. Common denominators, both of y'all. What sign is Taylor? What is she? Don't tell me she's a Capricorn. Hold up. Oh, Lord. Patterns, y'all. This is why it matters. Oh, Sagittarius. Oh, she got lucky, y'all. December 13th. Wait, when does Capricorn start? It must be in the 20s. December 21st. I knew it. Sis is acting like she's so above everything. She never took time to heal. She's another Cardi. Just a skinnier version. And at least she knows how to use birth control. That's it. That's it. That's all. But none of this woman for years has been in on and off relationships, y'all. Even within her 6-year relationship, it was on and off. Red flag. You have a problem. Travis does too. And yeah, y'all want to sit here digging into Kayla when you need to you have the resources to go seek a therapist. Get some counseling for your issues, ma'am. You have a problem. Instead of focusing on your problem of why you can't stay in a committed relationship and why it's always on and off, you rather go and point at Kayla. That's what you want to do. Goodness, continuing. Swift also seems to reference one of Kelsey's previous partners in the second verse. Kayla. Who else could he have referenced? Could she have referenced? He was with her the longest. Though she doesn't mention anyone by name. She doesn't have to. She's throwing subliminal shots. That's what she's doing. You couldn't understand it while you felt alone. Red flag. We already went through that. You were in it for real. She was in her phone. How would you know? Red flag. And you were just a posse. What's a posse? What? Isn't posse a crew? Okay, a particular way of behaving adopted in order to give others a false impression or to impress others. Whatever. Continuing. And don't we try to love. We give it all we got. You've said this many a time, Taylor. How much love do you have to give? And before people come up in here, you're slut shaming her. No, I don't care who she slept with. She could have slept with the whole football. I don't give a damn. My problem is instead of focusing on her issue of not being able to stay in a committed relationship because she clearly wants to be in one, she'd rather be all up in other people's business, causing a mess. Red flag. Focus on your damn self. How about that? This is my problem with Taylor. Throwing rocks, hiding your hands. And if Kayla comes out and cusses you out, you're going to have your rabid ass fans go after her. This your plan all along? To destroy her? Is that what it is? Because you know what it is? She thought that Kayla was going to give up the sports cast. And you know what? I think it was last week I said that she needs to give up her sports career. You know what? Kayla, stay in it. It's clearly bothering this girl. Because you're still in the space. He still has to see you. It's not healthy for your mental health, to be honest with you. But just for this, you going to stay there. She obviously has an issue with you. And she wants to get rid of you. This is just the beginning. She's stalking the girl. I can already tell. I know what type of person we dealing with. SWF. Swim fan. Obsessed. Breathing. Kayla's just breathing and living her life, and sis wrote a whole damn song for her. A verse at least. You finally left the table. And what a simple thought. You're starving till you're not. So you feeding him spiritually? Again, he's hyping her up, y'all. She doesn't know what she's dealing with. This girl is so emotionally stunted. Unfortunately, she's sheltered too. I don't think she's really had any real life experience. She's been singing since she was a teenager. In a few years, y'all gonna hear her in an interview, this was a mistake. I shouldn't have said that about her. And now, you gonna learn just like Jeannie. The patterns don't lie, y'all. The patterns don't. At all. Continuing. Taylor is Posse? Yeah, Pose. Hold on, was it Pose or Posse? I don't remember. But yeah, Posse is the one with the crew, right? You said, bless your heart, Romy. She doing the work to make sense of these lyrics, adding context to each verse. I'm trying. Mocha Island, you said, wasn't Taylor the one who stalks her exes and crushes? I remember she even bought a house that was next door to one of them. She did! You know what? Thank you, sis. That's why I love when you guys comment, y'all. Keep commenting all the time because I read them. People think I don't read. I read them comments. Trust and believe me. Sometimes I can't respond to everything, but I read them because people give me ideas. Like, you guys always give me ideas. Even the last case study, someone wrote, oh, did you check out this channel with the court documents? I was like, I didn't even know I could get, I knew there were court documents out there, but I didn't see all the text messages. And I was like, oh, I got to add that to this part. So it actually helps me do my work better. It was JFK Jr., JFK's nephew, one of the Kennedys. Michael Kennedy, one of them. She did. Let me just put it here. I'm sure it's going to come. Yup. She did. Let me see if they have details. Hold on. Buying a house in Cape Cod. She wanted to be close to the Kennedy, and he was freaked out, and he broke up with her. Maybe I could find it in one of these articles. Okay, people would be messy. I know they won't have the reason. Taylor Swift's former beach house near Kennedy compound finds a buyer. See the $50 million mansion. Now, yo, I'm tired of these dang on ads. Okay, let's see here. I'm trying to see. Yeah, here. The Blank Space singer first closed on the 7-bedroom, 8-bathroom home for nearly $5 million in November 2012. Swift lived on the property, which is steps away from the Kennedy family compound. Red flag. Amid her romance with Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s son, Connor Kennedy. That's who he was. Okay. Taylor Swift, Connor Kennedy. We gonna put that here. Here we go. Here we go. These two right here. These two right here. Right here. These two. You see, exploring Taylor Swift's Kennedy obsession. The inspiration behind Starlight. You see, she wrote a song about that, man. That's what she does all the time. That's her pattern. That's her pattern, y'all. Here, let me see if I have more here. Hold on. Here, the year was 2012 and Taylor Swift was in the midst of prepping Red. The Kennedy family was presumably preparing for an as-yet unfilmed Vineyard Vines campaign. It's hard to remember this far back, but in 2011, Taylor Swift was profiled in The New Yorker, talking about her relatable pop culture faves, which included the Kennedys. Describing watching TV on her computer while on tour, she casually mentioned that she watched History Channel documentaries, noting, I'm just so obsessed with the whole history of JFK and RFK. In the same piece, she humble bragged about having recently completed the 900-page epic, The Kennedy Women. In the same piece, she says she watched Teen Mom and CSI, on which she guest starred, and I will need to circle back to this factoid one or someday. Okay. A few weeks ago, I had the pleasure of workshopping, blah, blah, blah. Okay, she's going to talk a whole bunch about stuff. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I don't know what's going on. She's talking about a whole bunch of stuff. Here, let's read this, actually. This is very interesting. So, I'm going to finish reading it. Before we explore her answer to that question, it's important to note that Taylor Swift Kennedy gaze was looking in both directions. Rory Kennedy, daughter of Ethel, saw these pull quotes and reached out to get concert tickets for her daughters. Rory is the one who got married when JFK Jr., his plane crashed with his wife and his sister-in-law. They were going to Rory's wedding. At the show, she slipped Taylor her mom's number when she heard Taylor was such a fan. Soon, Taylor was attending the Sundance premiere of Rory's documentary about Ethel and meeting the matriarch for lunch. By February, she'd be telling Vogue, the only time in my life I have ever been starstruck was meeting Caroline and Ethel Kennedy. Caroline is JFK Jr.'s sister. JFK, the father, the president who was pew-pewed, that's his daughter. And Jackie Onassis. I got to spend the afternoon with Ethel a couple of weeks ago. She is one of my favorites because you look back at the pictures of her and Bobby. Bobby is, I think that's Robert Kennedy, the one who got unalived. I believe that's JFK's brother who got unalived. And they always look like they're having the most fun out of everybody. 11 kids, all these exotic animals on their property. I've read a lot about them. 11 kids, exotic. Yeah, he's the one who was unalived. 11 kids, exotic animals. Leah Michelle is crying somewhere. Okay, she's talking a whole bunch of stuff here. Okay, so she was obsessed, y'all. Ethel invited Taylor to her house for the 4th of July. A day that is obviously catnip to her, especially in this period. And for the Kennedys who give Old Navy family who have never stepped foot in one. At the 4th of July, Taylor arrived to play in the Waves with Patrick Schwarzenegger. Hold on a second. Sorry about that, y'all. Oh. Okay. With Patrick Schwarzenegger and Connor Kennedy, son of Robert Jr. Ever wonder what's for breakfast at the Kennedy compound? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I don't care about what they ate for damn breakfast. As a thank you, Taylor performed a new song she'd written called Starlight. This song is Kennedy fan fiction in which Taylor imagines herself into the footsteps of a young Ethel Kennedy. Is she out here trying to channel people? She wrote without fear or research. She's a vampire, y'all, trying to steal people's identities. Y'all remember, if you watch the movie Sinners, you'll know this. The soul harvesting. Is that what she's trying to do? As the scholars on Genius.com annotated, the lyrics cite a yacht club party they snuck into after meeting in the summer of 1945. They met in the winter in Quebec when he was dating her sister. And none of that may be factually true, but maybe it felt true. Like Darren Criss recently saying he identifies as culturally queer. It doesn't really mean anything, but it sounds nice. Okay. Oh, Lord, that's a lot. Y'all mentioned age. I saw that in the comments. We gonna mention it right here. After this performance, Taylor started dating Connor Kennedy, then 18, when she was 22. I mean, he is of age, but kind of want to give a red flag. The age gap is not the problem. It's when the age gap happened. Red flag. I'm going to give a red flag anyway. He's just fresh out of high school, sis. Why are you dating this kid? That's why I'm giving a red flag. Interesting to think she wrote this song celebrating young love after dating a slew of older men. Jake Gyllenhaal, John Mayer. Oh, he's also a Libra, by the way. John Mayer is. Yep, Libra. I have a pattern, guys. I'm not joking. Jake Gyllenhaal, what he is? He's a Sag. Here we go. In this period, Connor was mourning the recent passing of his mother by unaliving after years of mental health struggles. In his grief, he took her on dates that felt vulnerable and sad, like a visit to his mother's grave. Red flag! Not only is he 18, but his mother recently passed. He is experiencing a lot of emotional hardship amid this tragedy. He lost his mother, y'all. She's the older person. And she's sitting here chasing him. He was not fit to be in any relationship, y'all. She was trying to get in the family. She's obsessed, showing obsessive traits. That August, the other Kennedys were doing their best to make this burgeoning relationship about them, hosting a mental health forum at the compound. Patrick Kennedy remembered later, I couldn't resist pointing out to the group during a brief lull in the dialogue that the girl in the bathing suit walking down the path to the docks was Taylor Swift. Somebody wrote Jake's fine ass. Y'all stupid. I'm done. All right. Who was then dating my nephew and probably already composing the song about their breakup. Whoa, who said that? Hold on. Patrick Kennedy said that. Wait, let's rewind. I couldn't resist pointing out to the group during a brief lull in the dialogue that the girl in the bathing suit walking down the path to the docks was Taylor Swift, who was then dating my nephew and probably already composing the song about their breakup. Red flag. He knew his nephew was not ready to date. He's like, look, this little boy right here, he's still fresh. Why are you dating him? But she's so hot bongy for a relationship. It's a problem, y'all. Don't be fooled. Just because she has millions doesn't mean that her self-esteem is there. She's looking for love, y'all, but in all the wrong places. All these years you telling me that she never stopped and assessed. Hey, this is way too much. But maybe she needs inspiration for her songs. I don't know. But sis is on a journey. She had an agenda. This man is really great at using his privilege to encourage conversations of important topics, hosting a mental health forum, while continuing to say the quiet part out loud about himself. I am a creep. This is a pattern of in Kennedy behavior. When asked what her favorite Taylor Swift song was, Caroline Kennedy responded, Romeo, which, though not a song by Taylor Swift, is a love story of a kind for aunts trying to be supportive without really knowing what's going on. Controversially, just a month and a half after attending the 4th of July at the compound where she met her now boyfriend, Taylor bought a house adjacent to the compound. Red flag. Month and a half later, Mrs. Stalker. She's obsessed with the idea of love, y'all. Obsessed. And she keeps attracting the wrong type of man. Travis gives me opportunist, y'all. He been an opportunist even with Kayla. He gives me that. He just wastes people's time. He's a time waster. All the men she's been with, time wasters. They did not want to be with her, y'all. Even though, to be honest with you, she's a beautiful woman. She's small, she's thin, she's blonde. She's what white men would prefer. That's their preference. And yet she couldn't even keep a man. And I'm not saying that, oh, you got to keep a man in order to show your worth. No. I'm just saying if you're going to do all of this and you want commitment in the end, it's futile. If you just want to have fun and just be around men and you just want to keep doing it, then you do you. But if you're looking for commitment in marriage, at one point you got to assess what's going on here. Because continuing to go on this pattern and continuing to choose the same men, it's not going to get you a good result. I'm just being honest. And again, I'm not talking about her sexual history. I'm just talking about the time she's wasting. They're not qualified. None of the men she's been with, y'all. That's a problem. This is what I'm trying to say. She's wasting time. At least if you want commitment in marriage, why don't you waste time with men who actually want that? Now you done found Travis. But this man is still obsessed with the ex, obviously. This is why you sitting here writing notes and lyrics. You're obsessed. You've been stalking her. And you could see and probably saw in his phone. You probably creeped on his phone while he was sleeping next. You knocked out. You probably scrolled on his phone. You look like the type that would check your man's phone. And you saw some things. Maybe it might not have been Kayla, but it might have been his real type. The person he wants to be with. Who knows? I don't know. But at first, I was giving her the benefit of the doubt, y'all. Because a lot of people were saying, oh, he's attracted to Kayla, he only attracted. And I was like, no, everybody doesn't have to stay with their type. People change for different reasons. They want people for different reasons. But now that she came out with this song, this just lets me know that he's still obsessed with his ex. Or he's following women, or maybe he's showing her that those women are the women that he's physically attracted to. Because ain't no way you would have time to write this song. You wouldn't have time to be worried about her. It doesn't make sense to me. Or it's an insecurity of hers, but why? Why would it be an insecurity if his gaze is only on you? Isn't that what you want? That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. If his gaze was only on her and he was really only about her, then there would be no need to feel the low self-esteem and insecurity. But it's there. And she's sitting here in this relationship, moving next to this man. Obsessed. Within a few months, y'all. Commitment through real estate is something I thought I'd only see on House Hunters. But just like on that show, Landmark Limited's Test of Our Times, Taylor would go searching for a house when what she really needed to do was break up. There we go. She was trying to be closer to him because he was struggling, y'all, dealing with his mother's unaliving. And then she's sitting here trying to buy a house to make him get closer to her. Always chasing men. That's a problem. Why do you need to chase men? What is it about them that is so attractive to you? That's what I'm saying. It makes no sense to me. That same month, Taylor and Connor crashed the Kennedy wedding. He did not RSVP unknown to Taylor, so they were not exactly greeted as heroes when she waltzed into the Fairmont Copley Plaza. Yeah, because they got old money, y'all. If she's new money, they're old money. They don't care about none of that star status. They're like, look, you're not invited. And I can't even blame him, to be honest with you. He was going through a lot of trauma. So he was being reckless. I'm not surprised. As one source reported, a Kennedy cousin approached Connor and said, dude, you better check yourself. Aunt Vicky, the mother of the bride, is pissed. I think she's going to drag Taylor Swift out here by her ponytail. Damn, Aunt Vicky was not playing. She was like, I don't know who you are, but you weren't on the guest list. We're not paying her for an extra plate of food. Get out of here. You and my nephew, get the heck up out of here. By September, Connor was back at prep school and they broke up. Of course they did. Of course they did. Because he's like, why are you moving next to me? He realized this was too serious, too fast. That's her. The reason you found Travis and he was able to propose to you so quickly is because he has an agenda. And I didn't want to say it before because I, again, was giving them the benefit of the doubt. They seemed like they were happy. I was like, I'll leave them alone. They ain't got nothing. They seem fine. But now that you came out guns blazing, I'm going to come out guns blazing. You want to be on that type of time? Then I'm going to be on that type of time too. Because everybody was about to leave you alone, but now you want to go and play innocent. We don't like that here. We don't like microaggressions around here. So I'm going to give you the Sierra and Olandria treatment. Like how Sierra was with Olandria, that's exactly what I'm going to do to you, Taylor. Because no, you're not going to sit here and try to make a sister a villain when she did nothing to you. At all. She did nothing but exist and be an ex in his life. Just like you have your exes. Why you not talking about that? Oh, you made a whole bunch of songs about them. My bad. We forgot. So now you move on to the women. Is that what it is? Lord. Continuing. We're done, y'all. Let's continue. Let me read a few comments and then we're going to continue here. The start. Ooh, what is that? I saw an ant. Sam, you said I see it already. Who is Kayla? Do I look like Kayla? I'm gonna write a song about this, right? Wait, what did you say? The star that fell? That man probably woke up one day and called her Kayla by accident. She was heated. I think so. It doesn't make any sense. You won. Why? I don't understand this, y'all. I really don't get it. You won. You got the man you wanted. He proposed to you. You got exactly what you've been wanting and searching for this whole entire time, this decade and whatever, 20 years, who knows? Nah, I'm exaggerating. It's not 20 years. These last 10 years, whatever, that you were hopping. You got what you finally wanted, a ring. And now you can't even celebrate in silence and with your man and with your new relationship. You can't even do that. You got to throw shots. Triangulation. This is what it looks like, y'all. Kayla, don't fall for the bait, but I know you will, sis. Unfortunately, you're not healed.
Number one.
We'll do this one. I was supposed to do that one yesterday. There are a few videos that I always skip. I'm going to do them another time. Let's move on to this one. Let's hear what this sis had to say, because I liked what she had to say. I heard a little bit of it. And then we're going to watch another one of her videos here. Let's go back.
No, this gets worse. Like, because...
Hold on, I had to stop because I hate when that thing loads up like that.
After reading this made me think about another lyric that she said of like, I'm not a bad bitch and I'm not a savage, but baby, I'll take care of you. And it was the most backhanded way of saying like, I'm not a black woman, but I'm white and I'll still take care of you.
That's what she said. Red flag. She's obsessed, y'all. Why are they so obsessed? If there's a white woman in this chat, or if you're a white woman watching my replay, please let me know. And you might not be that type of woman, but let me know in your community, what is the issue? Why? Kayla did nothing to you. I could understand. You know what? I could have I would have been more understanding if Kayla came out and said some greasy stuff about her and Travis. If she was coming out here just dragging them, I could understand that. I'd be like, you know, it was warranted. Sis, you shouldn't have said anything. She said nothing. She has said, to be honest with you, the only reason she said something was because her fans were harassing her so much that she had to come out and say, look, that relationship was in the past. I'm really over it. Please stop DMing me. Please stop sending me these hateful messages. I've moved on. She even grinded on top of Chris Brown. How much moving on do you want? Oh, but it's not enough. You know what's going on? I think he did call Kayla's name in the middle of the night. And not only that, but she probably saw him on his phone watching that Chris Brown and Kayla on video. That's what had happened, y'all. I can't even show that video. It was very explicit. But look at this, y'all. Grinding. He was on top of her, grinding, mounting her. That's what that is. And I heard that day he lost a game and maybe he was hot about it. I don't know. But she saw something. Let's continue listening to this, sis.
Like, by basically doing the white girl thing of complimenting to point out that there's a very difference between the two. I'm not going to say that she, like, it was supposed to be mean or whatever, but at the end of the day, the context of that lyric is to point out that she is not a black woman, she is a white woman. Mm-hmm. Why do you need to do that? Why do you also need to put a lyric in there that's going to lead to this woman, this innocent woman in a situation, to be harassed? And especially at that, she's a black woman. I gotta go.
Because he's only dated black women publicly. 2. One from his reality show, because when I do the case study on him, best believe I'm adding the footage of that. And Kayla was the second one. And he was with her for a while. I think 4 or 5 years. 5 years, to be exact. But she can't handle that. Had his ex been white, nothing. She really wouldn't have heard of anything. But because she's beautiful, she's gorgeous, she knows she can't compete with Kayla. And that's fine. You're not gonna be... Sometimes the ex might look better than you. That's okay. It is what it is. Move on and be happy with your man. But no, he's obsessed with Kayla, y'all. I'm telling y'all. He is. He's giving Justin Bieber 2.0. With Hailey, meanwhile, all up in Selena's business. This is the type of energy I'm getting from this whole situation. I'm telling y'all, she's Hailey Bieber 2.0. Mark my words. Just wait for it. Wait for it. Hold on. Let's see, because she said something else about Taylor Swift. So I want to see what she said. Here. All right. Let me hear what... Yeah, I want to watch this.
Okay, it's confirmed. She's retiring. She's retired. She's going to give us the wedding. She's going to give us another album. But there's something that a lot of people don't understand. They do the astrology of Taylor Swift. They don't do... I haven't seen a lot of people talk about her human design. She's a projector. She's a projector. I'm a projector. And there's one thing in life that, like, I think most projectors yearn for, and is that person who fully sees them. She has that person. And once we are fully seen, like, we will give ourselves. From my observations of, like, other projectors that I know and just, like, learning about my human design, we will give ourselves to that person. And she's done it, man. She's done it. She's become the ultimate pop star. She talks about her proteges in the album. The ending is like, oh, good night, everyone. We'll see you next time, blah, blah, blah. There's going to be one more next time. One more next time. We're going to get the wedding. Maybe a final tour. Eventually, we'll get a residency in Vegas. I'm okay with that. She's 35, guys. She's 35. Okay, it's confirmed.
35 acting like she's 20. Or not even 20. Even a 20-year-old knows better. Like she's 16. Red flag. Stunted. This is immature behavior 101. Immature. That's why I said age is not an indicator of maturity. You got a 35-year-old woman acting like she's in high school. Like she's the cheerleader, the ringleader of the leader of the pack. That's what it is. She's 35. You might have a 20-year-old that's way more mature, light speed years ahead of her, mentally. Stunted. I'm not trying to play that. Okay. Let's see if there was another video. Let me see this one.
Listen, as a Swiftie, I just need Swifties to understand that Taylor Swift accomplished her mission with this album. Because so many people, I've seen so many takes of like, oh, well, you know, she missed the mark and blah, blah, blah. No, the whole point of this album was for her to differentiate herself from her brand, from her person. This album was made from her. And that says it all. Because people like Taylor Swift, who's the brand that's inclusive and all about empowering women, all about coming together as...
Yeah, and then she's bashing a woman. Red flag. She was never about that. Maybe for women who look like her. That's what that is. But remember, some people do not see us as women. We're mules to them. Oh, they don't count as women. They're not part of the feminist movement, women's rights movement. Hello? Haven't we had these conversations for decades now? How it doesn't include black women or marginalized POC women, indigenous women, don't include none of them. None of us. They only see womanhood when it looks like them.
Women.
Best believe. How many exes has she been with where she has never bashed their girlfriends? Why Kayla? Or why black women? Y'all let me know. I'm not a Swiftie. Maybe I'm wrong. But how many of her exes had exes? Has she ever bashed their exes? John Mayer, he got a whole slew of exes. Jake Gyllenhaal too. All of them. Has she ever bashed who they were with? That's what we need to find out.
Person is not. She's a person who very much loves privilege, very much loves whiteness. Mm-hmm. And now she's screaming it. She's like, yeah, I love decentralized men. It's so great. Like, you don't even know. You don't even know how good it is. And now I get to sit with all these other billionaires and, you know, just like, ha ha ha, to all you peasants. And you haven't realized it this whole entire time. Ha 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 ha. And those of us that can see it are like, we need to tell our friends. Because I don't want another Swiftie to be like, yo, I just want you to know that this is a white woman who has bamboozled you into thinking that she's this person. And that's what this whole album is, her kind of laughing at us, laughing at the whole situation and trying to separate herself from her brand to her as a person. And right now she can do it because of the political climate we're in. And if you, I think you should sit down and sit with it because it broke my heart.
Let me tell y'all something. She's speaking real facts. Green flag. Shout out to you, sis. I love allies like you. Let me tell y'all something. You'll know someone's real behavior as soon as they get with a man. As soon as they get with a man, you gonna really see who they truly are. That's in real life too. You ever had a homegirl, you and her used to kick it a lot? And I'm not saying that you still have to be with your friends when you have a man. I understand time needs to be allocated. But all of a sudden she's nowhere to be found. You can't even message her. You can't even do anything with her. And it's not just you, because sometimes it could just be a conflict of interest. I get it. But all the friends ghost. No friends at all. Nothing. Everything's about her man, her man, her man. And then as soon as they break up, all of a sudden she just shows up, messages you. Oh, hey, boo, how you doing? You know, it's been a while. Switch up. The switch up is real. But we been knew she was male identified. The fact that she was chasing men all these years should have been an indicator. But of course, she has fans. Parasocial behavior. They never see anything wrong. They don't hold anyone accountable. I'm a Cardi B fan and I could still hold her accountable. I love Cardi B's music. I think she's a talented rapper, in my opinion. Even though some of y'all said she sounds like she has marbles in her mouth. I actually like her music. But I can hold her accountable at the same time. I'm not a parasocial follower. In this real world, you can't be parasocial. That comes with consequences, y'all. Now, she's sitting here trying to be high. Not her, but Taylor Swift. High and mighty. Oh, I done finally found my man. Oh, you black bitches like Kayla. Y'all better be on alert. You were in your phone. All he wanted was love and you couldn't give it to him. Ha ha, nah, boo-boo. You're going to get the Jeannie Mai treatment in real time. Because just because he's not black. I understand Jesus is a black man. Oh, you think that Travis doesn't have that behavior hanging around with all them black men that he was in high school? And it's not because he's a white man hanging out with black men that I'm saying that. I'm just saying that they think that a Dusty can't come in different colors. Sis, you should already know that. You done dated a whole bunch of them, but you still can't recognize the signs. Red flag, you failed. This man is using you. He's using you as a pit bull against his ex. He's been on that. He's a narky. Let's continue, y'all. I'm telling y'all, I got a lot of... Hold on, how much time we have? I got to speed this right up. It's Sunday night.
I've been also decentralizing men. I've been deconstructing my whiteness and decolonizing myself.
Yeah, because as soon as you start deconstructing things, you're going to start little by little. So that makes sense.
And it's a really sad place to go. But once you see it, it can't be unseen. Listen,
because you know why? She's aware. She's like, something's not right with this. She gets it. She gets it. Now here we go. Kayla Nicole Travis. Okay, this is her response. Oh yeah, let's go through Kayla's response. My goodness, how many advertisements? My God. Travis Kelce's ex Kayla Nicole shares clip about comparison to other girls after Opalite dig. So remember that. So now even the entertainment magazines are picking this up. They were like, yo, this is definitely a shot. So after Taylor Swift fans speculated that the pop star subtly dissed her fiance, Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend Kayla Nicole on her song Opalite, it seems that the influencer might have addressed the fray. Nicole 33 took to her Instagram stories on Sunday, October 4th, to share a throwback clip. My goodness, I have to drink water. Hold on a second, y'all. To share a throwback clip of Eva Marcel's America's Next Top Model audition from Cycle 3 in 2004. That was my favorite cycle, by the way. Eva Diva. I used to love ANTM. The first 4 seasons, classic. Then it just got really, I don't know. Marcel quickly responded, I don't compare myself to other girls. I'm Eva. I'm no comparison to anyone else. Okay, so she basically showed a video of Eva saying that I'm not in competition with nobody. Green flag. Thank you, Kayla. I wish you wouldn't have responded, to be quite honest with you. You shouldn't have responded at all. Just let her be in her delusion. But of course, I knew you had to respond. You just had to. All right, here. Maybe we can see the video. Can we watch the video? Here. Here's what it looks like. I don't compare myself to other girls. That was on her Instagram story. But I wish she didn't respond. You should have paid her dust. Let her be with her dusty, y'all. Now, Page Six reported, because remember she said you used to tell her to get off her phone. She wasn't paying attention to you. Travis Kelce begs ex Kayla Nicole to get off your phone in resurfaced video after Taylor Swift's "Oh Polite" diss. I'm telling y'all, he was telling her a whole bunch of nonsense. You know how men are. Oh, it was her fault. You know, I was trying to be the best boyfriend ever, and I couldn't marry her because, you know, she's an attention whore. She was always on the internet. Even though he's the one always online, by the way. Oh, but she's the one who's always, you know, doing those Instagram and always on the Instagram pics and stuff. I just, you know, it was a sad word. She left me alone. I had cried tears one night. Yeah. So here, I can't see the video, y'all. For some reason, these people can't play videos. I don't know. On Friday, an eagle-eyed Swiftie resurfaced a video via X. Okay, maybe this is it. Oh, it is. Okay. Here we go. This page doesn't exist. Interesting. Okay. All right, we're just going to watch the still images, y'all. The couple. Yeah, you see? On Friday, an eagle-eyed Swiftie resurfaced a video via X from Kelsey's on-again, off-again romance with Kayla Nicole. Red flag. You're two of the same person. Jeannie and Jeezy Deluxe 2.0. At least Jeannie was going to therapy, though. I'll give her that. I don't think you are, to be quite honest with you. Both of y'all are going to find out in real time what this really is. Trust and believe me. Jeannie and Jeezy 2.0. Jeannie and Jeezy were similar too, by the way, y'all. These two are similar. Taylor and Travis are the same. They even have TT names, y'all. Born the same year. She attracted herself in male form. Trust and believe me. The couple who were together between 2017 and 2022 bickered during a date in the throwback footage. Sis was drinking, y'all. He told her to get off her phone. Okay, look at him. He looks all serious. The athlete requested his then partner get off her phone. To get off her phone. I guess they missed the two. As Nicole filmed selfie style, a glass of wine in hand, Kelsey leaned in to firmly request, just drink the wine so we can go. The 33-year-old giggled, telling the camera that she loved it here. Nicole held the same glass in another video, insisting she wouldn't have to go on social media to seek validation from a bunch of strangers on the internet if someone sometimes would pay her attention. Red flag! So interesting! What did Taylor Swift say? Hold up. Let's read the lyrics again. Let's read the lyrics again, y'all. Let's read the lyrics again. Hopefully these pop-ups don't come up. Okay, Elle had a good article. Let's close this. Here we go, y'all. Remember, she said you couldn't understand it, why you felt alone. That's what Travis told Taylor, and that's what she's writing in the song from his perspective. Why did Kayla say in a 2016 video with Travis, she said, hold on, what is going on here? Why did I miss it? Where is it? Give me 1 second, y'all. And if y'all hear Korean, that's my husband talking to his parents, y'all. Here, the 33-year-old giggled, telling the camera she loved it here. And then she said she wouldn't have to go on social media to seek validation from a bunch of strangers on the internet if someone sometimes would pay her attention. So who was the one not paying attention? Red flag, you male identified. Pick me, Taylor. You didn't know this? You don't have people on your team that could look into this? Oh, no, but you thought you were Jeannie. This is the preference in reverse. Not even the preference. She wasn't even a preference. Kayla was, to be honest with you. But this is what it looks like in reverse. And this is why I say race doesn't matter. It's the patterns. He's the same as Jeezy. Oh, my ex-baby mama, she was crazy. She trying to get me for child support. Both of them, they crazy. And then as soon as you had a baby, what did he do? He left you and called you a crazy ex-wife / baby mama. Red flag. Did the same exact thing. What you think he gonna do when he leaves you, Taylor? If he leaves you out, because I don't wish that on you. I hope you fix your issues. I really hope you guys move on and you're happy in the abyss of wherever you're gonna go. But if he ever breaks up with you, you are in line, sis. He's gonna do the same thing with the next one. And use your money, your alimony to cry. Goodness. Let's continue. Kelsey sighed and replied, "Oh my God, get off your phone, get off your phone. You're not even drinking your wine anymore. Can we go?" Nicole left off the question. The footage made the rounds on Friday in wake of Swift seemingly shading Nicole in the third track of her 12th album, The Life of a Showgirl. Yeah, now she's trying to show booty, y'all. Has she ever looked like this before? Now I'm telling y'all, she's morphing into the woman that he thinks Travis wants to be with. Let's look at, what's her name? Kayla's Instagram real quick. And then we got to move on, y'all. It's getting late. I'm not trying to keep y'all long. Kayla Nicole Instagram. Here. She's trying to look like her. She's trying to look like her. She's trying to look like her. This is who Kayla is naturally, y'all. Here we go. Oh, I gotta log in. Of course I do. Let's just go on the internet then. Kayla Nicole, Google. We gonna find her pictures, y'all. Images. She wants to look like her, the baddie look. Taylor, you can't. It's not you. Why don't you just be yourself? This is Kayla's look. That's who she's always been, y'all. This is Kayla, y'all. She's always been this way. She is true to herself. I love that about her. And notice, whenever Taylor is with Travis, let me see. Let me check that picture here. Let's go here. Let us see him. Oh, this is the video. Oh, wait. Maybe Daily Fail has. Lovely T calls it the Daily Fail. That's why I call it that. Hold on. Oh, the video's here. We got it, y'all. We got it. Okay, I'm going to spread this wide so y'all can see it. Y'all going to miss my face here. Okay, here goes the page, y'all. Let's watch it. There's the video. Of course there's an ad. My goodness. Sorry, y'all. Okay. All right. There's an ad. There's an ad here. It's okay. All right. Let's skip the ad. There we go. Okay. Ooh. Let me play this. Where's the volume? Hold on. I'm going to play it again. My bad, y'all. Okay. Let's play. What is it? Oh, gosh. Okay. Here we go.
Just drink the wine so we can go.
I love it here. Sometimes someone would pay me attention. I wouldn't have to go on social media. I wouldn't have to get on social media and seek validation.
You're not even
from a bunch of strangers on the internet.
Drinking your wine anymore. Can we go?
Oh, live for the way.
Loser!
Look at me.
What is that?
Yo.
Obsessed.
It's
You're obsessed with yourself.
One.
There's more? Hold on, y'all. Wait. Skip the ad. I need to see more. Hold on a second, y'all. Red flag. I forgot to call it red flag. What am I watching here? What is this? Oh, my goodness. I don't want to show that. Hold up. Sorry, y'all. I have to pull it up. I'm not trying to get any bans on YouTube. Oh, is it still showing that? That's not an ad? Hold on, y'all. Is it safe to come back? Okay, good. Whew. That was the video? Or was there an ad? Oh, that was it. Okay, let's stop it here. Let me go back. I'm going to come back here. Y'all heard her? She said, I wouldn't have to seek validation. He was paying attention to me. That's the first one. And the second one, he's like, you're a loser. You're so obsessed with yourself. Red flag. He was jealous of her. He was intimidated. He knows she could get any man she wants. He didn't like that. That's what that was. What is the problem, Travis? What is the issue? He didn't like it. She's always been a baddie, y'all. She's always been a baddie. Always. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, that's the other Kayla Nicole. Okay. Now. Lord.
I want to understand how cooking and cleaning makes you a good mom.
A wife.
Hold on. At the start of that fell, you said if he liked her, he wouldn't be putting her down. Exactly. He never would have been. A-Coast, you said bad blood was towards Katy Perry, if I'm not mistaken. Was it? That's what she does, and it's a pattern. It's a pattern. Red flag, absolutely. It's a pattern. Rosa, you said, yeah, some people said they feel uncomfortable seeing Taylor Swift trying to sexualize herself. It's because of Kayla. She's obsessed. Obsessed with Kayla. That's all that is. She's trying to compete. Let's watch. Well, we can't watch this whole interview, y'all. It's too long. We just gonna watch a little bit about how they met. I'm not watching the whole thing about this because it's too long. So we're gonna skip through how they met. I'm trying to wrap this up in like 20 minutes. And then we're going to continue on to the next live stream next week and continue and move on.
Is the singer-songwriter currently asking, why are you coming on the show? Why me Heights? What are you doing? You have so many better things to do with your time.
This podcast has done a lot for me. I owe a lot to this podcast. This podcast got me a boyfriend.
The podcast got her. Oh, because he was trying to tell Taylor Swift to get at him on the podcast. Of course he was. He has an agenda, y'all. Continuing.
Ever since Travis decided to use it as his personal dating app about 2 years ago. So
worked pretty good.
Yeah. Hey.
Were his friendship bracelets that good? Did you give the friendship bracelets, or was that just on the podcast?
I've never seen the original.
Yeah, they didn't leave the stadium because I was butthurt, Jason.
He threw a tantrum. He threw a man tantrum.
Red flag. He cannot emotionally regulate himself. We're doing the case study. You know what? I've made an executive decision. Adrian Houghton is next. Travis and Taylor and Kayla next after that. I've been, it's done. Convinced. I think I said that last time. But really now, I'm really not going to do the poll. Adrian, then Travis and Kayla. 100%. He's throwing tantrums. Who does he sound like, y'all? He sounds like Jeezy. The patterns don't lie. Listen. He sounds like DDG too. All Libras, Eminem, same. Throwing tantrums like a baby. And trust me, it's not just because they're Libras that they have all this in common. I'm just saying I'm noticing a pattern. But best believe it's not because they are Libras that they're doing this. It's a mental issue. Trust and believe me. They all have the same trait of whatever it is that they're displaying here. I'm not a mental health specialist, but I will just say that this is not normal behavior. Oh, because he couldn't give Taylor Swift a friendship bracelet, he threw a tantrum like a baby? How old are you, Travis? You're 35. You are too grown to be doing that. At that time, you were 2 years younger. 33? You're too young to be you're too grown is what I meant to say. You couldn't find another way to find her. Oh, you couldn't give her a friendship bracelet, throwing it on the floor like you're 5 years old. He's a mama's boy. Y'all, I can already tell. I can see it. Either he has mommy issues or he's a mama's boy. Let's continue, y'all. Oh, we're doing that case study. I need to research and do a lot of research and figure out what's happening here. This is not normal behavior.
It's so funny. It's
my
like
plan is ruined.
That's not funny.
She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not.
This is so
she
wild.
Hates me.
Like, it was such a wild romantic gesture to just be like, I want to date you. Like, on, I don't know. It was, at first when I looked at it, I was like, this dude is...
That's what it does when you're on the stage and you perform in Arrowhead. That's what it did.
This dude didn't get a meet and greet. He's making it everyone's problem.
This is not normal behavior, y'all. Oh, my God. Taylor, You see, I would have given you some good advice and been on your side if you had just, sat there and ate your food. But due to you throwing them shots at another black woman, no sympathy from me. Red flag. Look at what you got to deal with. You think he's not going to be rah-rah reptile when you live with him in the house? Mrs. Billionaire, you think he's going to subdue it? Oh, no, he's not going to be like that. Jeezy Deluxe. I told y'all. It's a pattern. Jeezy, same way. Showed all those traits of anger. I'm a changed man. I'm not the same person anymore, I know how to regulate myself. He put on a suit and people thought he was a changed man. Divorced Jeannie, he was worse. He was worse with her than with all the exes. She got it the worst, y'all. Mahi didn't even get it that bad. He was like a light dragon with her. With Jeannie, now he's on to his next victim, whoever that may be. Who knows? This man is clearly emotionally unstable. He cannot hold it. He couldn't give her a friendship bracelet. He didn't get to meet Taylor Swift. A normal, emotionally regulated person would have been like, oh, okay, today wasn't a good day. You know what? And he popped up. It's not like they had an appointment. He would have been like, you know what? I couldn't try it. Let me go find out where she's at on Monday. He's rich. He can find that information out. He has the resources. Let me go see where she's going to be at after, and I'm going to fly there and see. Or maybe, at least she's a good stalker. You could figure it out. You can hire a PI. I don't know. Hell, she has her concert dates there. Go to a next concert and try again. No, everybody's going to hear, I didn't get to meet Taylor Swift. It's everyone's problem now. Toddler.
That's what I thought.
He's a mama's boy. I can almost get, this gives me Peter Pan, y'all. He's never going to grow up. Let's continue.
At first, and then
you come to Arrowhead, I get to meet you. That's the perk of playing for the Chiefs.
You realize he didn't even reach out to our management. I was like, when this podcast came out, I was like, did he ever reach out?
You know who he sounds like? DDG. I did a case study on DDG when he and Kennedy Simone had an issue and he just popped up out of nowhere. Just banging on the door of her house, imposing himself. He didn't even, listen, this is how crazy this sounds. He didn't contact her manager, didn't even try to see if he could meet her backstage. I'm sure they would have been like, oh, you're Travis Kelce? Yeah, of course, we'll let you in. No. He wanted to go because he's like, I play for the Chiefs, so I could just walk in. Arrogance. And then when he found out that, no, you can't do that, he throws a tantrum. Because people were actually doing their damn job. We don't care who you are, Travis. If you're not on the schedule, then this ain't it. You're not gonna pass through. Tantrum. Arrogance. Delusions of grandeur. Should I keep going? Special me. I did that acronym in the DDG case study. I might have to play it back and run it back for Jeezy. And this one right here.
To be like in the tents, or did we know he was in the building? He came with Pat, and he thought that because he knows the elevator lady that he could talk to her about just getting down to
that's how it works. You just go.
And I got denied.
That's how. Well, of course you did. Red flag. She's not about to lose her job just to let you win. How do we know you don't have another motive? There are a lot of NFL stars that have unalived people before. How does she know you're not coming with a motive to do some destructive things, and it would have been on her head? I don't care who you are. Like she said, I'm glad. Elevator lady, yes. Listen, I got to do my job. I'm not about to risk it all just to let you go see Taylor Swift. She doesn't know you, sir. We don't know what agenda you have. Rich or not, wealthy or not, we don't care. You're getting the same treatment as everybody else. Oh, no, I got to see her.
Works in 1973.
The elevator was just invented.
But yeah, he really just was like, I know a guy, I can figure this out. But I actually, when I thought about it, I was like, actually, we live in a day and age where
he's impulsive. I forgot to add that. And he doesn't think. This is dangerous, y'all. Short-sighted.
I'm not an online person at all. Not like on social media like that. Like I'm genuinely terrified to open my DMs.
Smart.
It's just like it's about. There's smoke coming out of my DMs. Like I don't want to go near that. I don't know what's.
If you want somebody to go through it, I'll go through it just because I'll laugh my ass off.
It's like if you have like 20 million unread.
He basically trying to find a job. Look, when I retire from the NFL, can I be your social media content moderator? Red flag. The whole family trying to eat off this girl. It's a plan. Don't they need a retirement plan? They're about to retire. They are too old to be in the NFL. Not saying that I'm not being ageist, but that's just how the NFL is. Sports, athletes, you have a short shelf life. Only one who got through it was Tom Brady, but even he had to retire eventually. They're gonna retire and be like, oh, can we be on your team, Taylor, since you're a billionaire and all? Millionaires can be dusty too, y'all, and they come from the working class. Dusty mentality. They're the first millionaires in their family. They didn't come from wealth, y'all. They came from a regular family. They probably like, hey, can you give us a job? Loan me a job. Loan me a few dollars. You know, I could be a social media manager. He's being serious, y'all. He got his podcast. It's not little. He has a nice podcast here. But he's serious. He's like, hey, I could do a side gig. You know, maybe get my wife a job working for you. Whole family eating.
Read DMs.
Are you not entertained?
So this kind of felt more like I was in an 80s John Hughes movie and he was just like standing outside of my window with a boombox just being like, I want to date you.
Yeah.
Do you want to go on a date with me? I made you a friendship bracelet. Do you want to date me?
And she likes that. Same person. Red flag. He knew what would attract her. Crazy meets crazier.
Come outside and meet me. Just meet me once. Just give me a chance.
So I was like, if this guy isn't crazy, which is a big if, this is sort of what I've been writing songs about wanting to happen to me since I was a teenager.
Yeah.
And you know what? He probably read all of those lyrics and studied her, just like she studied Kayla and Michael Kennedy and whoever else, Connor Kennedy, whoever else. They studied their victims. Same person.
And I was sitting there at the Eras Tour listening to every single one of those songs like I know what she wants me to do.
I feel that. Yo,
I didn't even watch this, y'all. I didn't even watch this. This is how I know the patterns.
What she wants me to do.
She's like, this is just her wish list of like,
meet me, please. Now I'm butthurt.
Yeah. I'm upset that you didn't meet me even though you didn't know I wanted to meet you because I didn't do any proper logistical planning.
Who plans
Typical
nowadays?
Kelsey. Typical Kelsey.
It was wild. It was wild, but it worked. I'm glad it worked. I'm just circling back to New Heights to say thank you for this. Yes. Look at this.
I'm the luckiest man in the world.
So yeah,
And thank you to New Heights, all the editing. Jake, thank you for putting that on social media and letting it do its
But
course.
hold on, before we move on, how did you know he wasn't crazy? Because that's the other side of that, right? Like a guy goes up there and professes his love for
What's wrong with
you.
being
It's
crazy,
either
Jason?
one, it's like this could be the most romantic thing in the world. It
What's
can
wrong
also
with
be
being
like
crazy
this
about
is.
somebody?
He is crazy, Jason.
But there's a right crazy.
Yeah, he's the good kind of crazy. And I knew that
There's no good kind of crazy. Crazy is crazy. Period. Still chaotic. Crazy.
Wasn't crazy the first couple of times that we talked. I was just like, he's truly getting to know me in a way that's very natural, very pure, very normal. Like, also like just the way that he could make me laugh so immediately about normal things. Travis is like, he's just a vibe booster in everyone's life that he's in. He's like a human exclamation point. Like, you know, he's like, when you take a picture on your phone and you put you push the enhance color button, that's like what you do to everyone's life.
That's why when I text, I'm always exclamations.
I use so many more exclamations.
Travis is a headache, y'all. Oh my God. Yo, I can't even finish this. Sis doesn't know what she's getting herself into. I feel bad for her, but at the same time, I can't. Finished, y'all. Finished. Black Indian, I'm suddenly ready for bed. I'm hearing them talk, y'all. We gonna speed this right up. We're just hearing this part. I'm not gonna go to none of her albums, nothing what she talking about
now. But I think it was just like you're so non-judgmental about people and you were not judgmental about the fact that I knew nothing about the world you were in.
It was the best.
You were nice. You were so nice.
I got a clean slate.
You were like, thank you.
You get a clean slate.
She doesn't know any of my bad stuff.
Are you kidding me?
Jason, on our first date, I legitimately asked him what it was like when the Chiefs played the Eagles in the Super Bowl and he looked across the field, across the line of scrimmage, and saw his brother standing on the other, like 5 feet.
She studied him, y'all.
And he was like, he didn't even look at me. Like, I now know what an insane question that was. He was like, actually, I'm on the offense. And my brother's on the offense, and I'm only on the field at the same time as the defense. I thought everyone was out there at the same time. I thought that the quarterbacks.
I mean, that's how you played it on the playground growing up. So I understand if you hadn't like.
No, you don't understand. I thought it was like Jared Goff is here and Josh Allen's here, and they're gonna be like. They blow a whistle and then they go at each other and they're like, and it's like, who's gonna win?
That's actually.
I would love to see Jared Goff play some defense. Let's see Jared Goff on defense.
I've got some ideas. I've got some thoughts. Yeah. I didn't know what a first down was. I didn't know what the chains were. I didn't know what a tight end was.
Notice how everything is about him. Everything they're talking about, their relationship, him pursuing her, what he likes. Everything is focused on him, not her. I don't hear anything about what made him. Well, maybe we're going to get to that part. I hope so. Everything is Travis centered.
I am forever thankful for you diving into the football world wholeheartedly.
Oh my God, I fell in love with it. I became obsessed with it. I became like a person who was running through the halls of my house screaming, "We drafted Xavier Worthy!" And my friends are like, who body snatched you? What do you mean we drafted Xavier?
She's morphing into Kayla, y'all, in real time. I'm not good. All I'm going to say, I'm going to let this play the rest of the way. Listen, I'm not trying to get copyright strike. But she's morphing into Kayla. Remember, Kayla loves sports naturally. She's a sports journalist. Kayla knows all of these things. She probably spoke with Travis about that. She's morphing into Kayla. That's what that is. Listen, my husband's a bodybuilder. I know some, of course he explains things to me. I'm interested, but I'm not obsessed. I just know some bodybuilders. I didn't spend time trying to research bodybuilders. That's his thing. I love it for him, supporting him on the sidelines. She's obsessed trying to be something she's not. Red flag. Trying to be Kayla.
Xavier Worthy.
I forget where I was, but you were the first person to tell me that
I
we
was
drafted
screeching.
the fastest man in the draft.
No, I was screeching. I couldn't believe it. I was freaking out. We're
I
talking
couldn't
about
believe
like.
it either. I'm like, wait, is she right? I had to look this up. I'm like, she get the wrong information here, but yeah, we traded up.
Yeah, we're talking about cover 2, cover 4, cover 0, man, cover. We're talking. We're learning. I continue to learn.
Maybe somebody else that even knows what those coverages are.
Yeah, I'm not ready to be an analyst right now. But give me 16 months.
Mm-hmm. Trying to be Kayla. She already said, Kayla, we taking you up out of here. I'm going to get your job. She's going to quit being a musician so she can be an analyst following up behind Travis. Similar to what she did with Connor Kennedy when she bought a house next to Connor Kennedy. She's going to be a sports analyst so she could follow up behind Travis. Keep a close eye on him. Red flag, you stalker.
You're going to pick up on it. I'm telling you, you would ask some of the best questions when we were up in the booth, and there's like your desire to learn more, but your genuine excitement around it, as well as like your competitiveness.
She's not fucking around. No, Tay's not fucking around.
Oh my God.
She's not fucking around.
Reclaiming Masters. You want to tee this up, Travis?
Okay, that's it, y'all. That's it for them. Good night. Pack this up. Next. What is this about?
Such a nice color on you.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna read.
On our first date, I legitimately asked him what it was like.
Okay, I read that already. We saw that already. What's
Such a nice color on you.
Yes, I know. It's the color of your eyes, sweetie. That's why we match so well.
We're about to do a podcast. Such a nice color on you.
Yes, I know. It's the color of your eyes, sweetie. That's why we match so well.
We're about to do a podcast.
Out of breaking news.
Yeah.
On our first date, she
doesn't know what she's in for, y'all. What else? Oh yeah. Okay, this is the last video we're watching, y'all. I'm gonna have to save the rest for next time because we're running out of time. We're running out of time. So I'm gonna just go and play. This is too long. We'll play this next time. What is this one?
Now, Travis.
Okay. We'll play this one. 3 more videos, y'all, and we're up out of here. It's getting too late.
Like none of it is true.
We'll play this next time. What is this one? Nah, next time. 36 minutes. I'm not watching them for 36 minutes.
I want to understand.
Matter of fact, I'll add that to the case study. All right. So, you know he has an ex, right, from the reality show. Let's hear what she has to say, because people were clowning her when she came out with her story. And yeah, she could have been an attention seeker. I admit that. But I'm not going to negate what she says. Because 2 things can be true at once. You can be an attention seeker and also a truth teller. You can also tell the truth, too. So sis was getting her coin. Because as soon as he got with Taylor, she came out the woodwork. Remember, she didn't do that when he was with Kayla. She came out when he left Kayla for Taylor. Or when he left Kayla and then got with Taylor, I should say. So let's hear what his ex had to say. 2 minutes. Great.
He was betrayed by Taylor Swift's new boyfriend, Travis Kelce.
Like the saying goes.
Hold on, let's go back.
She's the beauty who says she was betrayed by Taylor Swift's new boyfriend, Travis Kelce.
Like the saying goes, once a cheater, always a cheater.
Maya Benberry dated the Kansas City Chiefs tight end in 2016.
Certain qualities don't change in men. I feel like Travis is a narcissist. So
hold on, let's go back, y'all. My bad.
She's
Sorry,
the beauty who says she was betrayed by Taylor Swift's new boyfriend, Travis Kelce.
Like the saying goes, once a cheater, always a cheater.
Maya Benberry dated the Kansas City Chiefs tight end in 2016.
Certain qualities don't change in men.
Sis, you're right. Patterns. Thank you. That's why I said people were calling her, oh, you just want attention. I believe what she's saying. I believe it. Believe it.
I feel like Travis is a narcissist.
I feel the same too, sis. I didn't want to call it out. If it's not fully that, he got a PD. Some narcissism in there somewhere. I could see it. Remember, the whole time he's talking about Taylor, their first date, everything was about him, centered on him. He's used to that. And this gives me mama boys vibes. You know why I keep saying he's a mama's boy? Because mama's boys are the ones who always have things centered on their son. You're the best. You're the best. Either they have mama, they're close to their mom, or they have a problem with their mom. It usually ties back to the mama. Pattern.
So most narcissists don't change.
Their romance started when she was a contestant on the e-dating reality show, Catching Kelce. Maya beat out 50 other women vying for Travis's heart. She says they dated for 8 months before it all came crashing to an end.
You thought you were going to marry him?
I did.
Were you in love with him?
I was. He met my parents. I had a key to his penthouse. To me.
See? They can meet your parents. You can meet their parents. That doesn't mean anything. This man knows how to play his role.
That means that you're pretty serious.
Did he cheat on you?
Yes.
The 31-year-old life coach.
Wait. She said it fast. My bad, y'all. Okay, I'm going to rewind and play it a little bit. Why she said yes so fast? That's crazy. Damn, she didn't even think about it.
To me, that means that you're pretty serious.
Oh my
Did he
goodness.
cheat on you?
Yes.
The 31-year-old life coach says she learned about his indiscretions on social media. And now she says she's not sure if Kelsey's romance with Taylor Swift is for real.
The only reason that I question the genuineness of the relationship is because he's talking to the media a lot.
Maya says she's been getting death threats from Swifties who think she's trying to destroy the budding romance.
How do Swifties react to you?
Swifties are aggressive, very negative, very hypocritical.
Just like their fave. Your fan base is a reflection of who you are. Just letting you know that. Just letting you know that. I'm sorry to say. If you're known as a calm, cool, collected person, your fan base is going to be quiet. We ain't going to hear nothing from them. But if you around rabid, your fan base is rabid as dogs. Hypocritical. All the things she's saying, sis, is that. You are who you attract.
It's really crazy to me that someone that I think is
positive and really nice has such a negative and angry fan base?
Because she's not. Red flag. She's portraying herself to be, but her fan base is just a reflection of who she is. Better believe it.
How do you feel about Taylor Swift?
I don't know Taylor Swift, but I'm a fan of her music. I don't feel any way about her dating Travis. It's cute. I mean, I had him first, so.
The narrative.
Okay, red flag, sis. You ain't had to say that. You see, now that's why I said attention whore, but I believe what she's saying, though.
Is you're a bitter ex-girlfriend who's out for her 15 minutes of fame. How do you feel about that?
I'm offended because 5 years ago when I said the allegations about cheating and when I talked about that we were together for 8 months, his camp and team and even himself, he didn't say anything about it. I do feel a way because I did like you. I feel like I fell in love with you. It's nothing about Taylor. It's more about you led me to believe that we had a future. And now 5 years later, you're laughing and I feel like you're mocking me. I'm not jealous or bitter about Taylor. She's beautiful, she's successful, we're in two different lanes. My issue is more with Travis in the sense of now you're trying to turn me into, I don't know, a bitter person or a liar, like I'm delusional, and I'm the furthest thing from that. Well,
so remember, he told her, or he gave her the impression that they would have a future, and he did the same with Kayla. With Taylor, he gave her a ring, but you think that pattern changed? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. I'm gonna fast forward because I ain't trying to hear all that. Okay, what's she gonna talk about here? Okay, what's she talk about the engagement? Okay, here we go. I'm gonna watch a little bit of this.
When she wrote it.
I just caught a glimpse of the ring.
Oh, yeah, you want to see?
Yeah.
Yes, we do!
Well, listen, so am I right in saying that Travis designed that ring?
He did. Taylor?
Let's fast forward a little bit. Sorry, y'all. Okay, she's talking about her record here. Okay, here we go.
Like, reflects what's going on in my life. So that's really fun. I would say that this album is a complete and total snapshot of what my life looks like right now.
Taylor recently became engaged to NFL star Travis Kelce and gushed over her fiancé, who appears to be referenced on multiple songs in the album, showing off her ring to hits radio.
My personal favorite is Wishlist.
Oh, really?
It's a vibe. It's a straight up vibe. I was like,
a lot of shoulders.
I was thinking shoulders.
Yeah,
I was like,
a lot of that.
Oh, that makes me so happy. That was actually the last song that we finished on the record, and that was when I knew the record was done.
Really?
That was when I knew. I was like, we're
done,
good.
Guys.
We're good.
I love the line where you're like, just give me a best friend who's hot.
Yeah.
Do you think you've achieved that now with Travis?
100%. I mean, like, yeah, look what I got.
Oh my God, the ring. Sorry, the ring is even bigger in real life.
Oh my
Beautiful ring, girl.
Oh my goodness.
Stunning.
You would love him. You would love him.
You would love him.
Actually, does he have any hot gay friends?
Yeah.
Yeah? Great.
Yeah.
Okay,
we'll
I'm
sort
single.
it out.
Perfect.
I also have a lot of those as well.
In the UK?
Yes.
That doesn't matter, Will.
Yeah, I mean, I feel this
We'll
feels
travel.
offline. This feels like for maybe
It's an
later we
offline
just,
chat.
I get off my
Yeah.
phone. But yeah, you would absolutely love him. He's a blast. He's just the most fun person. Life of any party, even when it's just us. So it's like
Very unserious, by the way.
goal, isn't it? Find a best friend who you think is hot.
Yeah. It's like amazing.
Yeah. He's the life of the party. Takes nothing seriously. Red flag. And he has anger issues.
Kelce, the Kansas City Chiefs star, talking about working with his brother Jason, his acting.
Last video,
life
y'all.
beyond football.
We packing this
What
right
else
up.
could they possibly have spoken about? Will Reed sat down with him exclusively. Good morning again, Will.
Wait, why are text?
Hello again, Robin. It's been about 4 months since Travis Kelce won his third Super Bowl, and in that time, he's been doing a lot. He's been shooting commercials, he visited the White House, he's been doing his podcast, he's traveled the world as a supportive partner. He's fully aware it's good to be Travis Kelce.
You gotta fight!
Oh, wait. Oh, that was yesterday. Okay, my bad, y'all. Oh, I saw a message. My bad. Okay, my bad, y'all. I thought my screen wasn't sharing.
For your right!
It's Travis Kelce's world, and he's living it up.
I feel like I'm on top of the mountain even after winning the Super Bowl and having the offseason that I'm having. Living the dream, baby.
The 34-year-old, three-time Super Bowl champion has been making the most of it, hitting up high-profile charity events.
I have no kids. This is just what it looks like at 35.
And the White House for a Chiefs Super Bowl celebration.
My fellow Americans,
Boy, he loves the limelight.
The Secret Service guys that were there made sure to let me know that, you know, they got orders to keep me away from the podium unless asked. So I was like, yeah, no, I felt it. I felt all the taser guns on me when I walked up there.
Now he's making a foray into Hollywood, landing a role in Ryan Murphy's forthcoming FX series, Grotesquerie.
Guys, guess who I am working with on Grotesquerie? Dun, 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 dun.
You an actor now?
I guess you could say that. I've been on a few shows before. I've only played myself in those shows, though. It's definitely different portraying a character and trying to find the emotions in everything and the understanding of a script and the scene. But it's a challenge. I feel like an amateur right now, but I'm coachable. That's one thing I know from being in sports. I am a coachable guy.
The newly minted actor is sitting down with GMA on the set of a commercial shoot for the energy drink he invests in.
Accelerated active energy drink and representing the U.S. of A.
Got Livy Dunn in the building, LSU gymnast, absolutely just an awesome person. She's down there making Accelerator look amazing.
And talking sports and kicking back with his brother, former Philadelphia Eagle Jason Kelce, has become a weekly passion. They co-host their hit podcast, New Heights, now in its second season.
You have this really popular podcast now that's taken off to new heights, pardon the pun.
Nice. When I tell you, I couldn't have even imagined it get to the point it is today. And I'm so fortunate that everybody, you know, kind of latched on to me and my brother's family dynamic, because that's really what my goal was to, when we started the podcast. If you looked at us on two different teams, you really didn't even think that we were brothers. We just had the same last name. Just because he's like the Neanderthal that wears flip-flops in the winter and doesn't really care what he looks like, and I like to, you know, throw on fashionable stuff and have fun. You know, through the podcast, we've been able to show everybody just how close we are as brothers.
And, of course, he's made time to support his girlfriend, Taylor Swift, on the European leg of her world tour.
Fast forward. I'm not trying to have no copyright here.
You are. When you have good family and friends around you, it makes that aspect of life that much easier. I've always been a very grounded guy. You know, it might not come off like that when I'm playing football, but off the field, I just want to be a genuine person. I try not to get too far down the road because you just never know what opportunities are going to present themselves.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how good is Travis Kelce's life these days?
Man, 20, 100. Man, I'm so fortunate and so grateful of everything that's come my way in life.
All right, that's what he had to say, y'all.
I'm having more fun during this time of my life than I've ever had before.
No, bye. Let me read a few comments. We wrapping this up tonight. Done. At the girl from yonder, now it's in its second season. Like, they didn't just boot up a microphone and Wi-Fi. I can't even say. Yo, you ain't lying. That's what I'm doing right now. They're doing exactly what I'm doing. It's just a podcast. That's all that is. Genuine person, my ass. Exactly. Red flag. When he said, I'm grounded and genuine, I said, genuinely insane. He's a headache, y'all. If you hear me say a headache, I'm telling you, mark my words. I don't like to predict things like this. But all I will say is if he does not get help for his issues, and if Taylor doesn't sit her ass down and get therapy, this is going to be Jeannie and Jeezy mine. Mark my words. Maybe not as fast because, you know, they're going to try to keep up with the image for as long as possible. But his anger is going to be an issue. Everything is about him. You can tell he designed that ring, a ring that looks like a football class ring. Exactly. It's all about him. I don't even think he even knows anything about this girl, to be quite honest with you, except she's a singer. Everything will be about how he benefits her. And mind you, I'm going to say it real quick. This will be my last thing that I'm going to say, and then I'm heading out. Jeezy did the same thing with Jeannie Mai. Around the time that he was with Jeannie, that's when he was trying to rebrand himself into the family man. He had a purpose. All the executives, like, yeah, everybody I saw that was like, you know, in a higher level or at a higher level, they were married. That's one. So he realized it. He's like, oh, dang, I probably need to get married. But I'm not going to marry no sister. That's not going to increase my star power. Then he reached out to Jeannie. She just so happened to have left Freddie. Reached out to her, got with Jeannie. Star power went up. Around the time that he was with her, he opened a restaurant, was able to have his book. People would see him as a serious family man. But guess what? Those patterns never change. You can only put up the mask for so long. Travis is on demon time. Best believe it. The signs were there, but sis is just... That's what she's on right now. Okay, sis. And she's bashing Kayla on top of it. Good luck and Godspeed, Taylor. You're gonna need it. You're gonna need it. Brad Pitt is another fine man. The movie Troy had me hooked. Brad Pitt is another headache, y'all. Yeezy and Jeannie, I saw that coming from a mile away. And Kim K and Kanye, similar. Patterns don't lie, y'all. Exactly. She's going to be a placeholder for 20 years. Let me tell y'all, he's going to marry her. And then once he gets her where he wants her, welcome to death row. Welcome to death row, Taylor. This is what you're so happy about. Good luck. And I really hope things work out for them. But based on the patterns, this is not going to end up well. They're going to be another Jeezy and Jeannie and their whole divorce. I'm telling you, if they don't change, this is what's going to happen. But I wish them well. And we'll go through their case study after Adrian and Israel. So yeah, on that note, y'all, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to get going. I got to film one more part for the Jeezy and Jeannie case study. And then I'm going to edit it and have it out tomorrow morning latest. So thank you so much for vibing with me, y'all, today. We didn't have any issues today, thank goodness. And have a good night. Have a great week. In case I don't see you guys this week, as far as like I don't talk to you on Discord or anything, then I'll see you guys next Saturday. All right. Have a good night, y'all. See ya. Bye. Hold on, y'all. Let me get this. I got a lot of screens up right now. Okay, shut down.